situation has arisen. After I finish the summary, I don't want any, at least now, I don't want any comments from anybody. I just want to summarize this. After I summarize the situation, then I want the witness to come back in and Mr. Lewin can resume his cross-examination. All right, I received a copy of an email sent by Mr. Siegel. It was last night at 8:32 p.m. and it was addressed to Paul Prislomic and John Lewin and the other participants in the trial legal counsel. And the email states, during the preparation of our summary relating to Lewis Levin, who is the next witness, yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
We inadvertently omitted certain information he conveyed to us in August of 2024. An omission we only realized after Mr. Phillips was asked questions about the prop gun's whereabouts on Friday. Accordingly, we met with Mr. Levin today, who reiterated the following information that he conveyed previously. Mr. Levin was involved in the decision-making with Rocky not to carry the prop gun after November 6th of 2021 because it did not serve its intended purpose of acting as a deterrent. Consequently, Mr. Levin took possession of the prop gun after November 6th of 2021 and subsequently contacted a co-writer/co-director on the DMB music video from which it was obtained in order to make arrangements to return it while in New York. In that regard, Mr. Levin met at the Roxy Hotel in New York with the co-writer/co-director and gave him the prop gun and accompanying accessories. Mr. Levin is prepared to provide you, the prosecutors, with the name and contact information for the co-writer/co-director and also to meet with you tomorrow at 9:30. This is late discovery. Without casting any aspersions, I am not accepting the
Prosecution.
Sorry.
Who was that? What was that noise?
I opened my laptop and the sound came out. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm not accepting that it was inadvertent. There is a summary that was provided by the defense to the prosecution as required by Penal Code Section 1054, and it lists a number of areas that Mr. Levin is going to be testifying about. There is no mention in the summary about him taking possession of the prop gun and what he did with it after. Now, there's a case called People versus Jackson. That site is 15 Cal Court, 1197. In this case, the court completely precluded defense witnesses, a defense witness, because here, I'm going to quote from the case. Here, because the testimony was allegedly exculpatory, the trial court refused to believe defense counsel did not seriously consider calling the witness until moments before he did. Even if withholding the identity of the witness was not willful, lesser sanctions would not have been adequate. Immediate disclosure or contempt of counsel would have been insufficient because the people would not have had a meaningful opportunity to rebut or impeach the statement. Similarly, a continuance would have been inadequate because the declarant's whereabouts were unknown, and thus her unavailability precluded the people from cross-examining her. The people would have been unduly prejudiced by admitting the testimony without an opportunity for cross-examination, and the integrity of the adversary process would have been compromised, as parties with little to lose would be encouraged to not comply with pre-trial discovery rules. The court did not abuse its discretion in precluding the testimony. And this is what the the court in Jackson also ruled. Rather than comply with reciprocal discovery rules by giving the people the name of the witness and the proposed testimony, he chose to surprise the people with the statement at trial. Admitting such potentially unreliable evidence, untested by cross-examination, would not only have prejudiced the people's case, but would have undermined the discovery process. So the situation we have is not quite like Jackson, but it approaches Jackson. I believe that under Jackson, I would have had the authority to preclude Mr. Lewin from giving any testimony about this recently discovered evidence, or this information that was recently turned over to the police about him taking possession of the prop gun and what he did with it. If I did that, however, the defense case would be prejudiced. But then I'm also concerned about prejudice to the people, because this came late in the game. So this is the way I thought it could be remedied, so that neither side is prejudiced and both sides can fully present their case. Before Mr. Lewin takes the stand, I required that he agree to a complete interview by the prosecution, and I understand that happened.
Yes, after initially refusing to speak with us, he spoke
Alright,
to us a few moments ago.
I also required that the person who took possession of the gun, the director in New York, that he be interviewed on tape by the people, and if Mr. Lewin testifies to anything that is inconsistent with any prior statements he made to this person in New York, that the tape can be played to impeach Mr. Lewin's testimony, if there is any. So that's the way we're going to remedy to ensure both sides are treated fairly, neither side is prejudiced, both sides get to fully present their case. Now, I understand, Mr. Lewin, you interviewed Mr. Lewin for a period of time, and you said some additional information has come forward that you did not have on Friday, which relates to the witness on the stand now?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor, both from, it's going to be important, I don't want to disclose it, but I can tell you that based on what we're being told now, there are going to be questions I'm going to have to ask of the current witness on the stand. With that in mind, I'm asking the court for an additional 30 minutes, and I understand the court has given 90. I'm going to ask for an additional 30 minutes, and I can promise the court I will finish during that time.
All right, is this information that you did not have on Friday while you were cross-examining the witness?
Yes, that is correct.
So, when did you discover this additional information?
And, well, I discovered it in speaking to the individual, and just so it's clear, when they turned over the information last night, they still did not identify who the person was. When the court ordered that it be turned over this morning, they didn't immediately turn it over. I found out who the person was sometime around 8:30 this morning, and we were able to call him, and we interviewed that individual.
Did his identity and contact information come from someone on the defense?
Yes, so eventually they supplied it. I sent a very nasty email explaining to them that I wasn't asking for it, the judge ordered it, and they better turn it over. And they finally turned it over.
All right.
Then you begin this morning. We then interviewed Mr. Lewin, and there are, as a result of those two interviews, there are some issues that I now need
All right,
to inquire
okay.
on.
All right, I had said Friday, 90 minutes, and that was in stone, 90 minutes. However, because of the new information, you'll get the additional 30 minutes.
We appreciate it.
So it's a total of 2 hours and not 121 minutes, 120 minutes.
Right, although you did say, Ron, you would let my co-counsel have the clock.
Yeah, I don't care who times it, but
You were a little quick on blood here, Your Honor.
so it's going to be 2 hours from the time he takes the stand.
Yes.
I just want to remind everybody at council table CCP 177 still applies. I'm not going to tolerate any speaking objections, arguing with a witness, arguing with each other, snide comments made to each other, and arguing with a decision of mine. That still remains in full force and effect. All right, let's bring in the jury.
Your Honor, there's one last thing that we need to put on the record. One, regarding the court's last comment, we just want to make sure we have to get into grounds because we cannot respond if we don't get grounds. The court's ordered it, so I would assume
The defense is well aware.
Okay.
If there's an objection, the legal basis has to be, it has to be stated.
The second issue, Your Honor, is the court said the court did not want to, quote, cast aspersions on either side. The court has found that this was not inadvertent.
That's right, and nothing more need be said about it. I did not find it was inadvertent. That's why I came up with the remedy I did. I don't want to talk any more about it than I already have. Let's bring in the jury. Oh, and 12 years. Parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Phillips is on the stand. And Mr. Lewin, you may resume.
I want to first ask you, Mr. Phillips, have you had any contact, that means by text, in person, smoke signals, whatever it might be, any contact with the defendant or his attorneys since you were sitting in court on Friday?
No, sir.
So I want to go back to the end of the first incident. And you understand when I say first incident and second incident, you understand what I mean, right?
If you could be more detailed, just so we can be on the same page.
Sure. So the first incident is going to be the incident by the parking garage, by the W. The second incident is going to be where the shooting happened in the parking lot. So when I say first incident, I mean the first incident. Second incident is the one in the parking lot. You understand that now?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you, how did the first incident by the parking garage entrance, how did that end? What caused that to end?
By me telling Rocky to go around the corner, and also by Ills, I guess, trying to calm down, right?
You would agree that that first incident ended only because there were literally people walking by the defendant as he took out that gun, correct?
No.
Do you remember people walking by the defendant as he had the gun out?
I remember seeing people walk up the hill, yes.
This is my question. Do you remember seeing individuals walking directly by the defendant after he removed the gun and had the gun in his hand?
I did not see individuals walking directly next to him.
Okay, let me show you. We're going to put up again People's 15. So I want you to watch. You're going to see steps. There's the gun out. Now they're off camera, and you see Sabit. Did you see two sets of footsteps that were walking from the direction to the left of the screen, past where you guys were all standing, toward the right of the screen.
Yes.
And would you agree that if we rewind that, they are literally walking by? You can't see where they are, but you can see their feet. They are walking by literally the spot where the defendant has the gun at the time he has the gun out, correct?
Can I see it again?
Sure. So they're off screen now. There's the gun is put back, and there are those individuals. You would agree they've walked extremely close, if not directly by where the incident was occurring, correct?
They walk by us, yes.
So you would agree that if Mr. Mayers had decided to use that gun right at that point, that would have been directly in front of those individuals.
Can you rephrase it?
So if he had decided, I want to take that gun out, and I want to use it, I want to shoot it at Relli, that would have been done directly in front of those two people.
I can't answer a hypothetical question, but he did not do it on the screen.
Listen to my question. You just agreed that they were literally walking by the exact spot where this incident was going on, correct?
Yes.
So what I'm telling you, asking you, would you agree, sir, that if Rocky at that point, Mr. Mayers, had actually used the gun that we saw him remove, it would have been done directly in front of those people?
No objection, close to speculation.
I can't agree because you see him going in the opposite direction, and you can see the people walking in another direction from him. You don't see them running, you don't see them trying to like evade anything, you just see them walking.
So I didn't ask you, sir, if in fact those individuals ever saw the gun. I asked you, would you agree that if he had decided to use the gun at that point, it would have been right where those people were, correct?
I can't agree.
All right. What, after the first incident ended, would you agree that although Relli was angry, he did not ever respond by pulling any weapon himself, correct?
Correct.
And would you also agree that as you're personally aware, Relli never had any weapon with him that you ever saw during either of these two incidents, correct?
Aside from using his hands, I didn't see anything else.
So I just asked you about a weapon. Do you consider Relli's hands to be a weapon?
Honestly, yes.
Okay, so other than his hands, did he have a weapon? Gun, knife, club, any weapon that you saw?
To be honest, I only seen his hands, and his hands could be considered a weapon.
If you can answer the question I'm asking, it would be helpful. Listen to my question, sir. Did you ever see any weapon other than his hands in Relli's possession at any point during either of the two incidents?
I seen his hands, yes.
All right.
Your Honor, could the court
Mr.
instruct
Phillips, this is what he's asking. We understand that you believe that Relli's hands were weapons.
Yes.
What he's asking you, though, is did you see him with a gun at all, any time that night?
I said no. I said
All right.
no weapons.
Did you see him with a knife?
No,
Did you see him with a club?
no.
Did you see him with any kind of weapon that could be, offensive weapon that could be used against someone else?
Thank you, Your Honor. What is the first thing that you remember happening after the first incident ended? So what happened?
After the first incident happened, after the first incident happened, I just recall Rocky being around the corner first, because I told him to go. Also, Ills trying to calm Rel down, Rel in the back, kind of angry and like volatile, getting ready to make a move, but I'm telling Rocky, yo, leave, so that's the first thing I seen. First thing I seen was Rocky leave, then Ills speak to Relli, and then Relli start picking up more energy to like get closer to Rock.
And it's your testimony at this point in time, you have not seen Relli hit anybody, correct?
Not yet.
Okay. And you've also talked about how large and muscular Relli is, correct?
Yes.
You mentioned that Relli is much stronger than you. He's much stronger than Ills. He's much stronger than Mr. Mayers, correct?
Yes.
So would you agree, sir, that the reason that Relli hasn't hit anybody at this point in time is because Relli didn't want to hit anybody at this point in time?
Objection, Your Honor. For state of mind speculation.
Read the question back, please, guys.
Would you agree, sir, that the reason that Relli hasn't hit anybody at this point in time is because Relli didn't want to hit anybody at this time?
Sustain.
Was there anything preventing Relli from punching Ills?
At that moment, I feel like his eyes was on Rocky. So I'm not too sure what was his state of mind. I'm not too sure.
I didn't ask you state of mind. I'm going to ask you again. He's right next to Ills, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything that would have stopped him from physically being able to punch Ills?
He did end up punching Ills.
You just testified that he did not punch Ills.
No, I'm saying he did end up punching Ills. So can you explain it to me so I can understand?
Sure. I'm only talking about this first incident, all right? You're saying, you talked about how Relli is angry.
Yes.
And even though I didn't ask you, you interjected during the last question how Relli was, quote, planning his next move or about to make a move.
Objection, argument.
Overruled.
So my question is, since you said Relli was, quote, about to make a move, you would agree that at that point in time, we're still at the first scene, at the parking structure, there was nothing to stop Relli from punching Ills right at that time, correct?
Correct.
There was nothing to stop Relli from punching you at that time, correct?
I wasn't that close. It was space between us.
Well, did you ever see Relli charge you and try to punch you?
Yes, I did.
So you're telling me that at that first incident, you're now testifying that Relli tried to punch you?
I'm saying when we turned the corner, this is still a part of the same incident. I understand you trying to separate it, but it's still the same incident when he's coming around the corner.
And you're telling me Relli tried to punch you when he went around the corner?
Yes.
And can you tell us where in your statement you ever mentioned this fact that you're now testifying to?
Objection, Your Honor. It's not his statement. Due to this.
It's a statement that they provided.
The objection's overruled.
You want me to show you the statement?
I don't need to see the statement.
Have you ever told the defense that the defendant, that Relli tried to punch you in this case?
I had to tell them that because you can see it clear on the video. He's coming towards me.
So you're saying he's coming towards you and you're saying he tried to punch you. Which is it? Did you physically see him with his fist try to punch you?
So, would you like me to explain? I can explain.
Well, I
what
want
he
you to
is.
answer the question I've asked you.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
So-
For one, after he hit Ills, I heard him running towards me, and then that's when I juke and I run to the side.
Wait a minute, you just testified, sir, that Relli never tried to hit Ills at the first scene. That didn't happen until the second scene.
Okay, I'm explaining the whole situation. So to you, it might be one incident, two incidents. To everybody, it's just one incident.
No, sir, I clarified with you, and you told me you understood. We were talking about two separate incidents. I asked you specifically what happened during the first
So
incident.
the first
I'm
incident.
not done with my question. When I'm done, you'll know.
Judge, objection. When I'm done, we'll know. Argumentative bad room.
Argument, sustain, this is being right.
Sir, please listen to my question. I'll let you know when the question is over. You were previously asked whether or not Relli hit Ills during the first incident. You said no. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
You are now saying that, in fact, Relli did hit Ills during the first incident, correct?
I'm not saying Relli hit Ills during the first incident. No, he did not hit Ills during the first incident.
So I want to be clear. I'll let you know when I'm talking about the second incident.
No problem.
So what I asked you is you would agree that had Relli wanted to hit either of the three of you, Ills, yourself, or the defendant, during the first incident, and between the first and the second incident,
Yes.
there was nothing physically from stopping him from doing that.
If we talk about the first incident, right?
Yes.
The first incident where he put his hands on Rocky?
Yes.
Okay, so the first incident, he did put his hands on somebody.
Your Honor, can the court, I have a limited time. The witness is repeatedly, intentionally not answering my
Yeah.
questions.
Ask, all right, listen very carefully to the question, and just answer the question. Okay, ask the question again.
Isn't it true that during the first incident and between the first and second incident, that there was nothing physically preventing Relli from punching or hitting you or Ills or the defendant? That's a yes or a no question. Do you agree that that is correct?
I don't agree.
So my question is, can you tell me, you've explained how strong Relli is. You explained that he's stronger than you, he's stronger than the defendant, he's stronger than Ills. So my question is, what exactly was preventing him from punching any of the three of you during the first incident or between the first and the second incident?
I don't know what exactly was stopping him, aside from it was saying, trying to calm him down. It was trying to calm him down. And also, we were trying to get from where we were. So maybe because we were moving, that's the only thing that could have stopped him from hitting us, because we were moving away from him.
Well, Relli did not chase after the three of you running and trying to assault any of you, correct?
He followed us.
Do you know the difference between following and chasing somebody?
Well, I feel like there's different ways to follow. You can follow by walking or you can follow by running.
Was he running after you guys, chasing you at any point in time?
We didn't run, we walked around the corner.
So if you walked around the corner and Relli did not catch up to you, then you agree he was not running after you, trying to catch you, correct?
That's not true, because when we turned the corner, Relli was right next to it. Was
So now your testimony is that in fact Relli was chasing you down, is that correct?
I said Rel was following Ills. He was following Ills.
So when you get to the area where the second incident occurred, I want you to describe exactly what happened when the second incident began. So I want you to actually explain to us, you're walking between the first incident and the second incident, and I want you to now describe how does the second incident start?
And so we're on the same page. Can you explain to me, to yourself, where do you feel as though the second incident started?
Well, the second incident, you testified on direct, started when you get to the parking lot.
No, I know what I said, but you asked me a question. I just want to be able to answer the question efficiently.
When you get to the parking lot, that is when, in your mind, the second incident started, correct?
To me, as soon as we turn the corner,
Okay, so which corner are you describing when you turn? And I'm not going to make you do streets because I know it's complicated. My question is, are you talking about when you turn the corner right where the parking lot is, where the second incident starts? Or are you talking about when you turn the corner leaving the first incident?
so basically, from my recollection, because I can't see the video right now, the second incident starts as we turn the corner.
Turn the corner.
As we make the left. I believe we make the left.
Into the parking lot where the second incident, where the shots were fired, or are you talking about when you first leave a block and a half away?
So notice if we left a whole block away, we started walking. We didn't run, because this is still a friend, and there was no plans or anything to do to him. So why would we run from a friend? We just walking down the block. So also giving him time to just, I guess calm down. So we just walk down the block.
So you're talking about when you turn left, you mean after you've been walking and you get to where the parking lot is, where the shooting happened, correct?
So as soon as we got down the block and go to turn to the corner, we come around the corner a little bit, Rail attacks the Hills.
Okay, and can you describe how the attack goes?
From my recollection, he started swinging. He started just, throwing punches.
And those punches were landing on Hills, correct?
Yes,
And you ended up seeing an injury to Hill's upper knuckles, correct? You've seen the injury, is that right?
excuse me?
Judge Jackson.
Hills or?
Not Hills, I'm sorry, my fault. You've seen the injury to Relli's upper knuckles, correct?
I never seen him in person, so can you show me?
So let me ask something. Were you aware that Relli suffered an injury the night of November 6th to his upper knuckles? Upper finger, excuse me.
From what I heard, but I never seen an injury.
Okay, I'm gonna show it to you now. See?
This is the 17.
Do you see the injuries to his knuckles? Actually, the top of the fingers, do you see those injuries to the first three?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that before?
I've probably seen it like on the internet, but I never seen it up close. I never seen it.
And did you see it that night?
No.
Your position is you said Ills was getting punched by Relli, correct?
Yes.
And I don't want to get myself in trouble. Was that with a fist or an open hand?
I know it was his hand. I'm not too sure of the positioning of his hand.
You would agree, and you said before in your direct evidence, your direct testimony and cross-examination, on Friday you said that Relli punched Ills repeatedly with a fist. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So you're now talking about that's the incident you're referring to where Ills was punched by Relli, correct?
Yes.
And that was with a fist, correct?
Yeah, fist is on your hand, so I believe so.
And that was multiple times, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you've explained that Relli is extremely strong, correct?
Yes.
And we showed you the pictures of Ills from the next night, and you agreed you couldn't see any visible injuries, correct?
I never said that Ill's face was broken. I never said he had a black and blue on his eyes. I
Motion
said,
to
yeah.
strike is non-responsive.
Sustained.
Listen to my questions. You testified on Friday that you agreed that Ills did not have any visible injuries, correct?
Hold on, can you rephrase that? And do you mean by in the video that you showed the next day, you didn't say the video of the event? Because we can't.
Well, hold on a minute. Are you saying you remember him having visible injuries?
I'm asking you, can you rephrase it? Because you're just saying, you're saying from the video or what event?
Well, let's take it one at a time. You testified on Friday that the visible injury, you said that his lip was bleeding.
His lip was bleeding, yes.
And you agreed that in the video that you saw, you couldn't see his lip bleeding.
Judge, objection, which video? That's what he says.
Well,
Which video?
I showed you a video
Would you like to show me again?
on Friday.
You talking about the video that was taken the following day?
Yes, the video
That's
taken
the
the
video he's
following
talking
day
about. Okay.
where he has the flag on. You said, we had it up there.
Yes.
You could not see any visible injury to his face, correct?
Also,
Is that correct?
Yes or no?
yes.
So my question to you is, if Relli is punching him multiple times with his fist. Do you know why there was no visible injury?
I have no idea.
Okay. I want to now show you, you said that, let me ask it this way. So it's your position that the second incident started because Relli attacked Ills, is that correct?
Yes,
And it's your position that that incident started and that it was the defendant pulling out what you said is a prop gun in response to that, is that correct?
can you rephrase that?
You're saying that the defendant pulled the prop gun out, what you said is a prop gun, in response to Relli punching Ills.
From the first situation or the second video? Because I'm trying to be sure.
In the second incident,
Yes,
you said the second incident started when all of a sudden Relli starts attacking Ills, punching him.
yes,
Is that correct?
yes,
And you've also, I want to be clear, you've said that on direct examination, that that is the reason that you saw that the defendant pulled out the gun, because he was trying to protect Ills who was under attack. Is that correct?
in the second situation.
Yes.
Can you show me the video so we could all see it together and I can explain to you?
Oh, we're going to watch the video,
Yes.
but before that, I'm asking you, that is what you have said, correct?
Yes.
All right, now we're going to watch the video. I want you to pay close attention as we watch this video. This is people 17. I want you to pay close attention as to whether or not there is contact between Relli and Ills before the defendant pulls out his gun.
This is people 15.
You're watching on the top left. Stop. You would agree that at this moment right here, that the defendant has removed the gun and is walking towards where Relli and Ills are, correct?
No.
I want you to tell me, use the pointer. I want you to tell me, identify each person on the screen, please.
Okay, can you rewind it
Sure.
right here?
Yeah, we'll rewind it. Who's in the red?
I'm in the red.
You're the easiest one to identify because the red, right? Okay,
So
so stop it.
stop it.
Okay,
That's Rocky.
okay.
That's myself. I believe over here is Ills. I can't tell you.
Okay, do you agree that at this point in time, there is no contact, and there has not been any contact at this second incident between Relli and Ills?
Well, yes.
Okay, we're gonna keep playing it. Stop. Okay, watch it again, and I'm gonna ask you, when we get there, would you agree that the defendant turns around and pulls out his gun? Stop. Gun is coming out now, and I want you to point to where the defendant is and where Ills is.
Well, I see the defendant, but I don't see him pulling out his gun. I don't see him.
You go and you point to where the defendant is, I'm sorry, where Ills is and where Relli is.
So this would be the defendant.
Yep.
This would be myself.
Yeah,
Over here would be Ills.
yeah.
And I believe this would be Red.
Would you agree that up to this point, Relli, at this second incident, has not made any physical contact with Ills?
Can you play the video?
Listen to my question. Up until this point, and I'll keep playing, do you agree that there has been no physical contact that Relli has made with Ills?
Right here, there's
Yeah.
no physical contact.
And no physical contact right before, correct?
Right before we done, right before here, no contact. Right
Okay,
here.
that's at 56 seconds.
This is on the file labeled combined surveillance video, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
No, we're just clarifying for the record, sir. So you would agree, this is the beginning of the second incident, correct?
I would say this is the second incident, yes.
Is it the beginning of the second incident?
No, because I would say the beginning of the second incident is when Relli puts his hands on Ills. So that's when it becomes an incident, because before then, we were leaving.
So the second incident hasn't started yet, according to you, correct? Because there's been no hands,
There's,
is that right?
there's no hands from it, there's nothing going on from anybody right
Okay,
now.
so I just want to be clear. So in your position, where we are right now, at 56 seconds, the incident has not started yet, correct? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Watch. Stop. You would agree that the defendant advances towards where Relli and Ills are before Relli makes any attempt to make contact with Ills, is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Would you agree that before there's any contact between Relli and Ills, the defendant has already taken out his gun?
That's not correct.
Okay? Please play it, rewind it, and we'll play it going forward. Okay? Keep watching, sir. Want to stop? Where were you when this second incident started?
Well, referring to when I said it began,
Yeah.
when Relli attacked Ills, I was right there, I was right next to him.
What did you do as soon as the defendant, you saw him take out his gun? What did you do?
Can you rephrase that?
When the defendant took out his gun, you ran towards that wall for safety, correct?
No, I ran towards the wall. When, if you could play it, you could see Rel coming towards me. That's when I moved.
Play it again. So your position is you were going, I thought Relli is attacking Ills. Is Relli attacking Ills or is he going after you? Which is?
So Relli hit Ills, he got Ills out the way, and then he tried to hit me. And I stated before, I'm not fighting Rel because my inguinal hernia.
We're gonna
So
play.
so I juked and moved.
We're gonna play, and I want you to tell me, I want you to yell stop when you see the point where Relli is trying to hit you.
Stop.
This is where you're saying Relli is trying to hit you.
Yep, and then you see me moving.
Let me ask you, you would agree that by this time, the defendant has the gun out, correct?
The warning shot came,
Listen to my question. By this point in time, the defendant has the gun out already.
the prop is out after Ills is attacked, not before, after.
Listen to my question. It's pretty simple. I'm not asking you about when Ills was attacked. I'm saying at this point in the video, before you start running towards the wall, he has the gun out, correct? That's a yes or a no.
I don't recall. I recall the prop being out after Relli attacked, after Relli moved, never before.
Let's watch it
Not before I ran.
Watch it again, please. You said you don't recall, and then you all of a sudden recall. So
No, I'm
watch
just
it.
recalling about
Watch it again.
That's stricken, please.
Yeah, that's the statement by Mr. Lewis.
Stop. In fact, sir, you don't run until the defendant fires the first shot, correct?
I don't run until after Relli tries to hit me.
Listen to my question. Did you just see, sir, listen, do you see the defendant firing a shot in what we just saw? We'll play it again for you.
Can you play me again?
Sure. Stop.
That's the first shot.
And you start running right after that shot, correct?
Relli is already running towards me, so
Listen, motion strike is non-responsive. I'm not asking you what Relli did. I'm asking you, this is a yes or no question.
I did not run from the shots.
Listen to my question. I'm not asking you what you ran from. Listen. Isn't it true that the timing, you do not run until after that first shot is fired? Yes or no?
Well, yes,
Okay. And it's your position, sir, that you knew it was a prop gun when it came out, correct?
yes,
And it's your position that Relli knew it was a prop gun when it came out, correct?
yes.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Phillips, that what's happening in that video is not Relli attacking Ills, it's him trying to use Ills as a shield so he doesn't get shot?
No,
Let's run it, please. Stop. You agree at this point in time at, I can't see, at 55 seconds, Relli still has not hit Ills yet, correct?
correct.
Okay. And you would agree that right at this point in time, this is when the gun is going to come out, and that the defendant is going to advance towards where Relli and Ills are. Is
I
that
don't
correct?
agree.
You don't agree with
I
that?
don't agree.
Watch the video, please. Stop. He is about to fire the shot. Do you agree?
You said he's about to?
Yes, right now.
Oh, okay, so can you play it one more time?
I'm going to play through, but do you agree he's about to fire the shot?
No, can I see it?
Yeah,
Just so I
okay,
can explain it
okay.
to you?
Do you agree that you have not started moving yet at that point in time, correct? You're not running yet, right? We'll play it again. Go ahead. That's okay. Gun is out, and now he's about to fire. Boom! Shot happens, and you run after, correct?
I run because if you
That is not what I asked you. Motion strike is non-responsive.
Objection.
Stop. The answer is non-responsive.
Sir, listen.
He's asking you a question.
Okay,
Wait, hold on. He's asking you a question which calls for a yes or a no.
I'm not asking you why you ran. I'm asking you, isn't it true that you do not run until after the defendant fired the shot?
That's not true.
That is not true. So, play it one more time, and I want you to tell me when the shot is fired. You tell me when you see that first shot fired, please.
Yes.
Okay, you tell me, you say, stop when the first shot is fired.
Stop.
Okay. Do you agree, sir, you are just about to start running, but you have not started running yet? Agreed?
After the first shot? After the first shot?
Yes.
I'm not running. You see me still right there.
Okay, the first shot's fired. Keep playing.
Then you see me run. That's not a shot.
So what I asked you before was, isn't it true that the first shot was fired before there was ever any contact between Relli and Ills? You said no, but you would agree when you watch this, the first shot is fired before your allegation that Relli was attacking Ills, correct?
That is not true. On the
Okay.
video, you can see.
Motion strike, everything after that is not true. Isn't it true, sir, that the reason that you ran after the first shot was because you knew it was not a prop gun and you were worried that you might get shot in the crossfire?
No.
How many shots did you hear getting fired?
I want to say just two. But after the first,
No, that's enough. I want you to keep watching the video. And I want you to tell me when you see the second shot being fired. Okay. Let me just stop for a second. would you agree that between shots, that Relli is grabbing Ills and trying to use him as a shield?
No, really, the whole time?
Motion strike,
Is the
everything
answer
after
no?
was
No.
not fine.
All right, the answer's no.
Would you agree that after the first shot was fired, that the defendant is maneuvering his gun in what appears to be an attempt to find a line of fire toward Relli?
No.
All right, let's play it, please. Stop. Is this what we've just seen? Is this where you are saying that Relli was punching Ills?
Yes.
And is this also where you are saying that having watching this, you do not believe that Relli was attempting to use Ills as a shield?
I do not believe that.
And let me ask them, did you see during the second shot, did you see between the first and second shot, the defendant repositioning himself and running around himself?
Can you rephrase that?
Between the first and second shots, did you see the defendant repositioning himself and the gun?
From my recollection, I've never seen him reposition the gun. I seen him have his hand, I believe. up
Motion
in the
strike,
air.
everything else is not responsive. Let's play that again, please. I want you to watch. Sir, isn't it true that what you just saw is you saw between the first and second shots, Relli holding Ills, trying to keep Ills between he and the defendant literally running around with his gun, attempting to get a line of sight on Relli?
No.
Let me ask you something. You testified that everybody, including Relli, knew it was a prop gun, right?
Yes.
If it's a prop gun, and Rocky knows that everyone knows it's a prop gun, can you tell me, are you aware of why he would have a need to be repositioning himself between shots? Do you know?
No.
Would you agree that if it's a prop gun, and that Relli knows it's a prop gun, that it's going to have no effect on stopping Relli from doing anything because he already knows it's prop gun?
Correct, because it didn't stop him.
So we know, you're saying it didn't stop him, but this is my question. Your testimony is that the entire time, Relli knows this is a prop gun.
Yes.
You're telling me that when it's pulled on him at the first scene, he basically says, put that fake gun away, correct?
Yes.
You're telling me that the second scene, when the gun is taken out and fired, Relli knows it is a prop gun, correct?
Yes.
You're telling me that when Relli is running around, that he still knows it's a prop gun, correct?
He wasn't running around. He's hitting hips, so he's not running nowhere.
Okay. But that entire time, you're saying Relli knows it's prop gun.
Yes.
Can you tell me, are you aware, sir, of how that prop gun, if Relli knows it's a prop gun, how that in any way is going to stop him from allegedly attacking Hills? Do you know?
Well, just the sound. That's all I can say is the sound.
So you're telling me that even though Relli knows it's not real, that he's going to stop attacking Hills because of a sound from a fake gun that he knows is fake? Is that your testimony?
It was the sound from the prop, also the sound from the car alarms. It was drawing a lot of attention to the situation. So, as you can see, Relli didn't run. He got a couple more hits on Ills.
Motion's, okay, that's fine. Can you tell me, how does this incident end?
How does this incident end?
How does it end?
Okay. Well, after the incident, as you can see, It's a lot of attention being drawn to us. The call homes are going off.
Okay.
I push Rocky, yo, bro, let's go. We out. Because our voice before, yo, we should have been left, you know? So now we're leaving. We're going in the opposite direction.
Let me stop you. You would agree, Mr. Phillips, that this incident ended because you literally pushed Rocky away, and that his initial response was to push back at you as if he wanted to go back and do some more. Would you agree?
No.
Let's watch the video, please. Stop. Would you agree, sir, you are literally pushing Rocky away, who is trying to advance towards back what is going on?
So actually,
Motion to strike is non-responsive. That is a yes or a no.
could you raise your question, please?
Isn't it true that what you just watched, you are literally pushing Rocky away from going back towards where Relli and Ills were?
Yes.
Correct? So, you would agree that as this incident ends, none of you stop to pick up any casings, correct?
Rephrase that?
When this incident ends, none of the three of you, Ills, the defendant, yourself, stop to pick up any casings that are at the scene, right?
No.
Is that correct?
No, I left the scene.
Right. None of you go, do any of you pick up any expended
We
casings?
all left the scene, sir.
Did you pick up any expended casings?
No.
Did anybody at the scene that you saw pick up expended casings?
No.
In fact, Relli didn't pick up anything either, correct?
I have no idea what really did it.
I thought you said you were watching him the whole time.
Oh, I'm saying you said that he picked something up.
You told us, continue to watch the video, I want you to watch it. You previously testified that you were watching Relli the whole time. Defendant is running away in this, right?
Yes, he's out.
He's gone.
Yes.
You would agree, sir, that at no point in time did the rest, any of the three of you that were left, pick up anything off the ground, correct?
I didn't pick anything up.
And did you see Ills pick anything up?
It was then, he picked the cell phone off the floor.
That's not what I asked you. Did Ills pick up anything off the ground?
I don't think so.
Did Relli pick up anything off the ground?
Rel was, if you could see the
Motion
video,
to strike is not responsive.
Did you see Relli pick up anything?
I didn't see Rel pick up anything.
So, it's your position that you, the first time that you ever saw the injuries to Relli's hand was when?
I'm not too sure the specific date, but it was only online.
Okay. You ever hit anybody? You ever been in a fight yourself in your life?
Yes.
When you hit them, do you hit them with your knuckles or do you hit them with the injury that he has to his hands?
Well, I'm not too sure how everybody else throws their punches. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't even know how to throw a punch. So I can't tell you how somebody else throws a punch.
Well, you basically said that Relli is a very strong guy. You worked out with him. Do you think, based on your experience knowing Relli for 20-something years, do you think Relli knows how to throw a punch?
No,
Oh, you don't think Relli knows how to throw a punch?
no.
Okay. So it's your position that the injuries on the fingers were from Relli punching Ills?
I believe so. I feel as though you could see him fighting Ills. I think he hit the floor.
Motion to strike, everything is after yes, it's not response. So I simply asked a yes or no question. He had it. Isn't it true that the reason that you got the defendant out of it was because you understood that he had just shot at somebody with a firearm and you were concerned that he was going to be in a bucket load of trouble?
No,
And it's your position that at that time, at that date, you knew that there is no way that the defendant could have done any damage to anybody because that was a fake gun.
It was a prop, yes.
And it's your position that Relli also knew that there's no way that the injuries that he had could have been from a gun because the prop gun that the defendant shot at him with was a phony, correct? Wasn't a real gun.
Can you rephrase that?
So you would agree that Relli also was aware that night that there's no way the injuries on his hand could have been caused by getting shot by the defendant because it was prop gun, it wasn't real.
I believe that, yes.
When did you first become aware that Relli was asking Mr. Mayers and his management team for money as a result of the incident?
Probably 2022.
Now, you would agree that as soon as you would have heard this, you would have known that that request was bogus because it wasn't a real gun, right?
Can you rephrase that?
As soon as you would have heard that Relli was trying to get money for allegedly being shot at, you would have known that that was a bogus allegation, an untrue allegation, because it was a prop gun and the defendant could have never shot him, right?
Of course, yes.
So, after you found that out, tell me when you went to the police to tell them what you knew.
I didn't go to the police.
Now, you discovered at a later point in time that not only had Relli gone to the police, but that the defendant had been charged in this case, correct?
Yes.
And as soon as you knew that, as soon as you heard it, you knew that those charges were unfair and never happened, correct?
Correct.
Did you go to the police then?
No.
Did you call the prosecutor then?
I didn't even know who the prosecutor was, so no.
So you were unable to figure out who to contact? Is that why you didn't go forward?
For one, I just didn't know, nobody said the prosecutor wanted to speak to me. Nobody said the LAPD wanted to speak to me. It was,
Now, listen to my question. I'm not saying whether they wanted to speak with you. This is your brother,
Yeah.
who you're saying is being charged unfairly for a crime he didn't commit. And you have the evidence to prove it didn't happen.
yes.
My question is, why didn't you come forward to tell the police and prosecutors what you knew?
Well, I don't have a particular reason, but they charged him. I guess it was going to trial. I believe I can tell my truth here. I didn't have to tell the LAPD or anybody else.
Wait, you didn't have a particular reason. Wouldn't a particular reason be that your brother is facing serious charges and you are able to tell the authorities it's not true?
I've never been in a situation where you could just go to, I guess, the law and tell them this will happen and the person is innocent.
So you couldn't figure out on your own, Mr. Phillips, that you could have picked up the phone, called Rocky's lawyers, called Rocky himself, called the police, called prosecutors, and say, hey, listen, this is not true. You couldn't figure that out on your own. Is that your testimony?
I've never seen that opportunity available.
At some point, you became aware that Relli had gone to the police. My question is, when did you learn that he had gone to the police?
To be honest, like I said, it had to be 2022. I'm not too sure.
So you're saying you did not know that Relli had gone to the police until sometime in 2022?
Yes,
Now, you knew for sure by April 2022 because it was being published on different websites that Relli was a snitch and a rat, correct?
no,
Oh, you didn't know about that? What number? 22? Who's that on the left side of the screen?
is that right?
Who's on the right side?
Barber.
Barney's another brother of yours, right?
Yes,
This is dated April 20th, 2022. You know what No Jumper is, correct?
I'm aware of what the platform is, but I'm not a supporter of No Jumper.
So I want to ask you something. When's the first time that you saw this post that says, at ASAP, Barry says that ASAP Relli snitched on ASAP Rocky causing his arrest earlier this morning. When's the first time that you ended up hearing that, seeing that?
Well, this is my first time seeing this post. So
You've never seen that post before today?
I have my own business. I'm not a part of the jumper.
So I'm not asking you a part of the jumper.
I'm not a part of no jumper.
When did you first learn that Relli was being labeled a snitch and a rat by other ASAP members and by the rap community?
But I checked other ASAP members and the rap community. There's one person here. I checked the characterization mistakes the evidence
That's,
on record.
now that's a speaking objection again. I'm just responding to double giving.
Right. Ms. Stacy,
Objection mistakes.
all right, read it back.
There's a question, so I'm not misstating my asking.
When did you first learn that Relli was being labeled a snitch and a rat by other ASAP members and by the rap community?
Also, you
It's
know,
not just stating anything, the overall like
Can you rephrase it?
can you read it back, please?
When did you first learn that Relli was being labeled a snitch and a rat by other ASAP members and by the rap community?
So I never learned from other ASAP members that he was being called a rat. I'm not a follower of No Jumper, you know, and Relli is not a musician, so other musicians aren't talking about Relli.
So you're telling me that these other ASAP members who you refer to as you are all brothers, correct?
Yes.
ASAP Bari is a brother, correct?
And to be honest,
Yes or no?
I haven't seen Barbie. I haven't seen him.
I have a question. When I'm asking you a question, instead of looking at me, you look over at the jury. Is there a reason why you're not looking at me when I'm asking you questions and why you're looking directly at the jury?
I'm looking at everybody. I'm giving eye contact to everybody. You know,
Has anybody told you that when you answer questions, you want to turn and look at the jury? You've been directed to do that?
no, but I have answered
Motion's
questions.
right, everything else is non-responsive.
everything after knows.
So, this is my question. ASAP Bari, you referred to him as a brother. I'm not done with my question. You previously referred to him as a brother. Now you are saying, not only did you not hear anything about these rat allegations involving Relli from Bari, but you never heard about it from any other ASAP. Is that correct?
No,
Is that correct?
no.
It is not correct.
I haven't heard it from anybody else in ASAP. And this is my first time seeing this. Like I said, I do not follow No Jumper.
What happened to the gun that was used in this incident? Do you know?
I don't know what happened to the prop, sir.
Have you ever asked Rocky what happened to the gun?
No.
Would, if that prop gun were here, and it was believed that that's what was used, you would agree that would be very helpful evidence.
Objection, Relevant.
Goes to his bias.
Objection, Relevant, also calls for speculation.
Staying on speculation grounds.
Would you agree that since the defendant is charged with firing a real firearm, that if you knew where the actual prop gun was, that would be likely helpful to the defendant?
On the same question, same objection.
Same ruling.
Where's the prop gun?
I don't know.
Have you ever asked?
No.
So it's your testimony that this incident happens, and the last time you saw the prop gun was when the defendant fired it and put it back in his waistband?
Can you rephrase the last part?
So, the last time you saw the prop gun was after the defendant fired it at that scene, and you got his weapon. It was in his waistband, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true, sir, that after that incident, you, or the defendant with your knowledge, you guys got rid of that gun?
No.
Not true?
That's not true. I have no idea. Because
Look.
when I left, I went back to my hotel.
Let me ask you, I want you to assume for a moment that instead of being a prop gun, that it was a real 9mm handgun. I want you to assume that. Are you following me?
You want me to answer?
No, I want to make sure you're following me. I'm having you assume it was a real gun.
I can't make any assumptions.
No, you can, because this is called hypothetical. I can have the judge explain to you. I want you to assume, for my question, that it was not a prop gun, that it was a real 9mm firearm.
Pretend it was a real gun.
If it was a real gun, would you agree that the defendant would have a motive to get rid of it?
Objection, false speculation.
Would you agree, sir, that being like a brother to the defendant, that you yourself would have a motive to get rid of that gun?
No,
So you're telling me that if it was a real firearm that was used in this incident, that you in no way can see where you would have a motive to get rid of the gun?
no,
Okay. As far as you know, where's that gun today?
sir, I have no idea where's the prop.
So, the defendant is like your brother, and you speak to him all the time, either directly, in person, by text, etc. Is that right?
I speak to him in person when I see him. He's very busy, so it's not that often.
Well, have you ever asked him what happened to the gun?
No,
Does that seem like a question that might be important?
no,
All right. Let me continue. Do you still speak to Ills?
yes,
And you would agree, you're aware that the defendant still speaks to Ills, right?
I believe so. I'm not too sure.
Well, when you're not too sure, you're saying you have not had a conversation with the defendant where the two of you talk about Ills?
We don't talk about ills, but we have been in family events, and ills has been there.
So it's your understanding that the defendant continues to have a relationship with Ills, correct?
Yes, we all friends, yes.
And you still continue to have a relationship with Ills, correct?
That's my friend, yes it is.
Where's Ills today?
Sir, I'm here. I'm not too sure.
Let me ask the question again. Where does Ills reside? Where is he today?
Objection, lacks personal knowledge.
I'm asking him, Your Honor, I can't last person, I'm asking him if he knows. There's a last
The
person.
question was, does he know? I
Yeah,
thought you asked him, where is he?
and do you know where Ills is?
No, sir.
Where is the last time you knew Ills to be?
In New York City,
In New York City. And when was this?
sir, maybe November
November of 2024.
224, yes.
And you are aware that Ills is aware that the defendant's been charged in this case, correct?
Objection, false speculation.
Sustained.
Have you ever had a conversation with Ills, by text, in person, etc., regarding the defendant's case?
No,
Has Ills ever said to you, at any point in time, that he is aware that his close friend, A$AP Rocky, has been charged in this case?
I never had this conversation with ills, I'm sorry.
So you've never had, since this incident happened on November 6, 2021, you've never had another conversation with Ills about what happened?
We spoke the week of, and it was just the fact that, it was sad that one of our brothers had a fight with another one of our brothers. So that was it.
And you've never spoken to Ills about what happened since that point in time?
No,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
Who's Wally Sagini?
Excuse me?
Wally Sagini. Who is he?
Well, I believe he works as I guess a liaison for different, I guess like tech companies. I'm not too sure.
He's also known as A$AP Wally, right?
No, he's not.
Isn't he a part of the collective?
He is not a part of ASAP.
Is he a part of AWGE?
I'm not too sure. I feel like he could just be an independent contractor. I'm not sure of his business.
Are you a part of AWGE?
I am a part of ASAP.
Are you a part of AWGE?
No, I'm on ASAP.
What's AWGE?
I don't know.
You've never heard of AWGE.
I've heard of it, but I'm not too sure like what it is exactly. Like a creative agency.
What do you know it to be?
I know the person that's involved with it is a creative person, and just to Me as a creative agency.
Is the defendant involved with AWG?
I believe so.
Well, when you say you believe so, how do you know? What are you basing it on?
Just from his creative curations.
Just based on, sorry?
Creative curations. So
What
it's
is
a
that?
creative agency.
Would you agree, let me back this up. Are you aware that Mr. Sagini is someone that regularly speaks or texts, has contact with the defendant?
I'm not too sure what he does.
So you don't know.
No.
How often do you have contact with Mr. Sagini?
Maybe once every 3 months.
And when's the last time you had contact with him?
Last year he was trying to help me get like something with sneakers. I'm heavy into sneakers. He was trying to get me like a marketing situation.
You said you watched some of the testimony in this case, previously testified at, do you recall?
Only like what I've seen on clips on the internet.
Well, so I assume you've seen clips on the internet of Wally Sagini's testimony, correct?
Actually I only seen his thumbnail.
His thumbnail.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Just a photo of him with his leg crossed, just looking at you.
So you didn't don't know any of his testimony at
No.
all? I want you to assume for a moment that Mr. Sagini testified that he was mediating the dispute between Relli and the defendant. I want you to assume that he testified that. Did he ever reach out to you, Relli, to talk to you about what happened so he could effectively mediate the situation?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Mr. Sagini about what happened on November 6th?
No.
Were you aware that he was, quote, mediating the situation with Relli?
I was not aware.
You would agree that Mr. Sagini is much closer to the defendant than he is to Relli, correct?
Well, possibly.
When you say possibly, you mean yes, correct?
I haven't seen Wally in years, sir, so I'm not too sure, like, what you're trying to explain to me. I haven't seen Wally.
Have you ever spoken to Mr. Sagini about Relli's lawsuit or about the criminal charges in this case?
No.
I want to talk about social media for a second. You're on the left board now? Because it's unusual. I will finish under my 2 hours. I know the court had me over, but I just wanted to get that out. I want to talk about social media for a second. In your industry, you would agree that sites like Instagram and the personas that are created in it, those are not necessarily meant to reflect reality, correct?
Yes.
So you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, so in other words, you have somebody, individuals in your world, they might be posing with money, guns, planes, women, etc. And just because they're posing with those items doesn't mean that, for instance, the plane or the money they're posing with is theirs. Is that right?
Well, it could be theirs for the moment, momentarily. They rented it or paid their way to get on there or whatever.
Right, but you would agree that Instagram is used by individuals in your field to create an image, a persona, and sometimes that persona might involve they want to look really wealthy, right?
As far as musicians,
As far as anybody in the ASAP world, or anybody in the rap entertainment world.
nah, I don't know. That's a broad comment because not everybody in the rap world is into planes, chains, cars. I like books.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, would you agree that when you have individuals who are posing, they are in the ASAP world, or in the rap world, and those individuals are posing on Instagram with private planes or wads of money, that is not necessarily a statement by those individuals that, hey, that's my claim, or I have all this money, then it's part of a persona that's created on social media, correct?
No.
You would disagree with that?
Yeah, I would disagree.
So in all of your posts,
Mhm.
have you ever posed with items in your Instagram, whether it be money or physical items, plane, cars, etc., that you didn't actually own?
Unless it was for a music video, no.
Well, music video would be the same thing, correct?
A music video is meant to be art. It's meant to be like a movie.
Okay. So it's your testimony that you believe that when an individual, so as an example, your position would be that if Relli has on his Instagram a bunch of photos of money or of a private plane,
Mhm.
that he is basically saying to the world, that's my private plane and that's my money, and it's like he's testifying in court when he does it?
But I object, it's irrelevant.
Relevant?
It's irrelevant. Also, speculation.
Rephrase it, please.
Okay, listen. So, I want you to assume for a moment that Relli has had on his Instagram pictures where he's posing with wads of money or private planes. Is it your testimony that it would be your belief that that is basically the same as coming into court and saying under oath, hey, that's my money and that's my plane?
Can you rephrase, because I don't understand it, like how it would be the same.
You would agree it's not the same, correct?
I don't think Instagram and court is the same.
Right, because Instagram is about creating an impression, creating a persona, and it's not necessarily about reality. Would you agree?
Well, it's a form of reality because you're doing it and you're showing it to people.
Are you aware that Instagram has rules on it where if you're going to post money for a plane, where you have to check a box that says, hey, that's actually my private plane, I own that?
I don't object more to that. I just added.
That's what?
Seems that
It's
it's
the
the
same
same.
objection.
Correct, it's the same.
I want you to assume for a moment, sir, you have an Instagram account, correct?
Yes, I do.
So I want you to assume for a moment that Relli has on his Instagram pictures, photos of money, photos of a plane. Does that mean to you that Relli is telling the world that is my money, that is my plane, or is that a persona that he is creating?
I feel as though, yes, because why would he post somebody else's money?
So again, as far as you know, you're unaware of individuals or yourself posting things on Instagram that aren't true.
I do not post things on Instagram that aren't true.
You agree that you refuse to return any messages from police or prosecutors, correct?
You said I refused?
Yeah, you return messages. You had a message left on your phone in New York City, and
Okay.
you didn't return it, correct?
To be honest, I get a million calls, so I probably didn't see it.
Okay. But you're not disputing, you're not gonna say, hey, we didn't reach out to you, you're saying, I just don't remember getting one.
When did you reach out to me?
So this is not question and answer,
I'm
okay? I'm asking the questions, you gotta give the answers. Let me be clear. Are you saying, you know what? I didn't deliberately not call you back, but I could have missed a call because I get a lot of messages. Is that correct?
I could have missed a call.
Okay. You are aware that we actually asked to speak with you in front of the judge, and you said you would not speak to us, correct?
Yes.
I want to go back and I want to make sure that we understand. You've spoken to the defense on only one occasion, is that correct?
I spoke to them, I believe, twice.
Twice? Okay. Where and when was the first time?
First time was in New York, August August of 2024,
Okay, and how long was that conversation?
maybe an hour.
Okay, and the second time was when?
I believe last week.
Last week, okay. You are aware that we received what was represented as your statement on January 20th, the day before trial started. And I could-
You didn't finish the question.
I want you, you would agree, there are 12 bullet points here, is that correct?
There's objection on multiple grounds.
On what?
Name one.
One of them is this was asked and answered on Friday, I think. Number two,
Sustain. Just did the question.
Your Honor, given what we discussed this morning, it takes on new relevance.
All right.
we approach harm.
No, no.
And then we're
I'm
also,
No.
another ground.
All right, I'm gonna assume that what you said this morning justifies this line of question.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 12 bullets, which is supposed to comprise your entire statement that you've given to the defense in this case. You had a chance to look at this, correct?
Yes, this is not me.
Oh, I'm sorry, this one. I don't know upside down. This one. That's you, correct?
Yes,
12 bullet points. You're aware this was given to the prosecution on January 20th. the day before
Objection.
this-
Relevant statement.
Okay.
This was given to the prosecution, to us, on January 20th, the day before trial started.
Objection.
Hold on. What is the objection?
Irrelevant.
Sustain. Sustain.
At any point in here, is there any information about prior specific incidents of the defendant carrying a prop gun, which you testified to on direct examination?
Judge, objection, this was covered at Friday.
That's not a legal objection.
Ask and answer.
And Your Honor, based on,
Sustain. 177.5, don't argue. It was, the objection sustained.
is there any indication in your statement about specific incidents involving Rocky, the defendant, being threatened or being the target of violence or home invasion?
Yes or no?
Huh?
yes,
I'm telling him, it's a yes or a no.
Is there any, are there specific incidents listed?
it says, for security measures which he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasion.
Yes, does it list what those incidents of violence and home invasion were?
But that's a summary, so I told them.
Most,
they-
you told them what the answers were,
So,
correct?
no, I told them what the answer was. No, I'm actually clarifying that I said he was victims of violence, home invasions, and other things before. It says that, it doesn't say specifically, because it's a summary.
You were asked on direct examination, and you gave specific incidents that you listed. Do you recall that?
Yes,
My question is, did you tell the defense about those specific incidents when you were interviewed?
Again, I object that this answer and answer, nothing to do with anything you from swimming. That's what
Over,
I'm asking.
over.
Is it your testimony that you told the defense about these specific incidents?
yes,
Is it your defense that you told the defense?
Wait, is it his defense?
No, I said that he told the defense about these specific incidents. He said
I
yes.
thought you said, is it your defense?
No.
He did say.
Is it your position
There you go.
that you told the defense about those specific incidents
You just said yes.
during your interview?
You said yes.
I'm trying to clarify, the court said I asked the question with the wrong word. So is your answer yes? Is it your position that you specifically told the defense about the prior incidents involving Rocky and the prop gun?
hold on, the prior incidents, what you mean prior incidents?
Would you agree, sir, that the only mention in your report about a prop gun is the sentence, during the altercation, Relli told Rocky in some substance to put the fake gun away?
No, that's the first time.
And then,
Problem. That's
and
before
then
that.
the part that you read, Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures, which he was known to do after being a victim of violence and home invasions.
That's, if you listen, violence and home invasions, those are the incidents.
So my question is, you testified on direct examination that there were 3 other incidents you could recall where you saw Rocky with a prop gun.
Okay,
Did you tell the defense that during your interviews?
yes.
Do you see any mention of those
Objection
incidents?
is relevant.
It's irrelevant whether he sees it.
All right. Have you ever given your cell phone to the police to have all of its contents copied and analyzed?
No,
Would you agree you've never provided anything to the police in this case?
they never,
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
Those
no,
3, yes or no?
Have you given anything to the police in this case?
no.
Have you given anything to the prosecution in this case?
Just this interview here, no. Besides that, no.
Did you and I have an interview, or did I cross-examine you on the stand after you were called by the defense?
You're asking me questions here, so to my knowledge, if somebody's asking you questions, that's an interview. So that's all I'll say.
And did you agree to this interview?
Can I answer thoroughly?
That's a yes or no question.
Yes, when you ask me right here, I say yes.
So, sir, are you aware that you were called as a witness by the defense in this case?
Yes,
Are you aware that once you're called as a witness by the defense, that by law, I get to cross-examine you?
yes,
So would you agree, sir, this is not a voluntary interview or conversation we're having? You're in a court testifying for the defense, and I'm cross-examining you, is that correct?
yes,
So, do you now strike that? Isn't it true, sir, that as you sit here, that you do not want your friend, your brother, to be convicted in this case, whether he shot Relli with a real gun or not, correct?
can you rephrase that?
Isn't it true that as you sit here today on that witness stand, that you do not want your friend, your brother, Rocky, to be convicted in this case, even if in fact he shot Relli with a real gun?
I was there, he didn't. So no, I do not want him to be guilty.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
It is.
Listen to my question. Isn't it true, sir, that even if the defendant shot Relli with a real gun, that because he's your brother and he's your friend, you do not want him to be convicted?
Can you please rephrase it in a way that I understand?
Okay, I'm gonna try it again. Listen to my question. You repeatedly testified that you don't believe that the defendant did not commit this crime. We
Correct.
understand that. That's not my question. Listen to what I'm asking you. Even if, sir, he committed the crime, even if he shot at Relli with a gun, even if that were true, because of your close relationship with him, because you view him as a brother, you do not want him to be convicted. Isn't that correct?
I really don't understand the question.
You want me to try?
I'm gonna try. What's that?
Sure. All right. Pretend the gun was real. And that Rocky fired 2 shots at Relli from a real gun. And that's what he's on trial for. Is it true that you would not want him to be convicted? That's what he's trying to say. Sure. Even if it was a real gun.
Well, true, I will want him to be convicted.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Tacopina?
Say that time on count.
Okay, well, we have that exhibit up there, just for those, well, let's take a look, because they've left it up here for quite some time, so it's convenient. Right here. You see that? That's People's 22. Being asked questions about, really being labeled a rat by other members of ASAP and the rap community. Correct? Remember those questions? They showed you that one post, one, correct?
Yes.
How many people in that one post that they showed you are calling Relli a snitch? How many people?
Just one person.
Just one person. Okay. Now, let's go to a series of questions you were just asked about your communications with the police. You know Detective Flores, the lead detective in this case, testified that they never attempted to reach out to you before 2 weeks ago. You know that?
No, I do not.
Okay. You were then asked, have you ever given anything to the police in this case? Did you give your cell phone, did you give her anything? Remember being asked those questions?
Yeah.
Did they ever ask?
No.
They, Your Honor.
They are the
If- if
police.
They is vague.
I got it. The police, when I said they, did you know who I meant?
Yes.
They, Mr. Lewin just asked you if you agreed to an interview when you were asked in front of a judge 2 weeks ago. Remember that? And you
Yes.
said no?
I remember.
When was that?
That was it was about 2 weeks ago now. Yeah.
In January of 2025, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, as Detective Flores testified to, no one ever reached out to you, correct? For an interview?
Correct.
Your Honor, that's gonna call for speculation.
Sustained.
Did anyone ever reach out to you
Nobody reached out to me.
from law enforcement?
No.
That's gonna call for speculation, whether they reached out.
Sustained. Sustained.
Did you ever hear from anyone, from law enforcement or the district attorney's office before 2 weeks ago?
No.
By the way, you knew who you were, right?
Yes, that was in front of me. For
Knew where you lived, right?
yes.
You were speaking to the police as you learned, right?
Yes.
Then you were asked, once you learned Rocky was charged with a crime, okay?
Yes.
Did you then think maybe you should reach out to the police at that point? Remember being asked that question?
Yes, I remember that question.
He was already charged with the crime at that point, correct?
In yeah, 2022. Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay. So did you think they made up their mind already?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Well, why didn't you reach out to them after he was already charged with the crime?
Because I felt as though they already arrested him and charged him without speaking to me. I felt like, why should I speak to them? They already got their mind made up.
Now, two other things. Regarding this interview that we had in August last year. And you were shown this summary. Did you write that summary, by the way?
No.
Did you ever see that summary before it was in your face?
No.
Okay. Did you mention the prop gun and Rocky having that prop gun in August of 2024 when we interviewed you for the first time?
Yes.
And who brought it up? We did or you?
I wrote it up.
You asked questions on cross about Hill's bloody lip and being beaten by Relli. Remember those questions?
Yes.
When you testified on direct, and I think on cross as well, you said that he had a bloody lip, correct?
Yes.
You didn't say that his face was broken, did you?
I didn't.
You didn't say he was bruised all over, did you?
No.
Does the video that they showed you of him wearing the American flag on his head on November 7th at Complex Con, does that change the video that you saw here on November 6th?
From the incident?
Yeah.
No.
Does it change what you saw with your eyes on November 6th, 2021?
No.
You asked questions about how you knew on cross-examination, how you knew it was the same prop gun on November 6th than it was at the previous instances. How did you know?
Only because it had like unique modifications. I believe a belt clip and a clear replica magazine.
Clear replica magazines,
Yes.
right? And when you say the belt clip's not something that's on the pants, it's on the prop.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay, explain what the belt clip is.
It's an accessory to the prop, so it's not like a holster. It's I believe it was equipped to the prop.
Okay. And how else did you know it was the same? You asked questions challenging whether you knew it was the same prop gun on November 6, 2021 that you had seen in previous instances.
Mhm.
How else did you know?
So, one, seeing it with my eyes, and two, speaking to my bro about it, speaking to Rocky about it.
just really one more thing, sir, and then we're done. You were showing that video of the, well, now referring to the second incident. I know you understand it to be one whole incident, but this, the one on Vista Del Mar, once you walk away and then turn and really attacks it, that, focusing on that part. You were showing that video, correct?
Yes,
By the prosecution on cross-examination.
yes.
There was no sound in that video, right?
No.
Okay. What was clear to you from the video, and obviously you were there in person, was Relli tried to punch you?
Object, this is leading, Your Honor.
Stay.
Did you testify on cross-examination that Relli tried to punch you?
Yes.
Let's take a close look at the video. We'll play EE. Thanks to your EE. This is also the enlarged video. With your pointer, show the jury when you see Relli coming at you. There. Go back again, please.
Your Honor, it's leading when
Overruled.
Okay, so show again.
can the witness answer the question and not the defense? He was asked the question, and Mr. Tacopina said there.
Ron, did you read the ruling?
No.
Okay, let's do this again, please. Mr. Phillips, well, take a look, let's rewind this, guys. Stop. With your pointer, when you see Relli on this video, and I know you were there, but when you see him on this video, coming at you, that caused you to sort of bail into that sort of empty vacated lot area.
Show those questions leading already consistent.
Show us where you see Relli coming at you. With the pointer. Stop. Go back, please. Stop it. More. Good. Look again. Stop. Okay. Where are you?
So, right here,
And where's Relli?
Relli is like right there.
Okay. Is there anyone between you and Relli at that point?
No.
Okay. Well, Mr. Lewin on cross-examination said, I'm not asking you why you ran. I'm asking you if you ran. Well, I'm asking you why did you run?
I ran because Relli was gonna, I believe, swing on me. So, he already,
That's gonna call for speculation.
Overruled. The question is why. She's answering why.
You also said on cross-examination that Relli attacked Ills, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you said he attacked him before the first shot. Let's go back, show the jury where you first see Relli attacking Ills on this grainy video. With your point. Now. Okay.
That's at 13 seconds.
13 seconds.
Is that right?
that's when he first attacked it.
Had, Rocky discharged that prop gun that started this reaction?
No,
With that?
no,
Okay. As a matter of fact, play forward. Do you hear that prop gun shot, first shot?
yes,
And where is, from that video, and from your personal recollection, where is Rocky's arm pointing?
The question's vague since it's equating both.
Okay, let's take the
Just a
video.
minute, just a minute. Sustained, as to.
Let's take the video. Where is Rocky's arm pointing when he released that first shot in the video? Go back to a second. Go back, please. Go ahead.
yes,
Did you see that?
yes.
Where? Where's the arm pointing?
His arm is pointing like down.
Okay. And when his arm's pointing down,
Yes.
is that when you hear the shot?
Yes. Well, like right after, but yeah, around when he slipped his arm down, he moved his arm.
Now, you talked about after the shot, or shots, Relli was cocking his arm, punching Ills. You said that on cross, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Show us where in this video you see Relli's arm going back, punching Ills, and whether you see Ills' head moving.
So,
Go back, please. Okay.
I just want to clarify, because he rewinded right in front.
Where, sir?
Like right about there.
Okay.
19 seconds.
So you can see his arms swinging on Ills right there.
Okay. And that's after the shot, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you go back. And when you see his arm swinging on Ills, that's after both shots, correct?
Yes. Can you play it again just so I can be sure?
Sure.
Can I ask the question, do you know when you are?
Yeah, he's still hitting Ills.
Okay. He's still hitting Ills. Do you see what happens with Relli and Ills right there?
Oh, it looked like they fell.
Okay. And is that well after the second prop gun shot, starter gun shot is fired? Is it after? the
Oh,
second
yeah,
one?
yeah, this is after.
Okay. So let's play it one more time from start to finish. Tell us what you see.
So you see Rocky first, this is when we was trying to leave. So Rocky's leaving, I'm after, then Ills. So we start walking a little bit, but then Relli hits Ills, then that's when Rocky left the warning shot. So he lets off the second warning shot, I believe when Relli hits Ills again, but he also tried to swing at me. But I guess he didn't hit me, so he hit Ills again. So then right here, I
Stop.
push,
Go ahead.
yeah, I push Rocky away to tell him like, yo, bro, fuck up out of here, let's go. So I'm looking that way just to make sure like Rocky out of here, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know if anybody gonna come run behind me and try to run towards him. So I'm just looking just to make sure he get up out of here. So then I turn around to see like what's good with Ills, you feel me? And then I see, I think Relli hit Ills one more time and then leave.
Okay. Let's see if you can see that in the video. No, stop. Point out where everyone is that you can still see.
All right.
Good point. You're the easy one, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
And I think that's Rel, it's still the black figure. But I need to play it so I can be sure.
You want it for a second to play.
I believe it's Rel right now.
That's Rel?
Yeah.
Okay, and then Ills would be the left. Okay, go ahead, play. Tell us what you see.
So I'm leaving. But then, see, that's why I was trying to make sure Rocky get up out of there, because Relli would look like he was going to come back and tell you the direction of Rocky. I just peeped that.
Okay, and what do you see? What, if anything, do you see Relli doing at that point as you're leaving?
At that point, he goes back into the direction of Ills.
Okay. Play it. Does it appear that Ills is doing anything when Relli comes out?
Yeah. Now, it looked like he fell or something. I just know he hit him with him. I'm not too sure what happened.
Okay. By the way, you asked by Mr. Lewin for us, do you see him pulling out the gun? Remember yesterday? Do you see a gun anywhere in this video?
No.
Can you see a gun?
No.
Okay. You know, Detective Flores testified, you can't see a gun in this video?
Objections,
Sustained.
improper.
Sustained.
Hypothetically, hypothetically speaking, if Detective
It's an
Flores,
improper hypothetical.
Yes. And it would also call for speculation, and his opinion about that would be irrelevant.
you were asked on cross-examination if the knuckles that you saw, let me show you this injury. This is people 17 for the record. You asked on cross-examination if the knuckles in that picture are consistent with a punch or not. Remember getting asked those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if someone's punching someone on the floor and they scrape their hand or knuckles on the floor, is that consistent with that injury?
Yes.
Objection, that, no foundation, calls for speculation.
There was no foundation for your question about the injury, so it's overruled. Question answered, Kathy?
Oh, lastly, you asked about Bill's.
Yes.
What is Bill's condition right now as far as his, is he, do you know to be addicted?
That's the meaning.
No.
Abstain.
Okay. Do you know his condition at all as you sit here today?
I'm pretty sure he's alive and cool, but I don't know anything.
Oh, okay, thank you.
On cross-examination, you testified that you have never had any conversation with the defendant about this incident or about prop guns, correct? You remember testifying to that?
I would object that this is beyond the scope of.
Overruled, overruled.
You testified on direct examination, you never had any conversation with the defendant about this incident or about any prop guns. Do you recall that testimony?
I had a conversation with him only
The question, the question.
Do you recall that testimony on direct examination?
Can you repeat it?
On direct examination, you testified, on cross, excuse me, you testified you had never had any conversations with the defendant, I asked you, about either him possessing prop guns or about what happened in this incident, correct? Pretty testified to. Do you recall that?
Yes.
A moment ago, with Mr. Tacopina, when you were asked, how do you know it was the same prop gun, you said, Rocky told me that. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If you've never had a conversation with him about prop guns, and you've never had a conversation with him about this incident, then how is it that he could have told you that information in a conversation that never happened?
Judge, I reject this,
His
misleading.
argument sustained. Well,
It was also misleading, he's talking about before the incident.
That's a speaking.
stop it! Read the question.
And then
I'll re-ask you that. You might be clear. Can you explain
Yes.
how it is if you've never had a conversation with the defendant about prop gun or about the prop gun in this incident, how it is that he could have told you that it was the same prop gun in this incident that you saw in New York?
Judge, objection, misstates the witness's testimony. That's what I'm trying to say.
Honestly, I said that we spoke in Harlem about the prop gun. When I said I seen it secured under his white tee, I said that in my testimony.
You just testified a moment ago with Mr. Tacopina. You just said, he asked you, how did you know it was the same prop gun? On the night, let me finish, on the night of the incident, from the one you see before, you said, Rocky told me. Do you recall that testimony?
I said that,
Do you recall that testimony?
Yes or no?
yes.
And
I asked you if you'd ever spoken to Rocky about prop guns, and you said no. Do you recall that testimony?
Objection.
Rule.
Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Would you agree, Mr. Phillips, that both of those statements cannot be true.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Can you explain how it is, if you have not spoken to the defendant about prop guns at all, how it is that you had this conversation with him about prop guns?
Objection, argument states.
Overruled.
Well, like I said, I was at the video shoot when I first seen the prop guns. So we didn't have to have a conversation then about the prop gun. We knew it was a part of the set, you know? And the second time, I said that I seen him with the prop gun in New York. I didn't say we had a full-blown conversation about it, but I did say I seen him.
You actually testified, your answer was to the defense question, because Rocky told me. Do you recall that answer?
Yes,
Is there a way that Rocky can tell you something without you having a conversation with him?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
You also testified, and you referred to it as Rocky fired a warning shot, correct?
yes,
Can you tell me, if it's a prop gun, isn't every shot, in essence, a warning shot because nothing comes out of it?
yes,
So in essence, isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that what happened is the first shot Rocky fired, he pointed the gun not directly at Relli, but he pointed it down, correct?
the first shot
First shot was pointed down,
at the
right?
ground.
Why would he need to point the gun down if it's not a real gun?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You testified that the defendant, during the first shot, pointed the gun down, correct?
Yes,
If the gun is not real, are you aware of why it would be necessary to point the gun down and fire a warning shot? It's not a real gun.
State objection.
Same rule. These are all arguments that can be made to the jury before submission. How much
You have
longer-
also said-
Just a minute, Mr. Lewin, how much longer do you have?
I'll be done by noon, so another 2 minutes.
Okay.
Can you explain why you called it a warning shot if it is just a prop gun and cannot fire any real bullets?
Objection, yes,
Overruled.
I stated that because wasn't nobody pointing the prop at anybody, so it wasn't like anybody was trying to do anything to direct anything. It was to deter Relli from beating up Ills. It was to scare him, and he left the warning shot. It didn't work.
So, I want to be clear. Your testimony is that the defendant, knowing that Relli knew that it was a prop gun, decided that what he wanted to do was to fire a warning shot with the fake gun that Relli knew was a fake gun by pointing it in a downward position so that it would stop Relli from attacking Hills. Is that your
Objection,
position?
calls for speculation. Sustained.
I'll re-ask. I want to make sure I'm understanding your testimony. You testified Relli knows it's prop gun, correct?
Yes,
You testified the defendant knows that Relli knows it's prop gun, correct?
yes,
You've testified that the defendant is pulling out this prop gun that everybody knows is a prop gun in order to stop Relli from attacking Hills, correct?
yes,
And you further testified that he fires the first shot as a warning shot, pointing the gun down, even though it's a prop gun that can't fire anything that everybody knows is a prop gun. Is that correct?
Objection. Question. And
Overruled.
Is that correct?
rephrase it, please.
Please read the question back. I have one question after this, Your Honor.
And you further testify that he fires the first shot as a warning, pointing the gun down, even though it's a prop gun that can't fire anything that everybody knows is a prop gun. Is that correct?
Yes,
You testified that's what happened.
Yes.
Let me ask you something. As you sit here, Mr. Phillips, does what you're saying sound reasonable?
Objection or?
Nothing further.
I asked.
No, we're done with Mr. Phillips.
You sure?
Yes, he's been asked every question that he could possibly be
I have
asked by
more.
both sides.
All right.
I can't fathom another question.
It's a good one.
Excuse,
What?
It's a good one, all right.
excuse subject to recall, Your Honor. That's foundational as according to the.
All right, yeah, if you're notified to come back, you must come back, but if either side wants him back, I'm gonna wanna know what the offer of proof is.
Your Honor, just so it's clear, that's foundational under the evidence code for.
Right, I understand that.
I do not anticipate that he would be called back.
Evidence goes section 1235?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if it happens that you're notified to return, you must return, so you are not excused. You understand?
So I stay in California.
Well, you don't have to stay in California, but if you're notified to return, you must be here the very next day. All right, but for now, you can go.
Thank you for your
All right, we'll be in recess till 1:30.
Hi, I know you're all waiting for this. Boy, I am, I don't know about you, but I am exhausted. And I actually was working during listening to this. Mr. Lewin is finished. And Mr. Lewin is finished on a put down in front of the jury. I think I got it right. He asked the question, I want you to tell me what you're testifying is reasonable, right? Is reasonable. Objection. Argumentative, no, irrelevant. And then the judge says, as Lewin begins to argue, which he tried to a number of times today, without it had $1,500 being imposed, right? The judge then says, "No, we are done with Mr. Phillips. He has answered every one of your questions." We're going to clip that and play that later on tonight when we do our show. We're answered every one of your questions, basically over and over. We are done. Okay. I mean, I give Mr. Phillips great credit, great credibility for the fact that he did answer every single one of the questions. He never lost his cool. And, you know, the other thing, I don't know how you all feel about this, and I'll wait for Michael Bryant to get on, is that, yes, Bev Mills, beyond exhausted, is right. There's Michael Bryant. He's going to get hooked up as we start. Beyond exhausted is right. Michael Bryant, are you hooked up yet? Not yet.
I believe I'm hooked up. Do
You
I
are
look
hooked up. Okay. I don't know. Are you hooked up? I guess I got to get my shot in a little bit so I look as tall as you. I don't want to look like this little shrimp over here. Not that I'm denigrating shrimp, but I don't know if you heard the last put down. I'm just disgusting.
Oh, definitely. Why? You know,
Oh.
he's so much smarter than that. He really is. Why would he ask such a stupid question? It's such a desperate, stupid question. Do you think what you've testified to is reasonable? I mean, it's just a stupid question.
Yeah, because he can't stop. He just couldn't stop. I mean, he also asked for another half. Remember, he asked for an additional half an hour because with the new information he received. I didn't hear any new information that he received.
Well, here's the deal, and this is interesting. We'll learn about this when Lewin testifies, and that doesn't mean 11 witnesses. My speculation was correct about why people were saying there's going to be 11 witnesses. No, I think
we have it again. We tweeted it out this morning that we believe that
Lewin, and people heard 11.
Right, will be the last witness for the defense, and the defense is going to try to sum up tomorrow. And if the judge has any indication about whether the judge is finished, well, I think we just heard it. Right.
So yes. So what were we talking about?
We're talking about Lewin.
So what happened was Lewin agreed to talk to the prosecution, unlike 12E. 12E did not agree to. Relli did not agree to. Lewin did apparently over the weekend. And so based on the information they received from Lewin in that interview, Lewin believes he deserves more time in the cross-examination of Mr. Phillips. And he's He's
He
used it.
believed it. He believed it. He used it, but he didn't ask him anything except.
Well, we don't know. I don't
remember-
know. I don't know what he heard.
He asked him? He asked him, "Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant?" He keeps calling him. That's ASAP Rocky about where the prop gun is. Do you know where the prop gun is? Have you ever talked about where the prop gun is? You know, and I really I thought the judge should have stopped it at one point because he said, hypothetically, assume that it's a real gun. Well, hypothetically, assume you're committing a crime by hiding evidence. And I think the judge should have stopped it. The judge didn't because, Toby was like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting when Lou Levin takes the stand. I assume that what they learned from Lou Levin helped them on this cross relating to who was where when, as they've gone over so many times, but who was where when based on the video and based on the testimony from Relli prior to today. So I think that was what he alleged needed that extra 30 minutes to kind of flesh that out a little bit. So we'll never know. We'll know when Levin takes the stand if there's some interesting cross.
Well, but here's the thing. He said apparently Levin supplied other information that the defense also got last night, that Levin took the prop gun, told ASAP Rocky that he didn't need it after that incident. Let's just stop. Levin took the prop gun, that it was a prop gun, and Levin is the one who knows where it went or what happened to it or whether it was disposed of because it wasn't needed anymore because it was just a danger.
And I think that's a weakness in the defense case. Where in the hell is the prop gun? I really do think that's the weakest point.
But I think they're trying to address it. They're trying to address it. But if they address it, then what the judge says, that the person in New York who apparently Levin gave the prop gun to has to be interviewed by videotape, right? There has to be a tape of it, whether it was a videotape or regular tape, before Levin can testify as to what happened to the prop gun. So if it is a weakness in defense, they're trying to address it at this point, and the judge says, well, there has to be another witness. So if there's going to be another witness, then you know where this is going. This is going past Wednesday, because Wednesday's a court day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Right?
So we'll see. And I mean, to me, I think they need to try to come up with some explanation as to why that prop gun is just missing in action.
Right.
It just seems a little odd.
Yeah, I love it. Yes, assume the defendant. That was another question, right? Creed. Assume the defendant did it. I want you to assume he's guilty, right? He says I can't because I was there and he's not. And the objection moved to strike. Well,
listen to my question. Listen to my question.
Listen to my question. He must have gotten to tell that we're all saying that what I'm asking you is, because he didn't do that.
He changed that to listen to my question.
Listen to my question. Listen to my question, right? Listen to my question. Oh my gosh. I don't know, but I was just like, poor even Tubi the poodle is now barking, saying, gosh.
Yeah, I had a few questions that came up as I'm looking at this. Key, of course, to this cross-examination is to try and get Phillips to admit that Rocky was the one who was putting people in danger, and Phillips continued to reinforce that, no, Relli was attacking us, and that's why we did what we needed to do. Listen to my question.
Right.
Until you give me the answer that I want, I will continue to say, listen to my question. I did think there was an interesting exchange about weapons when Lewin was saying, isn't it true, sir, that you had no weapon, that Relli had no weapon that night? He said, well, except for his hands. And he said, you consider hands a weapon? Yeah, I do. Sure, you may decide that hands are less lethal than a gun, but they are a weapon. Right. So I just thought it was a weird road to go down. But he did.
But he did. He went down a lot of the same stuff. I mean, when I started hearing today, I know I can see in our chat that people are kind of fed up. I mean, Pokemon 0730 said about Lewin, I assume he's wound a tad tight. Yes or no. And then when I had this theory that juries really hate when you object, when the person's trying to explain their answer. And normally a judge will say, let them explain their answer. Here this judge is very, very tight on yes, no. And when Lewin says everything beyond yes or no, it's stricken. And I don't think the jurors like that. They're there giving their time. They want to hear what the witness
Of course,
is trying to
and
say.
they've heard most of it by the time he tries to get it stricken. They've heard most of it. And I understand the court is, A, trying to move things along, and B, on redirect or recross, the person asking the question that's been cut short can ask the witness to flesh
Right.
that out. I get that. But that just takes longer.
Right.
So, the judge can have it both ways. You can't be cutting these things off, trying to speed things up, knowing that they're going to come back to life when the examination continues by the other side.
Yeah.
So.
And I'm just telling it again, though. You never want to end 2 days of cross-examination with the jury and the judge, and Lewin going back that he wants to ask more questions, and the judge says, no. He has answered every question you asked.
And that was
He's
to Joe.
finished.
He told Joe that, though, which is unfortunate, that the defense was the one who received that enough already. Because
No, it was Lewin. Lewin wanted to go back.
No, Lewin finished, and Joe wanted just a couple of questions, and he said no. This guy's asked every question he possibly could be asked.
He's answered every question that he's answered. I thought it was to Lewin because Lewin wanted to do. So you and I have to go back and listen to the video.
Go back and look at that. I swear Lewin was done, and then he was going to have a couple of follow-up according to Joe, and it was no. This guy's asked, and then Lewin says,
I have it that Lewin came on after Joe.
Check us on that. Check us on that.
He's answered every question that he's been asked. We're finished.
He's definitely said that. Then Lewin says, but this witness is excused subject to recall. And then there was a whole back and forth about, the judge is basically saying, why in the hell would you want to recall this guy? And if you do, he leaves the door open, though. He says, if you do, I want to know exactly why it is this witness needs to be recalled. Now, here's what he told the witness, Mr. Phillips. He said, if we do need you back, we can't keep you anywhere, really. But if we need you back, then you may have to come. You may have to be here within a day to get here. If he leaves the state of California, even though technically there is some continuing jurisdiction because he's been there as a witness, he's not coming back. He's not coming back. So the judge, I think, almost kind of made it sound like, get the hell out of here while you can, pal.
I know. No, and then there was something else I was writing all this. I was trying to, I was out for about an hour, hour and a half this morning, trying to listen to my ears. I was traveling, but there was another thing, and it skipped my mind, and I can't read my own writing here. I know that doesn't come as a surprise to any of you who deal with me, right?
Well, I thought at least you could read it. I know that nobody else can. I had an Instagram question while you're looking. I had an Instagram question because I heard the topic was, social media posts, specifically Instagram, and we got back to, Relli standing in front of expensive cars and things of that sort. And Lewin suggested, I think it was Lewin suggested, that you have to own the item you're standing in front of. There's some term and condition in the Instagram world that if you post something and you make it look like you own it, like I'm standing in front of this beautiful car, that you actually must own it. First of all, I think that sounds ridiculous. But is that really, could that be true? I started to do a little research on it, and I got sidetracked. If anybody knows who's more, in the Instagram world than I am, and that wouldn't have to be too much.
Does anyone know that? And is it enforceable? And has it ever been enforced by?
Well, it's just I never heard anything.
Just so you know,
I never heard anything like that.
My feed of you, and I may have to take off my microphone here, because my feed of you into my microphone. Can you still hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take the microphone out. I think I'm having a little problem with the second microphone that we've bought here, and I'm going to have to go off the microphone. The microphone.
You got to go for the $15 one instead of the $10 one.
No, this is actually the $100 one.
I know we bought relatively expensive
to start with, remember?
Microphones early on, and they both crapped out. So we went for lower grade models, and mine at least
we are
has been fine.
It's it may be my computer, by the way. It just may be the ports into the computer. They're Lewin tired.
Okay, so let's get into the is it a prop gun? Is it not? First of all, I think the whole term starter pistol has just confused people a little bit. They do make starter pistols that look like semi-automatics. It's just they're very rare. Most starter pistols, that you see at track and field meets, or where else would you see one? That's probably the most commonplace, right? Those are like a little 6-shooter, like a little revolver. Spin the barrel, throw the bullets in there. But they do make them semi-automatic, meaning no barrel to spin with the bullets in it. And it also means that the cartridges would eject, just like a real, more normal gun. So I
That's
think
what I was going to ask you, right?
just to think prop gun is probably the better way to think of it. It's just not designed to shoot bullets, okay? But starter pistol, I think, makes people a little bit confused as to what they would see if they had the actual gun, which is another reason I wish they had the actual gun.
Well, that's something I was going to ask you. For instance, like when you have sailboat races, right? There's a starter pistol, right? The shells don't object from that.
Right, because that is a revolver, and that's why I think to use that phrase starter pistol confuses folks, because it's a whole different animal. Dizzy has figured it out here. She's Instagram savvy. Not a shock. She says totally false, but yeah, that makes perfect sense. If you stand in front of somebody else's property, there may have to be some acknowledgement of that. That I get. Especially if you're doing it just like, hey, here's a cool car on the street, and you take a picture in front of it. Then that owner of that car may have some recourse against you. But
it's usually not enforced, right?
No, of course not. Unless somebody's license plate is readable and they can be traced to that, and who knows? Somebody has a nice car, maybe some thieves see it, trace the license plate number to your house and steal your car. I mean that's a legitimate concern, but I don't think the rule is as harsh as it was made to sound in this examination of this witness.
Yeah. So there were a number of moments. I mean, the hypotheticals bothered me. Hypothetically. What about the whole idea of that video is great, and I love the fact that Joe Tacopina asked the word on that grainy video, because the video is grainy as best. I have called it. Why don't we get the experts on the Zapruder, the Kennedy assassination film out and freeze your 30 frames for what per second there is, and maybe we can do it that way, because it's you just have somebody narrate what you're seeing. The
Zapruder film is actually cleaner than
much cleaner
than this
right?
video.
Much cleaner. This is
and it was Phillips who was in the. Was it the red or the blue? In the red, right? The red. There's one.
Phillips was in red. That's what he said was easier to identify. Right.
Yeah. So that's the one that you can kind of trail better than the others.
Yeah.
And so it was helpful, I think, and to the jury to be able to put that person in the mix there. I'm still surprised that Ills is not coming on board. Maybe ASAP Ills is out of the country or doesn't want to get involved in this mess.
And you know what? They don't need him as the defense needs him, because they've got in the fact that he was clocked in the mouth, right? And I'm sure here's actually the point I think I was thinking. At one point, the Lewin, the prosecutor, keeps saying, "Well, you didn't go to the police, you didn't go here, you didn't call there, you didn't go here." At that point, I was thinking that may be the one area where, because you have no people of color, no minorities on the jury, no people who have disregard or distrust, I should say, of the police, that may be the one point that maybe a jury that would have been more representative of the community would have been helpful, because we know that in the minority community, there is a high distrust of the police, right? Especially in LA after Rodney King and all that. Sure. And so why he doesn't go to the police, I think it got answered eventually. Well, he was already indicted. He was already indicted. Why would I go? They made up their mind, basically what got out. But I think that may have been one area that perhaps the jury would have been well served to have somebody who's in there that could possibly explain that. Although you and I, if we were in the jury, we'd explain that based on our experience.
Sure, and I think the bigger picture people are going to get is, why would anybody go to the cops? Because it doesn't seem like much happened. It doesn't seem like it sounds like a pop gun went off. No projectiles were launched.
Right.
How is it any different than a noisemaker?
Right.
So that's why the participants, other than of course, Relli, They probably just dismissed it as just another night goofing around.
And then the question becomes, then, if it was so important, why didn't Relli go to the police right away? Why does he
Yes.
call his lawyer first? Why does
Who
he
then
go back
says
to
you should go to the cops?
Well,
Yeah.
you said you should go to the scene, and according to
Oh yeah, do that
according
first.
to
Yes.
Relli, and see if you could find the shell. Oh, I went to the scene. I found the shells, except the cop said that he probably wasn't ever at the scene. So then, where'd the shells come from? Kay Schmidt became a YouTube member. Yay! Yay! Spread the word.
Welcome to the family.
Welcome to Justice Serve TV. Aside
Were
from
you?
that,
Let me ask, here's Tina. Tenna has a question. Were you surprised the judge didn't address Lewin's aggressive way of questioning of witnesses, or is it typical? I would. Let me get your take, but I would say you usually are that way to punctuate questioning. You build up to the aha moment. That's when it's phrased like, "Isn't it true, sir?" But when every single question is like that, "Isn't it true, sir? You're wearing a shirt today." I mean, it kind of loses the impact and the rhythm that you're
Right.
trying to establish. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the whole point of, your posture, your voice, your inflection, your tone, all those are tools when you're cross-examining. But what came across to me, Michael, is that when he didn't get the answer he wanted, he pitched even higher and said, let me answer my question, or let me ask you this, or what I was asking was this, or
Listen
let
to
me
my
ask
question.
listen to my question, or let me ask it again,
Yeah. And he makes it sound like you're an idiot. Like, is the sun shining? Well, yes. Listen to my question. Well, I'm not an idiot. I answered the question as best I could based on
Right.
how it was phrased. But that's why I posted in the chat at one point that he may make a point here or there. And I think the one point he made was, hey, if everybody knows it's a prop gun and you can't get hurt with a prop gun, why are people running away? Why are they afraid? That whole point made, and that was a point made for the prosecution, lost in the shuffle because he's such an annoying presence.
Right. And then we start answering our own questions. Well, because and I think actually 12 at one point said, well, car alarms were going off at that point. Everybody was coming around, of course we all ran, because maybe, whatever, we have 4 black guys running around in Los Angeles.
And who knows if there aren't other guns, real guns. I mean, who knows what's really going on at the point you hear gunshots from one particular person or area.
Yeah.
I think human instinct is, I got to get the hell out of here. I got to take cover.
Yeah. Samuel Stanley has a question. Isn't it when you have the facts, you pound the facts? When you have the law, you pound the law. And when you have neither, you pound the table. Isn't that what Lewin is doing? Michael?
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. He hasn't physically pounded the table, as the old axiom goes, but that's how he's doing it, by making every question sound like a gotcha question. And your lack of response that helps him create a gotcha just has him reinforced with, let me, what's it again? Listen to my question. Listen to my question. And it's as good as he's got, which ain't much at this point.
Yeah, and even the judge, though, the judge at one point said something to the effect, there was an objection, it was sustained, and Lewin went, what? I kid you not, just like that.
Well, didn't you hear he warned him of 1074? He didn't get into dollar figures, but he said to Lewin, look, 1074 is still in play, and that's the one that allows him to impose sanctions. So I think this judge, he imposed it when he did because he was able to do it to bilaterally. Both sides got the fine, right?
Right.
But when it was clearly going to be Lewin only, he gave him a little more room. So Thanks to Patrick. Appreciate that, Patrick Taylor.
Your opinion on state antics is driving me crazy. Go ahead, Michael.
Well, I think the first thing is, when you call them antics, it's a problem. You can call them tactics, you can call them strategy, you can call it method, but when they're antics, that's bad, Patrick. You picked the right word. It's embarrassing, and it makes you just keep wondering, how did this case get this far? How did we get into a courtroom using up all of these folks' time and taxpayer dollars? And we've had comments that I responded to a few of them as best I can. You guys sound like you're just pro-defense. We're not. You're so biased. We're not biased. I'm biased for the truth and for the process. I want it to be played out properly without misconduct on either side. But that's not a bias for the defense. It's a bias for things being done. I don't know, like justice should be served. That's my take.
I agree with you, actually. I think about 3 minutes into it, before I left for my meeting, I was listening, and I think I said, or maybe it was when I came back, I've lost track now. I said, I've just turned this on to our producers and I'll go back and listen to the backstory. But I don't know if I can take another hour of this because it just was bothering me because
It's grating.
I wanted to
It's
know.
grating on you, you know?
Yeah, it was grating. That's exactly the word I felt, that it was grating on me. And then the question I had was, a grating on the jury. And let's see, I mean, I've seen jurors in cases roll their eyes. I mean, I've seen them roll their eyes when it gets that bad. I wonder, and whether anyone in the courtroom can tell us, what was the jury doing? Did anyone show signs of they were just exhausted and they had enough? Were they rolling their eyes? So that's a question I look forward the answer to people who were in the courtroom who could answer that question to a Justice Serve TV. So
hey, I got a couple things I want to talk
Yeah.
about. One of them relates to Lewin and his 90-minute rule that he expanded into an hour and 20, or I'm sorry, 2 hours, 120 minutes.
Right.
Remember that's under Rule 1054-3, right?
Right.
So I wanted to pull that up and show folks. This was him complaining. Remember, Lewin was complaining, hey, all they did was this 12-point summary. That's not proper. They need to disclose more than that, because in that 12-point summary, there's these alleged 3 events that led Rocky to think I should carry a prop gun, these 3 violent events. In the summary, they're not identified. There's just a reference to other events taking place prior, right? And
Right.
Lewin has been crying and whining, I need more information. They didn't tell me how much it was, and all I'm getting is this summary, and that's not enough. Okay, really? Let's take a look then at the law. As we used to say, the law school professors would say, what do you do next, Mr. Bryant? I said, well, let's look at the law. So here it is. Here's 1054.3. The defendant and his or her attorney shall disclose to the prosecuting attorney names, addresses of persons other than the defendant he or she intends to call as witnesses at trial. Okay, that's fine. Together with any relevant written or recorded statements, we know there weren't any, right?
Right.
Of those persons, or reports of the statements of those persons, other than the police report, there's nothing, including any reports or statements of experts made in connection with the case, and including the result of physical and mental examinations, not a factor here, scientific tests, not a factor here, or comparison with the defendant intends to offer evidence at trial. And number 2, any real evidence which the defendant intends to offer at trial. Where does it say in there, Mr. Lewin, that you have to give a full narrative of a face-to-face meeting you've had with a witness that you also have access to? It's not required by the code. So just quit whining. It's not in there.
Right. And I think that's why the judge let it. And he kept going back. And I thought we covered that the other day. And then he went back to it today. And there was an objection, but the judge let him go back to it again. And 12, I thought did a really good job there. He said, look, it's here. It says in this bullet point, that he was a victim of violent assaults and house invasions, in which he carried a prop gun.
Yep.
And then why didn't you mention prop gun? Right here.
I do think on the whole that Mr. Phillips was a little more obstreperous today, a little bit more, because he's getting annoyed as well. But I also think, and there was a moment where he had kind of a wry smile, that he is toying. He's toying with Lewin a little bit, and it didn't get obviously as bad as Relli. Well, what about you mentioned the jury and his kind of connection to the jury. What kind of question is that? I noticed you're looking over the jury. Did somebody tell you you should look at the jury when you're answering your questions? Well, Mr. Lewin, I guarantee you've told every witness you've ever had before you prior to testifying, make sure you work the jury into your scan. Don't just look down, don't just look at papers, don't just look at me. Have a natural conversation where you're taking in the jury. That's what you do. So he said, no, nobody told me that, because he had a great answer. He said, I'm looking at everybody. I'm looking around the court, and I'm catching all these folks in my glance.
Right. And then a lot of times what happened, people don't understand, as you saw, Tacopina would stay at the lectern, right, and ask his questions. But Lewin kind of walked right around. And as he's walking around, you have to understand the jury's over to that side. So as Lewin's walking and Relli is looking at him, he's looking at the jury. I mean, he's looking towards the jury. That's just the way it is. Now, if Lewin had stayed at the lectern, he'd be looking straight at the lectern, So it's
It's
kind
just
of
such
like
a desperate. It's a very desperate
Desperate.
tactic, like you're looking at the jury, right?
Right,
Somebody
right.
told you how to act. You're acting. You're performing because somebody told you. It's just desperate.
It didn't. That's another point. It just didn't make it. And that's what I'm wondering: is the jury now rolling their eyes at that? They're thinking, "We're the jury. We wanted to look at us."
That's a good point, Pokemon 0730. He is a performer. A lot of these guys are, and so you learn to kind of take in the room, right?
That's a great point, right.
There's no doubt that he knows who the important audience is, right? But
Right.
he's just doing what he does naturally. So
Yeah, no.
I saw something in here I was going to respond
But
to.
he's never been in a courtroom being asked questions, and that's that's a whole different ballgame, especially by someone like Lewin, who has experience, has been in the courtroom for years and decades, and is a bulldog, as we saw in the Robert Durst case. And he just answered. He was answering, and I think at times he tried to do the best he could, and is wondering, what else am I supposed to answer? I'm telling you what happened. When I tell you what happened, it's objected to because you don't want to hear what happened.
Yeah, because he's asking questions, as good cross does, that really calls for a yes or no. And then, as we've talked about, there should be an opportunity to explain that. But that's when Lewin would jump in and say, everything after no, motion to strike. And so it makes Lewin look worse. The explanation, to some degree, has already gotten out to the jury. And it just makes it look like he's bullying the witness, and that's never a good look.
Yeah,
So.
because we do teach a cross-examination. You try to get yes no's because you, as the cross-examiner, you're testifying. Now, the one thing that I thought was great for the defense to learn is they learned the whole theory now of Lewin's case, because he couldn't withhold it, right? From no, I was going to say Relli, from 12. He couldn't withhold it, right? To say, isn't that you came running because that was a real gun that was fired? That's basically, so he let out what his whole closing is going to be. The defense now knows his whole closing.
Yeah, and basically saying, how could anybody be afraid? It's a prop gun. It had to be a real gun, or nobody'd be afraid.
Right.
So,
but then, obviously, what did Robbie think that his friend was going to shoot him if it were a real gun? No, everyone was running because now you're running away to get away from the incident. The car alarms are going. There's just get out of here and go. Before something happens that maybe we get arrested for something we didn't do. And that's, again, I bring back the jury point. Maybe that's something that jurors that would be from a cross section of the community may be able to argue more, understand. Although I think we all understand this now. I mean, I do think we do.
Yeah, I think you're right. This was Law Nerd Amber had a double question, and the first one I put up was probably the second one. So we're talking about the prop gun. Of course, we learned so much in the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed case in the death of Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer. They had all kinds of guns, and we learned that a prop gun can really look like any gun. That's why it's a prop gun, right? So that's, again, to my point from earlier, it got confusing when the starter pistol or starter gun was kind of thrown into the mix. Even though we don't know what it is, we haven't seen it, I think we can rest assured it's not a revolver of any sort. Therefore, if fired, there would be ejected cartridges somewhere, somehow.
Maybe, because, but no one picked any up. So
and we also don't have the gun, so I don't know.
Yeah, and maybe if the state had interviewed witnesses right away, right? That's a good point. They charged without ever interviewing witnesses, right? They charged without ever interviewing witnesses. Obviously you're going to have Lou Levins coming up. I don't know whether he was interviewed.
I can't wait now for
I can't.
Partly because he's the last witness, hopefully. Anyway,
we believe that he's going to be the last witness based on how
crazy. I'm sitting here in Poland, and two established lawyers are answering my questions. That is wild. I was almost in Poland recently. I was in the Czech Republic, in Prague. So I kind of went near there, and my son went over into Poland during one of his many road trips. Beautiful area. I don't know exactly where you are, but It's a beautiful part of Central Europe.
Thank you for watching us from Poland. Micah L says if it's a
Well,
prop gun in the DMB video, it looks real because the prop guns are made to look real in these videos. Because no
Exactly.
self-respecting rap artist is going to look with the toy gun in their videos. That's the whole. These have a certain. We learned that from YSL. It's it's creative. It's intended to send a message, even if it's not real. I mean, but look at movies. Movies aren't real. We see guns all the time in movies. We see bows and arrows. We don't know. Sometimes they look real. Sometimes they're not. Right?
And what happens with prop guns if they're loaded with real bullets? Sometimes, people get shot and killed.
Right. Or you could have a replica gun that doesn't have real bullets, but it's a replica.
Has the dummies
gun.
in it. Yep.
Yeah. So there's so many things here, and everyone's using it loosely. Why? Because what they're saying is it wasn't a real gun. It wasn't a real gun. Linda Bunstrom, Sweden rep here. So North Europe too. Yes, that's great.
Nice.
Yeah, terrific. That's wonderful. We're thrilled that's the one thing that as long as we're streaming worldwide on YouTube, which is a real channel. You'll be surprised to know our European representatives that here in the United States there's a case in Massachusetts. It's one of the original colony states, and apparently in this case, Karen Reed, they don't recognize that YouTube, which is the largest channel in the world, has the biggest subscriber history. It's also the biggest search engine in the world. They don't recognize this as the medium. So you really aren't watching, according to them. It's not really a news medium.
It's just not happening. No, it's not.
It's just not happening.
Okay, here's the other thing I want to talk about.
Okay.
Because now we're getting toward the end of this trial, right? We should dig into the actual charges and get a sense of what we're going to hear in the closing arguments, which will highlight for the prosecution the elements of the charges, right? And then the defense will, of course, negate whatever elements they think have not been presented to create some reasonable doubt for everybody. So we have assault and we have battery, right? With a weapon. If it's assault, there doesn't necessarily have to be any touching. I'll just use the common law definition because I don't have the statute in front of me. But the assault means to intentionally create the apprehension of an illegal touching, which is a battery. The battery is the completion of the assault intent. I intended to scare you with a gun. It's possible a juror or two or three or four could find assault in this case based on the fact that there doesn't seem to be any argument that Rocky had this prop gun, right? Assuming it was a prop gun, that he pointed it generally in Relli's direction. Depending on who you believe, he either touched him in the belly with it or it was pointed down below him somehow. Then that is a key issue. But was that done to create the apprehension that he's going to be touched, that he was going to be battered, that he was going to be shot? That to me is as good as it gets for the prosecution, because I think there is some apprehension created. Was it intentional? If he aimed the gun down, fired a blank, fired whatever it was fired, was there really that intent to create some sort of apprehension of touching, or was it just kind of here's a loud noise to keep you away from me? I don't know. But
that's why that one little line from Relli when he's talking to Wally, right? One of the things is, and he pulled out this gun for self-defense, talking about Rocky for self-defense. And I think even though you may not get a self-defense charge, the defense probably doesn't want one, you may hear it.
Yeah,
you may hear it, right? Because if somebody's scaring you, if I'm on the street and somebody grabs me from behind, right? Let's assume I have a can of, I don't know, mace is not a good example. Something stronger than mace, right?
Bear mace. You have bear mace.
Maybe let's assume I have a can of bear mace, and I spray it in the general direction to get somebody off me, right? And all. Do I get charged now with assault and battery when I'm trying to get them away from me or give me enough space to run?
That's your
well, then
self-defense.
that's just, isn't that we have going on here? Then
Well, that's again, if you believe that Relli was the aggressor and that weapon, false, whatever, was used to defend against that, you're right. But because we haven't heard a specific self-defense, the defense may be relying on just people's common sense. You know,
Right,
that
that's
if they
true, too.
believe Relli was the aggressor, then anything that happened after that to keep him away is effectively self-defense.
Excuse me. So, Patrick Taylor, thank you very much. Do you both feel that a directed verdict should be used in this case? It's the last line of protection for defendants, or no? Sorry, while Michael answers that, let me
Okay.
just take a
Really
drink.
the last
So
line
that's-
it's not the last line because you can come back to life in a few different ways. And we've talked about the unusual procedural situation here where we did not hear a motion for directed verdict when the prosecution rested. That would be the normal time to do it. We don't know if the judge has suggested all of these law and motion matters take place at the very end. Or we just don't know why it hasn't happened. It just seems odd because even if you have a dead bang loser of a motion for directed verdict, you're going to make it. It's just pro forma. You get it denied, you move on, and you put that on your list of things for possible appeal.
Right.
You could also ask for that same thing at the end of the entire case, and you could ask for a judgment notwithstanding the verdict if the jury came back with guilty, and the judge
Right.
could say, you know, you guys, you got it all wrong. You're screwed up. You didn't see what you should have seen. I'm taking the verdict out of your hands. I'm crumpling it up and throwing it away and finding for the defense. So there are a few signposts along the way in which you can use it. I am surprised it wasn't more obvious. If it hasn't been done yet, I don't know why, and I don't know where it's going.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, I think, and I said this before, I think this judge really should have thought strong and hard, and maybe he did, because he seems like he's got this under control, but he's also been there for a long time, and he wants to have the jury make the decisions, right? Judges don't like to take things away from jurors. But I think at the time that Relli looks like he mentions the word extortion, that you have to have a lawyer, to get the bag, because that's what he's looking for. And he mentions that if he gets the money, he's going to, go to some island, and it's going to be very difficult for the prosecution to prosecute without him. I really think the judge has to think long and hard about that. And on that basis, I think he should have granted a directed verdict then for the defendant. But obviously, I am not in the courtroom.
Yeah, that's why I think it's odd that we don't know that whether or not one was made. So we can't even get to the judge's right or wrong decision because I'm not sure it was made.
I think it has to have been made. Whether the judge probably put it off, it has to, because
They
these are
put
good
cameras
lawyers.
on.
Yeah, these are good lawyers, and you have to make a DV verdict to preserve all of the. You have to make a DV motion to preserve all of your rights, unless it's a constitutional issue. So
what he could have done, this is all speculation. The motion could have been made that simply, Your Honor, we have law in motion, directed verdict, and he put off arguments.
Right.
That's possible.
Yeah,
so.
We've seen that even after the end of the state's case, before it goes to verdict. We'll argue. We'll take all these motions afterwards when you're going to make your motion for if there is a conviction for.
Because I mean, in terms of using your time, that's not a bad idea. Procedurally, it's a little weird. But while the jury's off deliberating,
right,
you can clean it up.
You can clean it up, and you can see what the jury does too. Maybe you don't ever have to. Maybe you don't ever have to deal with it, right?
That's true.
Yeah, maybe you never have to deal with it. So it's an interesting case in that regard. But Sheila, who's been with us for Sheila Duffy, Sheila, did you get your mug?
It's right here. I tell you, it's very complicated. Ireland is a very complicated country. I think I may have to send it to Poland, and then maybe they'll deliver it for me. We haven't forgotten. I'm just Diz gave me the book on how to do it, and I'm working on it.
Yes, I only mentioned that.
I would like to hear
from the beginning.
Brooklyn. I'm sure has the mug that was sent to Brooklyn because it's in Brooklyn. So I would like to confirm that arrived at least.
Yeah, and let's address this. Do you think if he loses that will damage his reputation? I'm sure his rep is very important. I'm sure it is too. I mean, it's important to all of us. But I was doing some research because after this case ends, I want to know, no matter how a case ends, how this charging decision was made, and when it was made, and when Mr. Lewin was assigned to the case. And it's some very interesting thing, and I'll just throw them out there, and you can all research them and get back to us. Apparently, when John Lewin was working for Gascoigne, who lost the election in November, he may have even brought suit, arguing that he was improperly demoted to a minor position because he criticized Gascoigne's position on reforms. And he actually went on, there's a Fox News appearance. I haven't watched the whole thing. I watched portions of it.
He was supporting Hochman, the ultimate.
He was supporting Hochman. So Hochman comes in after Hockman gets sworn in, at some point after, then Lewin, who complained that he had been, basically assigned to, I'm going to say traffic court. It wasn't traffic court, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Demotion.
Jaywalking.
He then now gets
yeah.
assigned to this high profile case and all. So that's a thing. Was that because he's now in the camp that won? Was it because he really shouldn't have been demoted in the first place because he has trial attorney skills? How did that be made? But here's the interesting thing. We've been covering whether or not the Menendez brothers will be resentenced, right? If you Google it, you'll find out that the two DAs who supported the resentencing of the Menendez brothers under the previous regime have now filed suit, issued a complaint or some kind of notice to sue, with John Lewin being the defendant. All right. So it's a lot of drama. We may post about it afterwards. I didn't want it to interfere with what's going on in this verdict, but yeah, it's a lot of drama. I think I sent it to you earlier, Michael Bryant. I sent it to everybody in our that we were thinking about, and that's a problem, right? They allege, actually, let me see if I can find the article. They allege that Lewin retaliated against them. Oh dear. In between all my Super Bowl tweets, by the way,
Yeah.
I won't even,
That was a snoozer bowl is what that was.
I won't even go there, but they allege that he complained or called one of them, attributed their conduct to being Nazis of some sort. But you can Google it and you'll actually get the articles. There's a lot of articles on it. It would probably take me a whole show just to read all the articles and go through it here. But so there's a lot of drama happening in that office. So, but when this ends, we want to try to do some type of look-see into how the case got charged, when it got charged, why it went forward, when did the prosecutors get the Wally tape about the money, and where it happened, what happened here, and then was there did the DA's office, did they hire ethics counsel, did they review it by some kind of ethics board? Where did it all come from to get to this point?
Yeah, and on that one last minute piece of discovery, as in the day of trial, and the bullet expert, I will call that person, that was dropped on him. Apparently, that was actually in the office months earlier.
A year it was done a year. The report was done a year earlier.
And they made it sound, Lewin made it sound like, just got it. Haven't seen it before. So that played out. The guy testified. I don't know what he was able to help with, to be honest. But he testified, and he was cross-examined, and maybe he was less effective than the prosecution might have wanted. And that would be borne out by the defense not identifying an expert to, rebut whatever those opinions were, because the opinions were kind of useless. Talking about the Menendez brothers, we talked about this way back. I was looking at the election polls, and I could see that Gascon was down 80-20 to Hockman.
Wow.
And I brought it up then. I said,
wow,
the Menendez brothers ain't getting out, because people are all frothing at the mouth. Oh, great. These guys who blasted the heads off of their parents are going to get out after 30 years. Okay, they may be the best reformed killers ever, but still, it kind of sticks in the craw of a lot of folks. And I was not as worried about it because I knew this was going to happen. Gascon is out. Anything he had planned gets set to the side. Hockman comes in, and like a reasonable guy, no matter what he does ultimately, he's going to say, let's slow it down here. Let's take a look. We have a resentencing group. Let's have them look at it. I want to meet with them. I want to meet with the attorneys for both sides. I want to meet with family members. So that's the reasonable thing to do. We still don't know whether they're going to get out as a result, but I wasn't getting all my panties in a bunch when they were talking about they're going to get out by Christmas.
I know they were saying by Thanksgiving.
No way.
By Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. And that was when I started looking into the polls, and I said, this guy's doomed.
Yeah.
So
yeah, by Thanksgiving. But anyhow, so there's a lot of drama because now the prosecutors who apparently were supportive of the Menendez brothers getting out, the two prosecutors have hired apparently a pretty high profile employment attorney. And now Lewin is saying that he retaliated against them for their position in the office about the Menendez brothers. And all this is going on here. Apparently they must have known about this kind of trauma or drama that's happening while he gets assigned to this case. Maybe they didn't know there was a lawsuit. Maybe I don't know. I don't know the exact timing, but it certainly is. If you Google it, you'll find articles right now in the in newspapers discussing it. So it's not hidden. It's Tawana McCullough, the DA keeps asking questions over and over because he wants people to say, see, and agree with what he wants them to see, say, and agree with him, even after the witness answers over and over. The DA is ridiculous. So, that's where we are. But it doesn't. The ultimate question is, has the prosecution proven their case beyond reasonable doubt? That's really going to be the ultimate question.
That's a good question. Look at that.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Do you think the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt
the gun was real? Now, remember, that's only going to relate to the battery charge, because you could scare somebody with a fake gun. You could make them think they're about to get shot, as I talked about earlier, with a fake gun.
Right.
But you can't shoot somebody with a fake gun. So, digging into how those two charges are pled is critical. And the jury's going to get those, as I call it, the cookbook. You're going to get the criminal law cookbook, and they'll have certain elements. And if they find that they are there, regardless of the gun fake or real, they could find guilty on assault. Yeah.
And it's going to be an interesting issue. Well, the defense needs somebody in that jury room, and we haven't seen the last witness yet. So, and I say last witness probably for the defense, because then the prosecution could bring up a rebuttal, right?
Yeah. Yep, it's possible.
So why do you think was the issue about Ills? I mean, Ills is clearly not going to testify. The defense certainly doesn't need him. If the prosecution wanted him, why didn't they go out and get him and interview him way back when? But then the question comes to you, Michael. Do those guys, if the prosecution was going to interview him way back when, did they get an attorney? I mean, I would tell anybody, the police come knocking at your door, you get an attorney, right?
So, I'm looking at Ills, and what's AUG stand for?
Oh,
you're supposed to say there's no such thing as AUG, right?
Yeah, but it may be an actual acronym.
Oh, it may be
his collective group. It's yes. Like that Wally was right.
Well, it's the ASAP collective, and then AUG is just this fictional, weird promotional marketing tool they've come up with. Like I said, which they ripped off the Fight Club thing about acknowledge what AUG is. That's rule number 1. Rule number 2 is look again at rule number 1. So, and they asked again, Mr. Phillips was asked again what AUG was, and he ultimately said, I think it's, I don't know really what it is. ASAP is the collective. The AUG, I don't know. I'm not really sure what it is. So, he kind of waffled a little bit, and there's, I don't know where you're going with that anyway. Yeah. It doesn't seem to have any real substance to me. It's just a sub collective of ASAP. That's what it seems to be.
I do not expect to see Relli on the stand in rebuttal. I think, I mean, unless you're into a super suicide here at the prosecution's case, because the judge said the other day when Lewin was begging for more testimony, he says, I have an ethical duty to prosecute this case, right? And it's not enough time that you just give me 90 minutes, which of course turned out to be enough time, really. He said the reason, and he said it's not fair because Relli was on the stand for 3 days. He was cross-examined, and I only get 2.5 hours plus 90 minutes. And the judge said that's because Relli was most uncooperative, and I'm paraphrasing, and refused to answer a question, refused to answer the questions. And that was a judge saying that. Now, that wasn't in the presence of the jury, but we all heard it. AUG is a creative company and record label. He assigned a successful rapper named Playboy Carti, but it's not important to the trial.
That's what I thought. And it's mostly a marketing tool, really, is what it it seems to be. And as I mentioned before, cool, right? Yeah, it's interesting. Relli is not on the masthead. He's not listed as part of the talent roster. So I think he got booted at some point.
Yeah, but wasn't it the Fight Club? You don't ever admit.
That's what I said. Yeah, about the Fight Club.
That's kind of fun. That's kind of fun, right?
And the fact is, the target audience for that AUG and the whole, they probably don't know Fight Club. What was that? 30 years ago, that movie?
Right. Although somebody came up with the line. Somebody came up with the line.
Yeah, somebody. I don't think it was an original thought. No, I think somebody said, let's just steal this because our audience won't understand where we got it and they'll think it's cool.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Disney even says Michael showed us a recap that day. It was cool. Okay. We're seeing a lot of people saying we see one person who thinks that we're probably biased and that A$AP Rocky is guilty, but we're seeing a lot of people in our chat saying the case is weak. There's no chain of custody on the casings. Yeah, that's a real problem, right? Especially when
Here, wait, I got some bullet casings here somewhere. I got, maybe they're going to be important. Here, police, take these. Here you go.
Especially when he's shooting a Glock at two ranges. I think it was one in L.A. and one in New Jersey. After, right?
Yeah. Again, we've
After,
talked about
before,
how
whatever.
I'm sure Tacopina is going to have that video front and center,
Yeah.
juxtaposing. I definitely did not do that with bang, bang. I definitely did not do that. Bang, bang. Yeah.
That's what he should do. And you said it. He should take every time Relli denied something and that wasn't true, and then put let's go to the videotape, as they used to say.
As Warner Wolf used to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great sportscaster Warner Wolf used to do that.
Yeah, and yes, Relli is not a rapper and not a musician. That's true. He's not a rapper, not a musician. He's absolutely, that's absolutely the case, and everyone agreed to that. I understand. So I don't know. So yeah. I mean, he was a childhood friend of A$AP Rocky, but you can clear that A$AP Rocky has advanced. I mean, he's gone well beyond that, right? He's really has gotten a lot well beyond that, right? Patrick Taylor, thank you again. I feel Mr. Lewin argues for win versus justice, which is terrifying.
Yep.
Holy moly. Is that the most terrifying thing you've ever had? Yes. Isn't that terrifying, Patrick? I absolutely. Because isn't that what we say prosecutors now are doing? When I was a prosecutor, and you had to look at a case and say, no, we're not going to bring that. No, we're going to dismiss that. No, we're not going forward with that. And you took the consequences. Even if you had a victim, you had to deal with them. Here, I'm getting the feeling that prosecutors just want the win. They just want not all prosecutors, because I have friends who are very good prosecutors. They're ethical prosecutors. They're wonderful prosecutors. They devoted their whole life to being prosecuting fairly. But in some of these cases, we're seeing the impression that people are getting is that they want to go for the win and not for what's fair, not for what's really the truth.
Yeah, and I think it's important to distinguish, that zeal to do your job. And if you are representing the state as a prosecutor, your goal is to win. Otherwise, you should not be bringing a case. But it's not at all costs. It shouldn't be, justice system aside, give me the notch on my belt. And that's what this sort of kind of feels like. It's like a star chamber kind of thing, and it's frightening, because I'd like to be sitting there with that unfolding.
Well, look at we watched YSL, right? We watched YSL. We watched a RICO case where they were bringing in marijuana possession from like 10 years or 12 years earlier to say that there was a racketeering group, right? An organized crime group. 10 years earlier, that people pled guilty. A murder case that somebody has pled guilty of serving time to now charge to other people to try to keep them in jail. We watched Yak Gotti, Doug Weinstein's client, stay in jail for 2 months after he was found not guilty on all the RICO charges. So I mean, justice. I mean, justice, really? Yes, we all want justice. We don't want bad things to happen. But we also don't want prosecutors to convict by abusing the system in any case.
Yep, because you just wonder, what happens if I'm sitting there one day, or one of my friends or family members,
Right.
You've got to be able to trust the system to some degree. And there's always going to be a bad apple here and there. There's always going to be some aberrant. I think the problem we have is that there seem to be a number of them more recently, right?
Right. We've seen that more recently, where no one wants to admit if a prosecutor doesn't. Well, all you have to do is look at, let's look at the Innocence Project, right? Started back in the, if we didn't have DNA, this is particularly just DNA cases with science. All the people that have been found actually factually innocent, and some of them almost, hours away from a death penalty. and being executed and all. And I think this is where it's first started to turn. And even now with wrongful confessions, we now know, the hardest thing was for people to understand who would confess wrongfully. But now we know that people confess wrongfully all the time. It's a thing.
Whatever happened to, you could probably help me on who said this and the specific wording, but there should be 10 guilty people go free rather than imprison one innocent person.
Yeah, I forget who was the first person to say that, but yes, absolutely. Right? Why do can you imagine I don't think I could live with myself if I found somebody guilty of a crime they did not commit. I certainly wouldn't. I'd have to be really certain that they committed a crime, that the prosecution has proven, not that they committed a crime, that the prosecution has proven they have committed a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Benjamin Franklin says Katie is the one who said that.
Oh, Ben Franklin. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
I remember Ben and I hanging out, having a cold one, and he mentioned that to me. I should have remembered that better.
Somebody accused Michael of being old. Let's go through that. Actually, somebody accused you.
It was so weird.
Weird, right?
Actually, it was us. So don't try and
all right.
distance yourself. It said you guys. It said, I think you guys need. I think it was prefaced with. We'll have to do this one on our comments.
Yeah, we're gonna do the whole thing.
But basically said, like what you guys are doing, but you should have somebody younger, contemporary, following this case, because there was a mention that Lewin would be limited to 90 minutes at the end of the case. Well, first of all, we killed ourselves talking about that. We talked about it a lot. And then today we even had the code section showing how that's really not relevant, Mr. Lewin. But I thought it through and I said, why would that matter to be? Why would being younger matter to get that little tidbit from court at the end of court? I don't know. I guess
that's irrelevant to whether the case is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Plus,
I guess because we're just sitting here drooling in our chairs, in our easy chairs. I don't know. Anyway.
Plus, we did talk about it because we
talked about it a lot.
The judge's comment was that the reason why he didn't want to he's had enough time because Relli was uncooperative and refused to answer questions. And I went back and actually posted in my personal Twitter, which you reposted and Missy Mayhem reposted, the fact that supported our exclusive reports earlier at the beginning of the week, where the judge had some questions, according to our sources, in chambers about whether the case should be continued because of Relli's credibility on the stand. So not only did we talk about it, we reposted about it.
Yep.
Look at our post. Look at our Twitter.
Okay, this one, True Hebrew. Yeah, so we've kind of covered where we think it's going. I think for the most part, I'd be shocked if there is any guilty verdict. If there's anything, it's going to be on a lesser assault charge. And not that that's a lesser included. That's an actual charge. I can't even imagine what some of the lesser includeds might be. And we did have a question or two about lesser includeds. This is not like a normal case where we'd have, murder or second-degree murder and the lessers would be manslaughter charges. This is it, assault and battery. I mean, would you have trespassing? I don't think so. Perhaps, discharging a weapon in the city limits, maybe, if it's a real gun, but we don't know for sure it's a real gun. So, in fact, it's more likely it wasn't. So I don't know what there could possibly be. What do you think? Any lessers that you can think of?
No, just plain old DP assault, disorderly persons assault, maybe. I don't know. Not even
disorderly conduct.
Some kind of disorderly conduct at that most, and that's not. We're not saying that's going to happen.
No, those are like misdemeanors, and who cares?
Yeah, and even if you have a juror, or you remember, there's 12 people hung up on the fact of where's the gun. Well, we now know, sitting here, that the manager was planning. If he'd been interviewed by the police, would say, "Look, I told him it's more dangerous to carry the prop gun around with you than it is." And we've had that discussion because that could get you killed. Someone could pull out a real gun and shoot you, right? That there wasn't like somebody got rid of it to hide evidence, but apparently that may or may not come in. But we now know that's the case, right? And no one, by the way, went and asked anybody. No one went and asked the people that were there. We know because he was indicted before even witnesses were interviewed. So I don't know how the prosecution. If I'm in chambers having that discussion, I'm saying, well, then they should have gone and investigated this case properly. I mean, I'm not voting. On this evidence would not vote for guilty, but I could understand where you get somebody could be hung up on that issue.
Yeah. And this goes back to one of our original conversations, which was what kind of investigation was even done to get this case as far as it's gotten. We know now they didn't talk to too many people, considering those that were in the police report weren't even talked to.
Right.
So, somebody dropped the ball, and whether it was part of that whole changing of the guard with Gascon to Hawkman, I don't know. Certainly had to be a factor, but it just seems like this was a rudderless ship, And then they were coming into the dock. The dock's my metaphor for the trial. They were coming into the dock, and somebody finally grabbed the wheel, and by then it was too late, and they were just glad they didn't knock the dock over. And maybe they will knock the dock over. I guess we'll see what the jury does.
And I'm going to have to take a screenshot of this and
Angela?
ask my husband, as Michael knows, he doesn't talk too much unless it's a public case. He doesn't talk too much to me about cases. I mean, I know sometimes I don't even know what he's doing. I'll have to tell you guys a funny story about when I went to appear on jury duty after Expector. It turns out he was one of the witnesses on the case that I was being questioned. I had no idea. And the judge was laughing. And he said, "Hi, Linda. Just found out that your husband helped with my cousin Joyce McLean's murder case. Thankful for the attention his involvement brought to the case. And after 38 years, we finally had an arrest and a conviction." We'll have to Google it. I'll have to ask him about it. And
well, it sounds like it's finalized, so he might be able to talk.
He may talk to me about it. I'm hoping that this case ends before Valentine's Day. Actually,
Do you have some big plans? You have some big Valentine's?
Well, no, I have actually no big plans at all. But I started getting like flowers that were being delivered. Some of them behind me. There's like 6 bunches of them from Hawaii, and they're all coming in like so far there's like flowers and more flowers. So either that or I'm in a funeral parlor. But he's very attentive to detail when it comes to that. She was in Maine. She was murdered in 1980. I'm going to take another screenshot of that if you don't mind, Angela. Okay. All right. So thank you very much. I will mention it to him. Can Rocky take action against Relli if he is found innocent? And the question becomes, what happens with the civil case who has very ethical attorneys in it who are representing Relli, right?
Yep. It's going to be again, assuming an acquittal. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be tough. Obviously, the standard of proof is much lower, but I could see it being just settled.
Just to get out of the way.
And we talked about this before too. If that extortion, I'll use that word, was for $1 million, would we be in court right now?
Probably would have settled. No one would have paid the $30 million and $30 million in cash. And then the question becomes, why isn't he investigated? Relli investigated. The prosecution had to choose their warriors. We've been calling our shows here. They had to choose. They had to decide that without even asking all the other people that Relli was telling the truth, right? They made that decision. And the question becomes, did they make that decision because that's what they really believed, because they had the evidence, or they just wanted to have another notch in their gun belt of convicting, this is in LA, convicting somebody who was famous or charging somebody who's famous. So we'll have to see. It's going to be interesting to follow all the way around, isn't it, Michael?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And, we always give our best gut reaction to what we're seeing, just like we think the jury would, but we don't know. You never know what's going to happen.
That's
and
right.
Somebody's, there's 20, the headline is 24-year max. Obviously, that's highly unlikely, even if guilty on all charges. But still, even if it's a couple of years, first time offender, all of that, that's loss of liberty, and that's horrible. So if it happens, it happens. It should be based on legitimate evidence, though, and not just some sort of, boy, let's get this guy because he's sitting there at the defense table.
Well, what's really interesting to me, I was thinking about he's a representative for one of the high brand clothing designers, right? And he's actually wearing some of the clothes in court, and they're actually tweeting about it, from what I understand. He's sitting in this blah 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 suit and all, in court. And it kind of reminds me of also in the Johnny Depp case. That was a civil case, but he was represented Savage, right? Was that Christian Dior?
Right.
Savage,
which they gave him a big contract, a new one, right after
But they
not
didn't drop
liable.
him. Right?
Yeah.
They didn't drop him. It's spelled Savauge. It's not like savage, but I think it's pronounced. Bottega Veneta endorses him, or Bottega Veneta, depending on how you pronounce it. I've heard sometimes people, even designers, I hear, but it is Italian. So maybe I'll wear some Bottega Veneta here.
You have some
Michael.
of that? You got some of that?
You know, when it first came out, I bought this cashmere shawl with suede. I wouldn't buy actual real suede now, but these suede things. And yes, I still have it because it's such a beautifully made piece of Italian fabric in the cashmere. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll just, like, who is that the designer, by the way, who's going to Chanel? Somebody please tell me there's a new designer going to Chanel. Is that I don't know. I want to get some involvement here because maybe we'll do one day. We should do a fashion episode.
Oh yeah.
What kind of hat are you?
Good idea.
What are you wearing?
San Diego State Aztecs.
True hero again. The prosecution didn't really investigate this case and only brought it forth. Oh, hi, Domino.
Domino, what's
because
happening?
It involved ASAP Rocky and the celebrity. Do you think this is true? Well, I have my suspicions that had something to do with it.
Yeah, that's what I've thought all along. That's why I was saying, get backburnered, somebody dropped the ball, all of those cliches, because if you sit down and talk to Relli for 5 minutes, you're gonna have problems, and the more you learn, the worse it would get, based on his testimony. Maybe he's just the worst witness ever, and sitting down in a room with him is much better. I can't believe that. I just don't think they ever did.
Yeah, it doesn't sound well. I wonder when they had the tape of the gun range and whether they had the tape of Wally. That's really the question in my mind. How could you not investigate further once you got that tape? And maybe because he went out and got very good lawyers. And the question is, who recommended those very good lawyers? Because someone comes to you and say, "Oh, A$AP Rocky shot at me," right? Well,
on its face, sign me up. On its face. But in those two attorneys, we're talking about Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez, they're not likely to go into a case like this without some serious due diligence, right?
Right.
So I am a little confused about that. It does confuse me a little bit.
Yeah, I assume once the case is over, hopefully we can get one of them on to discuss, but we'll have to wait first. Lots going to depend. We'll see what this verdict is, right?
Sure.
We're all talking on the same. But anyhow, I think they're going to come back in about 15 minutes. So what we should do is do some replays, unless anyone has a really big question they want to ask.
Is that all the questions we needed to
do? I think we've covered all the areas that we needed to cover, and then let everyone take a break. Take a restroom break, get a little bit of it's a little late for lunch on the East Coast.
Depends on where you are.
But get your pen.
How about a midnight snack in Poland?
Yeah. Kim says I need to go rewatch opening statements now because Mr. Lewin is struggling to make the story make sense for me. Okay.
That's a very good point. We mentioned it last time. Now's a great time to go rewatch the openings. Yep.
Absolutely great time. So why don't we all try to do something that we'll replay something. Missy will pick something on the for us to replay until they come back, and then we will see you tonight about 7:00 after.
Dave Aronberg will be on.
That's right, Dave Aronberg, the prosecutor from former state's attorney from West Palm Beach, Florida, will be on to talk about ethical obligations of prosecutors in light of what he's seen and this case. So stay with us. We'll see you later on.
Okay, bye-bye. How would you like to be addressed, Mr. Phillips?
Mr. Phillips, I said sorry, and because he had been threatened in other incidents, and then look, I don't know what the incidents were. I can't quote them, damn it.
Too bad. Why didn't you interview the guy?
Or object to it beforehand when he said he didn't want to be interviewed by the cop. Why didn't you object?
And just because there was an interview in August of this witness, okay, and it involved some facts alleged facts that Mr. Lewin doesn't know about, it doesn't mean you get a copy of the report or I should say interview. There wasn't
Right.
one. There weren't notes. Too bad. That's just too bad.
It's
You know,
just too bad, right?
you have an investigative arm, you know, and it's not there's not discovery requiring the defense to give the prosecution things. That you have the ability to investigate.
I like one of our viewers to look up the LADA's office and see how many employees. I know it's on there. How many employees they have, how many investigators they have.
Mhm.
The millions of what's their budget? Come on, guys, you can do it. All right. And I use guys all inclusively. You know.
Yeah,
from a
we're not judging that kind of craziness here.
Yeah.
Okay, so a couple of things. Let's talk about the sanctions. Okay.
Okay.
Because we did see one unfold, and I think we're going to get the actual clip of when the sanction was imposed. But let's start first with what we heard. The judge, you know, and this was according to the judge something he has never, ever done before. And, you know, so that's something. So here's what he has never, ever, ever done before.
All right, I want to go on the record regarding something. I've actually never had to do this, but I'm going to do it. There have been, and I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody in particular. This is what I'm going to say applies to everybody at the council table. There have been repeated speaking objections, arguing with witnesses that has occurred, arguing amongst counsel, snide comments made from one counsel to another, arguing with a decision of mine. That's not going to happen. If it does, I'm going to invoke CCP 177.5, which allows for monetary sanctions up to $1,500 for each time. And what will happen is, each time it happens, that will be another incident that will occur at a hearing after the trial. I've never had to do this, but to ensure, or to help ensure, that these things that I just mentioned do not occur again. That is why I am doing this. So please keep it in mind that I'm going to keep track. All right.
Okay, so I know we have it here somewhere. We'll go to the tote board because there was an imposition. There was an imposition just before the break. It was during the cross-examination by Lewin, and Mr. Taco was at the table. You know, and Lewin starts basically critiquing his objection. That's not an objection. says the guy that objected earlier in the day to that's not discoverable. Objection, not discoverable. What is that? That's not an objection. So,
here's the thing too. I mean, he thinks he's cross-examining Robert Durst, right? This is a guy. I mean, Lewin had to say he was so busy in his cross-examination when he was saying that about time. He said, you know, I travel all the time. He thought he said Tom. So when you going, Tom? And he said, no, I didn't say. Wait, how you going, Tom? And he said Tom. And the judge finally had to say time. He's talking about when he's, you know.
So I mean, it makes it look like Lewin is, you know, let's just say culturally insensitive. Put it that way.
Yeah. Not only culturally insensitive, but just not wanting to listen to what he's trying to say. And my view is that juries don't like that. They've been sitting there. They want their time. They have time, right? They want to hear what he has to say.
Of course.
Tell us what he has to say.
So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. And there was a question here from, I never read the whole name because it makes me laugh, but Motion to Scream. Can we discuss the stark difference between Relli and 12V on the stand? Oh man, is there a difference? I didn't notice. They seem so similar.
Great question. Motion to Scream. WTF, Grant.
You know, it's so stark. It's so starkly different that it's almost as if it doesn't matter what 12V says, because he's likable. He seems forthright, even in being cross-examined. He's not really argumentative. He's asked for clarification a few times, but if you set the substance aside of what each of these witnesses have testified to, how do you not lean toward 12V, right?
Right. I even I love the beginning when Lewin says to him, I know that our chat here has now and Mr. Lewin may not like it, calling combine the word Lewin and Weiner to call him Lewiner, okay? And we're getting a lot of stuff about it. And if our chat is any indication of the jury, the jury wants to hear what he is saying about the incident. And he had his little pointer. Did you see he had a pointer?
Yeah, and we're looking at this video, which we know from day one has been a glob. I'm sure it's slightly better for the jury. And to the credit of the pool camera, they have at times dropped that little filter down, which helps clarify. But it's still, this is like a Fellini film. It is not very clear. It's a lot of objects moving around. But the way 12E explained it, Mr. Phillips, you could follow it. It made sense.
For the first time, I really did.
And what do we get out of that? What's the bottom line? Relli was the aggressor.
Right.
Okay.
Right, and that's what Lewin was upset about. He said, "You, in answer to the question you mentioned several times that Relli is bigger. I didn't ask that question, but Relli in his testimony said he was bigger. Right? He said he was 6. Relli was saying he's bigger. So when he's narrating his version, he's saying he's bigger. I couldn't.
Yeah, and so the jury could interpret that one of two ways. Lewin's way would be that he was embellishing because he is there to help Rocky however he can help him. That's one way to interpret it. The other way to interpret it is that's just his description of the guy and what was happening, that he was bullying Rocky and is it Ellie? Is that what it is? Or the other person? And I guess I don't know, maybe we're going to hear from the other person who was there that night, who according to 12E, Relli was also attacking.
Right.
So...
And he was saying, no, I'm just trying to give you a fact to explain why it was I couldn't intervene to get him off him because I'm smaller. But he's much bigger than everybody. I was trying to give you a description of what was happening, which is what the jury is there to hear, a description of what was happening. So I don't know, motion to scream, how you feel about it. Well, actually, I do know because you just showed us. You thought that Mr. Phillips was reasonable and credible. How do the rest of you all feel? Do you think that I see African D, it's so different than Lewin is whining about how well prepared he was? Look at this one.
Weiner seems a bit uneasy.
Candy Temple.
Yeah.
The Weiner seems so.
And even after the jury was excused for lunch, and they had a little riff after that, and that's when Lewin was complaining that he didn't get material relating to the interview in August of 12E. Everything he says, it's just big, it's just loud, and the judge said, let's take it down. Let's take it down a notch. He doesn't even realize when he's yelling. He's just I don't know if it's his just passion, he just can't control it, or he's just kind of a jerk. I'm not sure which it is. Maybe both.
Yeah, Great Missy, 800 clerical and support staff. 1,000 attorneys, and I think there's somewhere they have investigators, and somewhere they have a budget, a big budget.
It's a ton of money. It's one of the curiosities of this case because we've been wondering all along, who was really involved in driving this case forward? Did they ever take a step back and say, this case sucks? So maybe they didn't invest, investigators into the process to the point that they could have learned what Weiner is now saying. He should be told.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the judge, well, you're taking me to the woodshed.
The woodshed.
Yeah, he said. Woodshed.
That's what Weiner said. He said, I'm getting taken to the woodshed. The judge said, well, you're only getting taken to the woodshed if you, violate these rules.
Well, I can't believe that was said. I really can't believe that was said. This, I believe, is the lunch break, so they're going to be gone to 4:30 at least. In our experiences, they don't necessarily set on time. Now, I have a question for everyone here. I was at a meeting this morning, so I assume that there was a decision made that the directed verdict motion could be held in abeyance. It's normally made after the state rests, but because you had witnesses there and a jury there, usually a lot of times judges will say, look, you haven't waived it. We'll get to your directed verdict motion, at some time in the future. Even though it normally happens after the state's case, but I assume that happened. And there's a lot of things that go on, by the way, in a judge's chamber for scheduling like that we're not aware of, or back and forth with emails that we're we're not aware of. How
Or
that's how long the break is.
And if the camera's shut off, and so because we were curious yesterday, if you're going to have the jury come in earlier, then you're not really counting on much time for an argument, right?
Right.
And
They
so
had the jury come in early.
they may have addressed it in part of that housekeeping. Let's just get going. We understand you're going to make that motion, defense counsel, but let's get the witnesses in and out and go.
Yeah.
Not all that crazy.
Walter says Cat has the best gif of Joe doing it. He did that. Remember the early days, the crying emoji.
Yeah, I saw that the meme.
So I don't know. This is motion to scream says Lewin, without calling it Lewin. Tell me you've never been to a show without telling me you've never been to a show. Now that has to go when he said something about, well, I tried to get him to be involved with me in a show, right? And then for some reason that got translated by Lewin to mean that you're trying to lie to the jury. Michael, did you understand that?
No, it was a little unclear to me as well. So I'm not sure what was clearer, the witness's testimony or Lewin's interpretation of the testimony.
But he looks like he's trying to tell him what happened. But here's a good question. This is a start question, and I'm sorry, Missy, I haven't seen, there's so many questions here. Dexter Matamoro, what I don't understand is that the defense could have questioned 12, why not the state? Well, the state didn't even make an attempt until apparently 2 weeks before trial. And at that point, he said, I don't want to speak to you. So they could have called him. I'm sure he has a lawyer, right? He's represented probably by a law firm.
And something the judge had mentioned, very importantly, said there's a police report. There's a police report. So
why is that important? Why is that important?
Well, because it provides the prosecution, it provides everybody with important people, names and those who might be involved that you might want to talk to. So, and if you're
it
talking
suggests
to
that
them,
it would suggest he was interviewed that night by the police with someone.
Well, he was certainly identified. That's what it looked like. I'm not sure if interviewed, but he was certainly identified. And so prosecution, it's on them to do something with that.
Yeah, I just think my view is that when you have a regular normal person on the stand, and he's a regular normal person, he's a rapper, right? You don't attack him like he's a mafioso. You just don't. The jury wants to know what he said. And I wrote something down actually when we were, I wrote it to, and let me find it because I wrote it to our producers, and you know what I'm going to say when we were watching this. And let me see if I find it. So sorry for yelling. We had a little problem, by the way, with the feed earlier because we were on the long crime feed, and apparently they posted that their control room is having some issues. So we have switched to a different feed, I believe the Court TV feed, and we seem to have no problems with it. By the way, Tacopina was objecting. You wrote, Lewin was on the witness stand or something. What was that, Michael? Explain that. It's funny,
I don't remember.
Because it was so wild. It was absolutely so wild. But I said that jurors don't want to be told the story. They don't like it.
Oh, I see the note you're looking at.
Go ahead.
I think what Diz is telling me that we have, I don't know if I can pull it in the middle of what I'm doing here, but we have that moment at which the first sanctions, let's go to the tote board. The first sanctions have been issued, but I don't know if I can do that while we're chatting. I'll try. Go ahead. Okay. Continue. Go ahead with what you were looking for.
So why didn't they call the witness? Why didn't they investigate the case? Because, I know what I wrote to you before I answer that. Yeah, all of a sudden said he was going at Mr. Phillips, Lewin was going at Mr. Phillips saying, the very powerful people, A$AP Rocky could stop your contract right away, could stop your contracts. He said, no, I mean, I'm an artist. I have a name. I could go under a different A$AP name and I'd still be out there. I have a following and I travel with other people. And then he said, and here's where I thought it was dirty. Okay. And A$AP Rocky and his significant other, Rihanna, they're powerful people. They can go after you. Now, no, the defense has not really used Rihanna to Rocky's benefit. The only time they mentioned her initially was when in the opening, remember, Lewin put a picture of, or not Lewin, it was Paul. probably be a picture of Rihanna up right
Right.
at the opening.
I do.
You know, and then when the defense asked something about it, there was an objection from Lewin. They said, "Well, you put the picture up of her," but they haven't used her like she's an asset, right, in terms of the questioning. But then Lewin goes in to use her like, you know, she's a bad, powerful woman who's going to come back and retaliate against you. And I thought that was really
Okay. Here's sort
unfair.
of I disagree with that, and here's why.
Okay. Let's talk.
This guy's in this guy's in the biz. However he describes himself, clearly he wants to succeed. I think it would be. It almost goes without saying that if you have a power couple like we have with Rocky and Rihanna, it would not take much for them to squash his aspirations. It wouldn't even have to be all that targeted. You know, if it was learned that he fell out of favor with them as a result of this, that could hurt him. I think that's legitimate. So I don't have a problem with him bringing that up. I think the counter argument to that is
maybe.
I think the counter argument is going to be that there's no evidence that ever happened. You know, that's
Right. Well, that's it. She hasn't been mentioned in this case. She the only people mentioning her is the state. She hasn't been mentioned in this case. I mean, she really hasn't. He hasn't said anything. Even Relli didn't say anything, right? Relli didn't say anything about her. I don't think there was a word about her.
No, I don't think anybody has, other than Lewin, has, and the prosecution as a whole, Polly P, have brought her name up. I don't think. Okay, I have that. I was able to do this multitasking here. So
I know, because you're great.
let's see if because I have a split personality. Okay, let me see. I think this is it. I'm counting on Diz. Let's see what we got here.
All right,
Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Sorry, my bad. Next, I got another one here. Hold on. Is that the right one? Yes, I think this is the right one. Sal.
Are you finished? That has been represented.
stay.
Mr. Phillips, does what you just read, does that completely encompass everything that you said to the defense during your one interview with them?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
There's no grounds.
Grounds, it's misleading because it's not a sworn statement, it is not a written statement, it is.
That's not a proper rejection.
This
All right. That's one. Both of you.
That's one, both of you.
Your Honor, grounds.
And he still won't stop. Your Honor, grounds. So
I wish we could get a screenshot of that face. We have to go back. We have to go back and grab that screenshot.
let's see. I'll pause it so you can get a look at it.
Let's see if when he kind of turns. I don't know if we can do it slow motion enough. There, it was right back one click. It was right back one click.
Yeah.
It's hard to do it because it was like back one click. Keep going, keep going.
Oh,
There
is
you
it,
go.
where is it? It's snarl. It's kind of like a snarl.
Yeah, I'm gonna
There
hold
we
on.
go.
Keep it right
How's
there,
that?
Michael. I'm gonna take a
Okay.
screenshot of that. Hold it right there while I get a
Okay.
screenshot of that. You all can get a screenshot of that too.
That's the face of a
Hold
guy
on.
who just got sanctioned $1,500.
Thank you all.
If you have a new time estimate on it.
What?
They're also asking.
Oh, yeah, enough of the time.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go on the record. We're outside the presence of the jury. After we went off the record at the lunch recess, I overheard both sides talk about potentially Brady material. I didn't know what was or what might not be Brady material, so I asked the prosecution, specifically Mr. Przlomek and Mr. Lewin, to go in camera with me at 1:15. I wanted to know what potentially was the Brady material. Everything was fully related to me. There is nothing that need be disclosed pursuant to Brady. There is nothing that tends to exonerate. There is nothing that tends to impeach a prosecution witness. Consequently, nothing need be disclosed. All right, is the, I guess we need to bring in the jury. Is Mr. Levin here?
Yes.
Okay, let's get the jury in first, and then call Levin.
You want to just finish it?
So I understand that they made a recording of
I can't hear you.
Oh, they made a recording of the witness,
Right.
my understanding?
Before
Yes. Yeah, I understand they made a recording of
Let me, while the jury, let me see inside or not in the record. Okay. Jury seat 7, juror 7. Alex reminded me that you needed to recess at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Is that like in stone? Can it be any longer than that?
I need to be in Bakersfield by 6 o'clock.
Can you be later? Can you
No,
be
because I'm giving a talk. I can't be later.
All right. Then tomorrow, I told you, we'll break at 3. We will break at 3.
Because we should be, I think,
Oh,
try it.
one We are now back on the record. All jurors and the counsel and parties are present. Defense,
Thank you. The defense calls Lewis Levin.
Approximate case, if you're on there, so you can just stop around there, raise your right hand for us. Thank you. You solemnly state that the testimony you may give the cause now pending before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please take this in the witness stand there. Feel free to adjust the microphone and state and spell your name for the record.
Lewis Levin, Louis Levin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Levin.
Good afternoon.
Do you go by any other name than Lewis Levin?
Yes, ASAP Lou.
Okay. Mr. Levin, in anticipation of the prosecution's questions later, would you ever commit perjury to defend Rocky?
No.
Would you ever commit perjury for anyone?
No.
Do you understand the significance of the oath you've taken today?
Yes, I do.
And do you take that oath seriously?
Yes,
Is this your first time testifying?
it is.
What do you do for a living?
I'm Rocky's tour manager. I also DJ, and I have a clothing brand.
And what are your responsibilities as Rocky's tour manager include?
Just doing the routing for the shows, make sure that the production staff is hired, the production is right, he gets there on time, just that we have a successful and good show.
Okay. And in addition to touring, are you also involved in Rocky's music videos?
Yes, I am.
And what does that involve?
Sometimes I'm featured in the videos, but most of the time I'm there to like help manage directors, producers, assistants, props, light, anything, just kind of a helping hand.
Okay. And how long have you worked with Rocky?
Since 2010.
When did you first meet him?
I met him in 2010 at a concert in Brooklyn.
And can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I was.
Relevant just to overall. You can answer.
Yes, I was actually a fan in the crowd, and I was a fan for him for a while, and I was in the crowd. He picked me out of the crowd and said, like, "You're hyped. I like your energy. Come up on stage." Went up on stage, and then after that, went backstage and met him, 12E, Bari, Ills, just all the ASAP guys.
And did you begin working with Rocky at that time?
Not right away. It was a couple months after. It was either later in 2010 or early 2011.
And what was your first position with Rocky?
I was his assistant first.
And what did that involve?
Just like assistant tasks, make sure he's up on time, he makes his meetings, phone calls, he eats, his bags are packed, he's prepared for the day.
Okay. And was there a time where you switched positions? Where you stopped doing that?
Yeah, I did that for about 3-4 years, and then I started being his tour DJ, and like when he did after parties or clubs, his DJ for that as well.
Okay. And when did you start becoming his tour manager?
I would say 2017, 2018, somewhere around there.
Okay. Now, in addition to the work you do for Rocky, have you held any other jobs?
Well, yeah, I DJ and I have a clothing brand.
Okay.
I DJ on my own. Yeah.
And how large are the venues that you DJ for?
It varies. I've done like festivals with a few thousand people. I've done smaller private events, like club events. It varies, but I've done international, domestic. I've traveled for a lot.
Okay. And you mentioned that you met ASAP 12. Is that right?
Yeah, the first show I met Rocky.
And what's your relationship been like with 12?
It's been good. I would consider him a close friend.
And did you ever meet someone known as ASAP Relli?
Yes.
And what's your relationship been like with him?
Over the years, it's always kind of been up and down. It would be times where like we were good, and then like a week later, he would text me or call me and say, "Fuck you, you're a bitch, you're a faggot." Oh, sorry.
Overall. You can answer.
He would text me and just be aggressive, like, "Fuck you, I'm gonna fuck you up when I see you, you're a bitch, you're a faggot." And then a week later say, "Hey, I miss you, we should hang out." Like, it's been like that ever since I've known him, really.
What's your understanding as to why it's been like that?
Your Honor, that's going to call for speculation. It's also relevant in perspective too.
What's your understanding as to why it's been that way?
What's your understanding? What?
What's your understanding as to why it's been that way?
The objection is taken.
Okay. Mr. Levin, do you have any experience with firearms?
Yes, I do.
And are you licensed to possess firearms?
Yes, I am.
When did you get licensed?
In 2020,
And why?
it was COVID times, and it was pretty crazy. There was a lot of like home invasions. There's a lot of people getting robbed. There's a lot of violence going on, and I just felt the need to have something in my house to protect myself.
Okay. And what firearms, if any, do you own?
I own a Smith & Wesson M&P 9. I own a Glock 42. I own a 12-gauge shotgun and an AR-15. Right.
What caliber is the Glock 42?
It's 380.
Now, what do you do with those firearms?
Take them to the shooting range, keep them in my house.
Okay. And do you consider yourself knowledgeable about guns?
Yeah, I would say so.
Are you personally aware whether or not Rocky's been the victim of prior violence?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell us about that knowledge?
I know he was jumped in a club in 2018. His face was cut.
Motion strike the answer.
Hold on. Sorry. He can testify to what he has observed relating to that. If anything has been told to him, that would be within his supervision.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, with that instruction, are you personally aware, anything that you observed in terms of past violence against Rocky?
Yeah, that I personally observed. He had some home invasions and a stalker.
And can you tell us about the stalker?
The stalker has actually gotten into his home before. I saw the security footage, and I've actually encountered her in person before, like just following me around.
Okay. And when's the last time there was an incident with the stalker?
It was Memorial Day of 21.
Around May of 2021?
I would say yes.
Now, do you know of any security measures that Rocky took in response to these incidents?
Yes, he started getting security guard to sit outside his house for 24 hours, and he started carrying a prop gun.
Yeah, I'm gonna object. Last foundation.
How do you know that? What do you know about the security company and the prop gun?
I physically saw them, both the prop gun and the security company.
Objection withdrawn.
The objection's over. All right, the objection's over. Ask another question.
Thank you. So what's your understanding of what a prop gun is?
It's a prop gun is something that looks like a real gun. It doesn't fire a projectile. It makes the same noise. It looks like it. It's just, like I said, it doesn't actually shoot anything out of it.
All right. I think you just answered this, but were you personally involved in Rocky's decision to carry the prop gun?
Security and I thought it would be a good idea.
Why?
Well, because of the prior violence, it's just a non-lethal form of self-defense.
Okay. Now, you said you worked with Rocky on music videos. Did any of them involve prop guns?
Yes.
Which was the most recent one?
DMV.
And where was that music video made?
It was made in New York.
Who were the main characters in that video?
Rakim.
Do you know where Rocky got the prop gun that he carried from?
Yes, he got it from that video shoot.
And how do you know that?
I was on set and I handled it there.
You seen it take it?
I did see him take it, yes.
When was the DMV music video recorded?
July 2021.
So about a month or two after that May 2021 incident with the stalker?
Correct, yes.
Now, after the DMV video, how do you know that Rocky carried that prop gun?
I personally saw him and I handled it.
Did you see Rocky with it on November 6th, 2021?
I did, yes.
Where were you when you saw him?
We were at in Long Beach at ComplexCon. We had rehearsals that day for the show, which was the next day, the 7th. During rehearsals, he does like a dress rehearsal where he gets on stage and runs around and rehearses his performance. While he was running around, he handed me the prop gun to hold, so it was in safety.
And based on what you've seen and heard, did Rocky hide from his friends the fact that he carried that prop gun?
Not to his close friends, no.
And how do you know that?
It was known by everyone. I mean, it was just something that everyone knew. Like his close friend circle, everybody knew that he carried a prop gun.
Have you ever seen Rocky carry a real firearm in public?
Not in public, no.
Now, the prop gun that you've been talking about, what type is it, or was it?
It was a Glock 26.
And did you ever do anything to that prop gun to modify it?
Yes. I added this thing on the side of it called the clip draw, and what that is essentially it lays flush to the slide, and it allows you to put it in your waistband more securely, so if you have to carry it out. And then I also added a clear extended magazine on it.
And why did you put the clear extended magazine on it?
Well, the Glock 26 it's a small, like, subcompact gun. The whole point of him carrying this was to make it look intimidating, to kind of scare people off that were going to try to harm him. So having the clear magazine and extended magazine made it look a little bit more intimidating.
To your knowledge, did there come a point where Rocky stopped carrying that pop gun?
Yes, it was after November
Now,
6th.
Protection Foundation, in terms of how he knows this, do we get the foundation?
How do you know?
Oh, because I was part of the decision. He gave it to me. He gave it to me after.
And why was that decision made?
That's going to call for speculation unless there's firsthand knowledge.
Overruled.
The decision was made because, like I said, he carried it to deter violence, and then on November 6th, after the incident, it obviously didn't work, and he decided to just get actual armed security. He didn't want to carry it anymore.
Do you know what happened to that pop gun?
Yes, I brought it back to New York.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so after he gave it back to me, January, I believe, of next year, 2022, I flew back to New York with it, and I gave it to the co-director that we got it from.
When you said you gave it to him in New York, how did you get to New York with the pop gun?
Oh, we took a private jet.
Now, do you know if Rocky was licensed to possess firearms in 2021?
That's going to, again, call for hearsay.
Okay. Do you know if Rocky owned firearms in 2021?
And that's also a lax foundation, the way it's asked. It's asking what he knows, what he sees, and
You can answer.
Yes, he did.
And what firearms did he own?
It was a Desert Eagle, 44 Magnum, and an AR-10 rifle.
And are they designed to accommodate 9mm caliber ammunition?
No, they're not.
Have you ever been to Rocky's home?
Yes,
How often?
many times.
And have you ever seen firearms ammunition?
Yes.
Did you ever plan on going to a shooting range with Rocky?
Yeah, we did. It was in the summertime of 21, I would say July, August, somewhere around there.
And what preparations did you make in order to go?
So I came to his place first with my both of my pistols, my handguns. And while we were there, I was oiling the guns up and loading the magazines, and also calling around the shooting ranges to try to secure like a private area, a private room.
And why did you do that? Why were you looking for a private room?
Well, because of who he is, he's a celebrity, and you know, we just didn't want to cause a commotion going there. And usually when we go out places, we do try to get a private room. Like,
Okay. In this instance, did you actually end up going to the shooting range?
no, we couldn't secure anything. Everything was booked out, or just nothing was available that day.
Okay. So what did you do instead?
Just hung out at this place. We had a couple of drinks, talk, bullshit.
Okay. Did you go home that night?
I did.
And did you bring your weapons and ammunition back with you?
I did not.
Why not?
Because I had a couple of drinks. I didn't think it'd be wise to travel with my firearms.
Okay. Did you go back to Rocky's house to retrieve your belongings at some point?
Yeah, the next day I did.
And at that time, did you take everything with you?
I took everything except for one magazine. It was the Glock 43 magazine.
Okay. Now, do you own a Glock 43?
I do not.
All right. So why did you have a Glock 43 magazine?
So when I purchased my Glock 42, and I was at the gun shop buying accessories for it, more magazines, I had mistakenly grabbed the Glock 43 magazine. When you're in the store, everything is like right next to each other. So it's the Glock section, it's all of them listed, the 17, 19, all the accessories. They were right next to each other, and I grabbed it mistakenly. And I didn't realize until that day that I had mistakenly grabbed it.
And I want to show you what's in evidence is Exhibit 40. People's Exhibit 40. 40B. Direct your attention to this right here.
Yes.
For the record, he's pointing to what appears to be a handgun magazine with a photo or other magazines and rounds in the video. Is that correct, Ron?
That's right. Okay, it's 11. I just pointed to. What is that?
That's my Glock 43 magazine.
Was this magazine ever used?
No.
Can you tell that from looking at the picture?
Personally, I guess, because I mean, I own firearms and I own other magazines. Usually it has wear marks on the side of it from going in and out of the pistol or firearm. So that one has nothing on it. It's clearly brand new. It's just loaded.
All right, I want to show you what's in evidence of People's Exhibit 42.
You don't have to take them all out. We'll stipulate some numbers if you like.
Let's do this. Can you zoom in on it? All the way. Okay. Why don't we do this? Yeah. So I want you to take a look at this. Cartridge. How would you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a 6-hour 9mm cartridge. It's mine.
Is that the ammunition that you left at Rocky's house?
Correct, yes.
The one that, excuse me, ammunition that was contained in that magazine that we just saw?
That's correct.
By the way, going back to the magazine, when you realized it was the wrong one, why didn't you return it?
It's a $20 magazine. It would have cost more in gas to go there back and forth in my time.
Okay. All right, I want to show you what's in evidence is Defense Exhibit CC. Look, do you see the two shell casings on the right?
Yes.
Can you see the imprint on the bottom of those shell casings? Can you make it out?
Yes.
Okay. And what do they say? What's the imprint?
FC 9mm Luger.
Okay. Can you tell us what brand these casings are?
That's Federal.
Okay. And the cartridges on the left, are those the cartridges that you just saw?
Yeah, the one you just handed me.
Okay, that's the 9mm ammunition that you left in Rocky's house?
Correct.
Okay, and what brand is that?
SIG 6-hour.
All right. So these 9mm shell casings on the right, the same brand as your 9mm ammunition on the left?
They're not.
Okay, they're not anything further.
Mr. Levin, as you sit here today, do you consider yourself to be an unbiased witness?
Yes, I do.
So do you agree that you come in to your testimony today looking at the defendant as basically a brother, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that you do not want to see him convicted in this case, agree?
Well, I've already facing 24 years. I don't want to see him go to jail for 24 years.
Your Honor, please admonish the jury that that is an incorrect statement.
Sustain. Ask the question.
Did you not understand the question that I asked?
Can you please rephrase it?
So I'm going to ask you going forward, sir. I want you to answer the question I asked, and only that question, and not add anything that you want to add. The attorney who called you will have a chance to get up here on redirect and to ask you anything that he wants to ask. Do you understand that?
Yes, I apologize. Can you please rephrase it?
My question is, isn't it true, sir, that whether or not the defendant committed this crime or not, you do not want him to be convicted, do you?
I believe in the judicial system. Anyone who's committed a crime and is guilty and found guilty by a jury should pay for their crime.
I'm going to ask you again, sir. Given your close relationship with the defendant, isn't it true that you do not want him to be convicted in this case? Yes or no?
I can't really answer that. I don't know the details, full details of the case. I can't accurately answer that. I'm sorry.
You would agree that you have a, in addition to your personal relationship, you have a financial relationship with the defendant, correct?
Not significant.
Well, wait a minute, you're his tour manager, correct?
Yeah, the past 2-3 years, he barely toured.
Well, if he tours, would you expect to be the tour manager?
When he tours, yes.
And when he tours, that can be very financially lucrative for the defendant and for anybody else who is associated with it, correct?
Sure, yeah.
So you would agree, sir, that you have a financial interest in the defendant being able to continue to tour where you can be his tour manager, is that correct?
I'm sorry. Can you answer it again? Threw me off.
Sure. Would you agree that you have a future financial interest in the defendant being able to perform and tour?
Yes, but it's not the majority of my income.
That's not what I asked.
Everything after yes is true.
I apologize. Sorry.
Are you aware of the defendant having toured in Bangkok?
In Bangkok?
Yeah.
Yes.
When did that happen?
Last year in November, I believe we did the show.
In fact, you're aware that this trial was delayed so he could tour, correct?
Well sustained, the objection sustained.
You just told me he rarely tours anymore. He just toured in Bangkok a couple of months ago, correct?
I wouldn't consider that a tour. A tour is multiple shows. That was one show. It was a one-off show.
Did you go?
Of course I would, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, you got paid for going, right?
Yes.
So do you agree that you have a financial interest in the defendant continuing to be able to tour?
Yes. Yeah. I'm not going to keep that yet. Yes.
So how much of your income, I'm not asking you what you make,
Mm-hmm.
but what percentage of your income is either directly or indirectly related to the defendant?
Currently, I would say 30%.
And what was it previously?
Previously, when?
Well, so you said currently it's 30%, you agree.
Like I said, it varies. It depends on how much he's toured. So when he tours, I can't accurately tell you because that's years ago when he was actually touring.
When he was actually touring, you were making more money, is that correct?
Well, yeah, the more shows we do, the more I make. Yeah.
And in fact, when you were his assistant, that's what he paid you, correct?
I'm sorry, when I was an assistant, I got paid, yes.
And that was your primary source of income, correct?
In 2010, yeah, that was.
So historically, the defendant has been an extremely important source of income for you, is that right?
Yes, he's opened the door for me to have other opportunities aside from working directly from him to be able to further benefit financially. So I DJ on my own, like I said, not with him. I travel on my own. And recently, for the past couple of years, that's been the majority source of my income, yes.
And in terms of you being able to establish yourself as a DJ and your clothing brand, you have the defendant in large part to thank for that, don't you?
Sure, yes.
Now, I want to ask you, when did you first speak to the defense in this case?
In August of 2024.
So you're saying the very first time that you spoke to the defendant's lawyers was nearly 3 years after the incident?
That's correct.
Had you spoken to the defendant about this incident prior to that time?
Yeah.
Had you spoken to him numerous times about it?
More than once, sure, yeah.
So we're going to go back to the very beginning. When did you first hear about this incident on November 6, 2020?
The next day?
And did you talk to the defendant about it?
Yes.
And at that point in time, did he tell you that he had pulled a prop gun on Relli?
Yes, he explained to me the situation of what happened on the night of November 6th.
And at that point in time, were you aware that Relli was already contacting the defendant and other members of his entourage, for lack of a better word, and basically demanding money?
I don't recall that specifically.
You became aware near the time of the incident that Relli wanted money, correct?
I can't recall that specifically. No, I know about the incident, but I don't know. He didn't contact me about wanting any money. So I don't know. I can't recall specifically if he did that.
Let me ask you something. Did you become aware at some point in time that Relli wanted money?
Yeah.
And did you become aware of that from the defendant?
To be honest, I think I became aware of it when everything came out in the media.
Wait, so you're saying you never had a conversation with the defendant back near this, when this event happened, about the defendant wanting, the victim wanting a bunch of money from him?
Like I said, sir, to be honest, I can't recall that specific conversation.
I'm not asking a specific conversation. I'm asking, did you have any conversation with the defendant, who you described as your brother, a fellow ASAP, the person who you were his personal assistant? Did you have any conversation with him near the time of this event about what happened, the fact that Relli wanted money for it?
When you say the fact that Relli wanted money, like I said, I can't recall if we specifically spoke about that right around the time of the event.
When did you become aware that Relli wanted money?
I told you, I don't specifically recall, but I believe it may have been around when everything came out in the media.
And when you say everything coming out in the media, do you mean?
When the defendant was arrested.
And that's going to be in 2022, is that correct?
In April, I believe, yes.
And you're telling me that before that time, as far as you can remember, you didn't have any conversation with the defendant about what Relli wanted from him. Is that correct?
Like I said, sir, I cannot specifically remember.
So I'm asking you, sir, as you sit here, to the best of your memory, did you have any conversation with the defendant about Relli wanting money from him between the time the incident happened and the time that it became public in April 2022?
And again, I said I cannot specifically remember if we spoke about it around the time of the event.
When you say you cannot specifically remember, what do
I
you
cannot
remember?
recall. I recall him telling me about the event, how it happened on November 6th, the night. I can't remember him specifically saying Rel was trying to extort him for money.
So I want to go back to your conversations with the defendants. You said that you first spoke to them in August 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was for approximately 90 minutes, correct?
Yes, I would say so.
And that was in what city?
It was in New York.
And who was present during that conversation?
It was Joe, Chad, and Eleanor.
Eleonora?
Eleanor, yeah, sorry. Pardon me.
And did they have an investigator there monitoring or recording the proceedings?
No, it was just them and me.
Did you see them taping anything?
They were not taking anything.
Did you see them taking any notes?
They were not taking any notes.
Do you have any idea how they were in any way memorializing or even remembering what it was you were telling them during this 90-minute interview?
Objection, speculative.
I'm asking if you noticed. What's that, Norm?
No, all right. The question calls for a yes or no. It's over.
I'm sorry, can you repeat it one more time?
You said they were not recording.
Yes.
You said they were not taking notes.
Correct.
You said there was no investigator that was there monitoring.
Correct.
So I'm asking you, are you aware, do you know how they were keeping track of what you were saying during the interview?
Objection, speculation.
Ask if he knows.
On
He's
that
in the
ground-
interview.
On that ground, and it seems that
Sustained. You just testified they were not recording anything and they were not taking any notes, correct?
That is correct.
So I'm not asking you to speculate, so I'm asking, do you know, are you aware of how they were documenting and keeping track of what you were saying?
objection. You mean if they were?
Yes, if they were, yes, Your Honor.
I'm not aware.
You had a second interview with them when?
January 26th of this year.
January 26th. That would be approximately 6 days after this trial started. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, sure.
Have you seen, sir, the statement, the summary that they turned over of your total information that you provided them in this case? Have you seen it?
Yeah, you showed it to me this morning.
Would you agree, sir, that it is literally 9 bullet points?
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
You testified on direct examination to a number of incidents and issues already. You talked about the fact that the prop gun was modeled after Glock 26, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree that what you said about the prop gun in your prior statement was as follows? Rocky carried a prop gun after being the victim of prior violence and home invasions, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the
States
ground?
the evidence, not his prior statement.
Correct? This is what's been represented as your prior statement. Rocky carried a prop gun. This has been represented as a summary of the prior statement turned over in discovery pursuant to PC 1054.3. Is, sir, it says that you said Rocky carried a prop gun after being the victim of prior violence and home invasions. Is that what you said?
Yeah, this is what the summary says.
Did you provide any more detail than that to them?
In August of 24, I honestly, I can't completely, I mean, if they ask me for more details, then I did give them more details.
Mr. Levin, are you telling me you can't remember you're asked about Rocky carrying a prop gun, and you mentioned prior violence and home invasions, and you were saying that you don't know if they asked you, hey, what prior violence, what home invasion? You don't remember that?
I don't want to misspeak, and like I said, I can't completely recall. This is 6-7 months ago.
Well, you just testified to information on direct examination. You would agree regarding home invasions and prior violence that is not in here, is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you ask it another way? I apologize.
You just testified on direct examination. You were asked questions specifically about prior violence and home invasions, and you said, as an example, you saw video of a home invasion, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me where in your statement you mentioned anything about a video of a home invasion?
Objection, Your Honor, it's not in the statement.
What's the, can I get a ground, Your Honor?
Misleading.
Misleading.
Overruled. Fine. Misstates the evidence.
It's a question, it's not misstating anything.
Objection's overruled.
But can you tell me where you see any information, sir, about having viewed videos of a home invasion?
Objection is irrelevant. Overruled.
Wait,
Relevant?
Not his statement.
sustained.
On what grounds?
It's not relevant what he sees on that piece of paper.
Did you tell them specifically about the information of viewing video of home invasions during your interviews? Tell them that.
Again, this is 6-7 months ago. I don't want to misspeak. I don't want to say yes, I don't want to say no, and I don't feel confident. I don't want to misspeak. I don't recall, sir. I'm sorry.
What about 2 weeks ago in January when you spoke to them? Did you talk to them about it then?
I believe so, yes.
Did you, sir, ever mention anything to them in any of your interviews about going to a shooting range or trying to go to a shooting range? The incident you just discussed on direct, did you tell them about that?
About the shooting range?
Yes.
Yes.
I want you to take a look and tell me if you see any mention of a shooting range in your statement.
Objection, irrelevant. Your Honor, to say objection is.
I'm sorry, I was talking to Alex.
The question, Your Honor, I've asked him, he testified on direct regarding the shooting range incident, not being able to go there, what happened, how he went to the house, how the 9mm magazine was.
What about that?
I'm asking him, he said, yes, I told them that information. I'm asking him, do you see that information in your statement?
The objection's it's irrelevant what he sees on that piece of paper.
did you definitively go through with them, sir, that incident that you testified to on direct examination?
Did I go through with them in detail? No.
Well, what did you tell them about that incident? Was it just what you said on direct?
Did I exactly what I said on direct? I don't know if it was word for word.
Well, did you tell them in essence, sir, about that incident involving your attempt to go to the shooting range and how you ended up leaving a 9mm Glock 43 magazine at the defendant's home? Did you tell them that?
I told them that that was my magazine at the home, yes.
That's not what I asked you.
Tracy, you want to go, can we go another half hour, 45 minutes? I know it's, yes, go ahead.
Yes, we can go.
Go to 3?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Nick.
I didn't ask you if you mentioned it was your magazine. I asked you, did you tell them about the incident, giving the detail that you just gave on direct examination? Did you tell them that?
What detail in specific is that?
You just on direct examination you recited an alleged incident where you were going to go to the shooting range. You went over to the defendant's house with all of your guns and magazines, that you had some drinks, and then because you drank too much, you decided you were going to leave a magazine for a gun you didn't own at the defendant's home. Did you tell the defense that during your interview?
No, not in detail like that. I didn't rehearse it with them, if that's what they're trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to
Okay.
say. I'm asking, did you tell them that?
I didn't tell them in detail like that, no.
Well, do you know then how they knew to ask you about it if you never told them?
About the I told them we were going to go to a shooting range.
Let me continue. Were you ever asked, sir, were you ever shown what I just showed you, those bullet points? Were you ever given that to the defense and said, hey, listen, Mr. Levin, does this accurately depict what you told us?
The first time I saw that piece of paper was this morning when you showed me.
Did they ever call you to go over your statement, to say, hey, listen, we've got to turn over your statement to the prosecution. We want to make sure we have everything. Did they ever do that?
No.
You said you have knowledge and experience with firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
You said you owned numerous firearms. Is that correct?
Correct.
You are currently a resident of California, have been a resident in California for many years. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you understand there's a legal duty to register firearms in California. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that you have a history of complying with the law and registering your firearms. Is that right?
When I buy my firearms, I buy them at a licensed dealer, yes.
And you were aware, sir, before you ever took the stand today, you were aware that the Glock 43 magazine, which you allegedly gave to the defendant,
I didn't give it to him. I left it at his
that
house.
you left there.
Yes.
You were aware, sir, that you did not have a registered gun that would fit that magazine, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And in fact, isn't it true, Mr. Levin, that you understood that because you did not have a registered gun that would fit that magazine, that you had to come up with a story to explain how it was that not only you left a magazine at the defendant's house without a firearm to go with it, but also why you had that magazine in the first place. Is that correct?
I'm not
Objection,
saying,
argumentative. Hang on now. It's cross-examination.
I didn't have to come up with a story as the truth.
And when is it your position that you first told the defense the details that you just described about having brought that magazine over with your gun, having had the drinks, and having left it there? When did you first tell the defense about that?
Like I said, with the full I told him in August that that was my magazine at his house. The full details of that, I can't believe, I can't remember exactly when I told him the full details of the story.
Well, you only talked to him twice, you said, right?
3 times.
3 times.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you tell him that on January 26th?
we didn't get into details. They just asked me about the shooting range incident and why the magazine was there.
Wait, how did they ask you about a shooting range incident when you'd never told them about the shooting range?
I told you I had told them about it.
So you told them about the shooting range incident back in August of 2024.
Well, yes, I believe so.
And your testimony is that they, even though you told them about it, they didn't ask for any details. Is that correct?
In August of 24, I can't accurately remember. I don't want to misspeak, sir.
Right. Come up one second.
Say again?
We just come up one second. Not there.
Now,
Hold on. Off the record? Off? All right.
right.
Oh my
pick
gosh, I
one,
was
pick
busy
one,
watching
pick
you and
one.
listening to you at the same time.
Pick one, pick one, pick one. I'm struggling. You know what? I saw that halo over my head. Look at it, just won't go away. You mentioned that. I mean,
Is that a chakra? I'm not sure.
Michael Bryant, I have a question for you. Okay, I'm going to start out very, very calm. Okay, very calm.
Okay, all right.
Are we watching the effing Zapruder film here that we're going to pick out every single frame?
Forward and back.
Okay,
Forward and back.
The only thing that he hasn't done is get software, which they have because I use it in accident reconstruction cases where you can have how many frames there are per second in a frame and cut it down by
It's
that.
30, by the way.
It's 30.
Yeah.
Okay. What I've learned is that sometimes it can vary, but 30 is a good thing. So maybe he should do that. Maybe he should go over the weekend, and I'm talking about Mr. Lewin, get the software, break the frames out to 30 frames. 30. Mine's doing that too. Hello, Domino.
Something's out there.
Domino's upset. 30 frames a minute, and we can go 30 frames a minute so that we are not done this decade, that we are done in a decade that, see, you and I won't even be around by the time it goes. All right. So welcome back, everybody. Here we are. Spread the word. We're here to answer your questions and give your comments. And let me show some of your comments. Maria, Rocky is a righty. He's holding the gun behind his back of his hand. Now, you notice that when, and I know you've got clips to play, but I just want to give you, because you know I play poker, okay? Whenever he doesn't get the answer, that's the one to the question he wants. And I think that Relli's keeping us calm, doing a good job. He says, after Relli answers how he knows his truth, right, or what he saw, Lewin will say, what I'm asking is, or what I'm really asking is, all right, and then because he's trying to get the answer he wants, not the answer that may be the truth, all right, and I'm really having a problem with this. The judge, Relli can ask for a $30 million bag, can lie on the stand, and the prosecutor, before he puts Relli on, I'll guarantee you, didn't cross Relli like he crossed this guy. And that's what defense attorneys complain about all the time. They complain about the double standard in prosecutions where prosecutors can put witnesses on that lie and fabricate and expand the truth, okay? And I'm not necessarily talking about Relli in himself, but when you get to the defense witnesses, all of a sudden, they're like the devil. And they got to sit there for days enduring a cross-examination that really is, quite frankly, in my opinion, ridiculous. But now that I'm calm,
glad you got that out of your system. Yeah, you can tell when he goes on and on and on, repeating the same thing over and over until he gets what he thinks is an arguable answer that he can use in his closing. He's digging because it's a crap case. Hey, this is totally off base here and weird, but why in the last day or so has my image been backwards for what it used to be? I don't know if you noticed this. It was yesterday when it changed.
On the other side.
Now, well, not only that, but my image, like my buddy here, Bones, is now on the opposite side of the frame.
Not when I'm looking. Not
Everything
when I'm
was
looking
this.
at you.
Everything. If you go back and look at a couple of our shows,
okay,
everything is the exact opposite in virtually all of them until a day or so ago. Anyway,
okay.
I digress.
Your buddy there without the top hat.
Yeah, he used to be over. Yeah, he used to be. Anyway,
right
so,
hand. Was he holding the gun? The right hand, the left hand. Is the frame reversed? Is the frame not reversed? Okay.
Yes.
So let's take you.
Maybe this is. Oh, I got it. I think this video was handled by the Commonwealth in Massachusetts, and it's been inverted. That's what it is. I knew there was something goofy going on here. Speaking of that, and we'll get to it in a little bit here. I did the interview with the attorney for Gretchen Voss, who in the Karen Reed case, of course, was the one who interviewed Karen Reed, and her attorney pulled off kind of a miracle by getting a motion to reconsider as it related to producing her notes for the prosecution. He got that basically reversed, got Judge Bebb to say, I've changed my mind. So we'll have just a teeny snip of that, and then we'll post the entire interview after we're done here tonight. So can't agree with you more, obviously. Lewin is just, while I appreciate his zealousness, he truly is a zealous representative for his client, in this case, the state of California. He's just as annoying as hell. And that doesn't play. I try to put myself in the box, with the jury members and think, okay, I see where he's trying to go. He's hitting a wall, maybe like Relli did. And he just keeps circling back to the same stuff. The judge is getting annoyed, and I think the judge, as well as anybody else, as well as us, is a good barometer for what the jury's probably feeling, and that is, let's move it along, pal. We get it. We either believe the point you're trying to make or we don't. But let's move along. So.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, but this whole thing with the gun is down in the left hand. I mean, he can talk about it all, and at one point, Tacopina objected. Let's show some context to the frame, because you take a freeze frame, but things are moving. Everything is moving, right? Fast, right?
And it looks like.
And Lewin says, "I'm going to show what I want to show." Right?
Well, yeah, that's because 12E. Mr. Phillips is asking for some context himself. Let me. No. Well, I understand this is your cross-examination, sir, but the witness is asking for some clarification, or the witness is just going to say, "I don't know." The witness has done so much better than he could have done. He could have just started saying, "I don't know. I'm not sure what you're saying. I can't understand. I don't. Where are we? I just can't. What you're asking me, I can't respond to." But he's been trying to help. Give me some context for this. Right. Here's what Lewin doesn't want to hear. He doesn't want to hear that there is a way to interpret this video which is bad for Relli. Okay? And we know that I keep calling him Illy. Is that right? Is it Illy?
Illa.
I have some video of Ills. I got some video of Ills. And Og. Although you know what Og is, right?
That's the question.
Do you know what
now.
Og is?
I did not know at the time. Okay. That was a big.
I did some research on Og.
That was a high point today. Is that we heard the defendant? Well, I didn't. Quite frankly, I didn't hear anything because I was so busy listening to Lewin double back on questions. But why don't you tell us what happened here?
Okay, I want to show you some Og.
Just let you testify that you have experience and knowledge of prop guns.
Well, I handle the prop gun, and I know how it works. I've never fired a prop gun, but I understand how it works.
You've seen a prop gun fired, though, correct?
Have I seen one fire in person? No.
You've seen a prop gun either fired in person, in a video.
Oh, in a video or a movie, yeah, of course, yeah.
And you would agree that a prop gun, it cannot fire an actual projectile, agree?
That's correct.
And would you also agree that because it can't fire a projectile, it has no ability to, for instance, to protect somebody if the other guy has a real gun? Would you agree?
I'm sorry, can you ask that different way, please?
So, let's say you pull out a prop gun. There's no bullet that can be fired from that prop gun. And someone in response pulls out a real gun. You would agree, real gun versus prop gun, not good for the person who has a prop gun, agree?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
You understand that in this case, you have said that the defendant was possessing the prop gun because he had been advised by you and a security person as a result of home invasions and stalking and a violent situation where he's been stabbed to carry a prop gun, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree, I want to give you the following scenario. An individual has a prop gun in their possession. Somebody threatens them. The person who has the prop gun takes out that prop gun. Would you agree, Mr. Levin, that in such a scenario, if the individual they pull the prop gun on, at that point in time, if that person does not know it's a prop gun, that when the individual pulling the prop gun is pulling it out, if the other person has a real gun, the person with the prop gun is going to be in trouble. Would you agree?
Objection, Your Honor. It's a speculative hypothetical.
If someone's got a prop gun and they run up against somebody with a real gun, and that person with the real gun sees that prop gun being pulled on them, you would agree that in that situation, based on what you know about firearms, that the person with prop gun is likely going to get shot.
Objection, same one.
I want to give you a scenario, sir. You carry firearms, correct?
That's not correct. I do not carry, I'm not licensed to carry a firearm in public.
You're in your house. You're in your home. You have multiple firearms, correct?
Correct.
Somebody comes in that you don't know, and they have a prop gun. But you don't know it's a prop gun. They just pull a gun on you. Would you agree, sir, that when someone pulls a gun on you, you're going to treat that as if it is a real firearm?
I mean, it kind of, it depends on like this. There's other factors in the scenario that I would need to like know. I can't just really speak on that just like that.
So you're in your house, and someone is coming in, an intruder, and you don't know them, and they have a gun in their hand that looks like a real firearm. And you're saying, I don't know if I would consider it a real firearm. Might be a prop gun. Is that your testimony?
Well, no, I'm saying there's other factors that would be in it. If someone came into my home and was pointing a gun at me, and I believed it to be a real gun, most likely I would comply with what they wanted. Because if I thought it was a real gun, I went to go pull out a gun. In the motion of me trying to pull a gun out, they would possibly gun me down.
And would you agree that if somebody is pulling a gun, and you don't know in advance that it is definitely a prop gun, you're going to assume it's a real gun, correct?
Yes.
Now, your testimony is that the defendant was advised that he should be carrying a prop gun, not to protect himself against individuals who knew that he carried a prop gun, but to protect himself against individuals he did not know, like home invaders, stalkers, violent people, correct?
It was just to fight off any type of violence that could come from, not any specific.
And when you say fight off,
Deter from violence.
meaning pull a fake gun out of your pocket. Lower the volume. Pull a fake gun out of your pocket. And that's what you mean by fighting off?
I mean, it was there to deter violence. So if he was in a situation where he was going to be harmed, it could be there as something possibly to calm things down and safely get him out of a bad situation.
Would you agree that just as likely would be you pull that prop gun and the person you pull it on pulls a real gun and shoots you?
I can't speak on that. I mean, it's...
Let me ask you this, sir. It's your position that everybody around the defendant knew that he carried a prop gun, correct?
His close friends, yes.
And you have heard testimony that Relli was aware that he carried a prop gun, correct?
I didn't hear any other testimony.
I want you to assume that there's been testimony in this case by the defense that Relli was aware that it was a prop gun that the defendant was carrying. I want you to assume that. Would you agree that if Relli knew that the gun was a prop gun, that it would not offer any deterrent if it were pulled on him because he would know it was fake?
I can't speak to his state of mind in the situation.
Listen to me. I'm not asking you, I'm saying anybody. I want you to assume for a moment, I'll do it in hypothetical terms, all right? I want you to assume that the individual who is pulling the prop gun is pulling it against somebody who knows that it is a prop gun. Would you agree that the only value of the prop gun is if you could scare or intimidate somebody into thinking that it is real?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Objection, Your Honor. What's the state of mind about it?
That's not even a legal objection.
Right, speculation.
He said he's a...
I'm reading back the question. Listen to me, I'm not asking you, I'm saying anybody. I want you to assume for a moment, I'll do it in hypothetical terms, all right? I want you to assume that the individual who is pulling the prop gun is pulling it against somebody who knows that it is a prop gun. Would you believe that? Would you agree that the only value of the prop gun is if you can scare or intimidate somebody into thinking that it is real?
Speculation. Would you agree, Mr. Bryant, that if an individual understands that a fake gun you're pulling is fake and not real, then that gun doesn't have any value for deterrence.
Objection, same objection. Same way.
So, there's been testimony in this case by the defense that, again, Relli was aware that this was a prop gun. Are you aware that the defense in this case, Mr. Levin, is that the defendant pulled the prop gun on Relli to stop him from attacking Hills? Are you aware that that's the defense?
Yes.
Okay, and my question is, given your knowledge of firearms and given your advice to the defendant about carrying a prop gun, would you agree that if Relli knows it is a prop gun, that the theory that you have raised about why the defendant is carrying a prop gun doesn't work?
Objection, Your Honor, same as before, speculation.
Overruled, as phrased, overruled.
Well, no, so the prop gun, like I said, it makes a loud noise, so that's gonna draw attention and possibly draw police to come. So if he's beating up Ills and nothing is going, and no, like he's not stopping, nothing's like stopping him, that loud noise is gonna draw a lot of attention from all people around, and it's gonna help deter the situation.
Would you agree that if a prop gun is used, that there is no reason for the person pulling the prop gun to aim the gun down or to fire, quote, a warning shot, because in the end, the gun can't fire a shot, period? Would you agree?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
You testify, you understand how a prop gun works, correct?
Yes.
Can you fire a warning shot with a prop gun?
Well, I think they're kind of all warning shots. There's no actual shot bullet that comes out, no projectile.
So you would agree that you can't fire a warning shot with a prop gun because you can't fire a shot, period. All you can do is fire off the prop gun and have it make noise. Would you agree?
That's correct. It doesn't fire a projectile.
Would you agree that if you have a real gun with bullets, and you point it at somebody, and you pull the trigger, that there is a likelihood that that person gets shot? Would you agree?
With an actual firearm?
Yes.
Yeah. That's
Would you agree that the idea of a warning shot with a real firearm is that you are pointing the gun in a direction and pulling the trigger where no one is going to be hit, so as to warn the individual, hey, I've got this gun, and if you don't stop what you're doing, I'm going to shoot you? Would you agree?
Objection, speculation, sustained.
Would you agree, Mr. Levin, that in firing a shot with a prop gun, that there would be no reason to aim the gun towards the ground because the gun can't fire anything?
Objection, speculation.
Where's the speculation?
Sustained.
On speculation?
Yes. You want to argue with me?
I'd like to broach.
No.
Your Honor, I'm trying to have, to do a very important area, and I'm not understanding.
What this witness thinks is the efficacy of a prop gun versus a real gun, what his opinion is irrelevant. Go on to another
Just
subject.
so clear, I'm doing it for his credibility in front of the jury, which is relevant.
You've already touched on it enough. Go on to something else.
Have you seen the video involving this incident?
I saw the one that's on TMZ when he first got arrested, whenever it was posted,
So how many times have you seen the video?
maybe twice.
You're saying in 3+ years since this incident, involving your brother, one of your best friends, a man you work for, that you have only looked at the video of this charged crime a couple of times.
Yes.
In that video, would you agree, I can show it to you, in that video, would you agree that between shots that the defendant is running around with his gun out and appears to be looking for a line of fire to hit the victim?
Objection, irrelevant. Sustained.
You've given testimony about the current location of the prop gun and how you went to New York and who you gave it to, is that correct?
That's correct.
That wasn't in the statement that you reviewed with 12 bullet points, was it?
The one that you showed me with the 9 bullet points earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't in there, correct.
And it's your testimony, though, that you told the defense about this back in August of 2024.
Yes.
And the individual that you returned the gun to, are they alive?
They are. I gave you the info earlier. Well, we talked about it earlier. Yeah.
I'm just saying, they're alive.
That's correct, yes.
Do you know where that gun is today?
Specifically, no. Like I said, when I went to New York, I gave it back to him.
Well, so since you became involved, since you've known about where that gun went, since you gave it back, at some point in time, did you become aware that, you know what, the fact that it's a prop gun is important in this case?
Yes.
And you understand that if it's a prop gun, the defendant cannot be guilty of the charges because it's not a real gun. You understand that, correct?
That's correct. It's a problem.
So what efforts did you make in the last 3 years to try to get that prop gun back so that you could demonstrate, hey, my brother, he didn't do this crime? Did you make any efforts?
Yeah, I asked the co-director if he had it still, and he doesn't.
When did you ask him?
Specifically, I don't remember, sir.
Now, isn't it true, sir, that you testified you returned it in January of 2022?
That's correct, yes.
Did it seem strange to you that you were returning a gun?
A prop gun.
Huh?
A prop gun?
Is a prop gun a gun?
It's a prop gun.
So when I say gun, you don't need to correct me.
Okay.
When you returned the gun, in January of 2022, by that time, you were aware that your friend Rocky was potentially going to be getting in some trouble as it relates to that incident, correct?
No, I was not aware of that.
So, but you certainly knew 3 months later in April, correct?
Yes, when he got arrested, I knew he was.
And you knew that day, as soon as you heard about it, you knew, oh my God, I've got information, that gun's not real, correct? You knew that day.
Yes.
Did you go get the gun?
I was in LA. The gun, like I said, I gave it to the director in New York in January.
Did you make an effort to try to get the gun?
I told you I contacted him to see if he still had it.
When did you contact him?
And again, I don't recall the exact date, sir. This is 3 years ago.
Isn't it true, sir, that you didn't contact him for more than a year?
Sir, to be honest, I don't know the exact date I contacted him.
Well, let me ask you something, sir. Wouldn't you have instantly, the day you heard about the defendant getting arrested, wouldn't you have jumped on a plane to get back there and find that prop gun that would have gotten your brother out of the trouble that he was in? Wouldn't you have done it?
Sir, I contacted the director. I don't know exactly when to see if he had it. He doesn't have it anymore.
And so you just did you ask him what he did with it?
Yes.
Did you investigate further once he told you?
No, I didn't. I mean, he doesn't have it anymore. I don't know which one is it.
Did you go to the police and tell them what you knew?
No.
Did you go to the prosecution and tell them what you knew?
No.
You're aware that he had a preliminary hearing in November of 2023. You're aware of that preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
You knew it was publicized in the media, correct?
Yes.
You knew that, based at that time, that your brother, your close friend, could not have committed this crime because it wasn't a real gun, and you didn't do anything, did you?
I knew it was a prop gun.
Does you yourself, knowing it's a prop gun, does that help your brother with his legal problem if you don't tell anybody?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
You said you knew it was a prop gun.
Yes.
My question is, you understand the police, the prosecution, and the court needs to understand it's a prop gun in order for you to help them, right?
Yeah, nobody contacted me from the police or the courts. Nobody contacted me until like 2 weeks ago, like when it was
Wait, would you, sir, have had every incentive, every motive, every desire to contact the police and the prosecution to tell them, hey, my buddy, my close friend, my brother Rocky is innocent. That was a fake gun. Wouldn't you have had every motivation to do that?
I knew that this was going to court, and I knew I would have my time to speak about it here to the jury.
Well, so you decided you would wait, have your brother held to answer, have him brought to trial in front of 12 jurors, rather than simply going to the police and prosecutors and telling them, hey, listen, that was a fake gun. Is that your testimony?
Like I said, I knew that this case was going to trial, and I would have my opportunity to speak here in front of the jury and explain it.
I want to ask you again.
Okay.
Did you understand that by not coming forward, that you were putting your brother, your best friend, in more legal jeopardy? Did you understand that?
No, I didn't. I didn't understand that. I didn't. No.
So, you were present on April 20th, 2022, when a search warrant was served at Mr. Mayer's residence, correct?
I wasn't present when it was served, but I was there during the search, yes.
You were there when they were doing the search, correct?
Correct, yes.
The police, correct?
Yes,
The police, the detectives handling this case, correct?
correct.
That man seated right in the back. Can you stand up for me, detective? You saw him at the defendant's house, correct?
That's correct.
On pointing the eye on this case? Did you walk up to him and say to him, detective, you was a prop gun. That's not right. He didn't do anything. Did you tell the detective that?
At that time, I didn't know any details of the case. I just got a phone call saying that there was a search warrant being done at his house, and I should go over there to just be there. I wasn't aware of any of the details of the case. This was early in the morning. I was just getting out of bed. I didn't know that he was being charged for. I didn't know what he was being charged for.
Didn't you already testify, sir, that you had talked to Rocky the day after the incident happened and you knew that he had used a prop gun?
Correct.
So you're telling me that when the detectives are showing up, serving a search warrant, that you had no idea what it was related to?
I didn't know that this was going to be. It was going to a criminal case until that day.
So when it was that day and the detective is there, you wouldn't have had to call him, you wouldn't have had to go down there. He's right there, and you could have told him it was a prop gun. You could have done that, correct?
I didn't know the details of everything that was going on at that time, sir. I didn't know what was.
Listen to my question. Could you have told the detective on that day it was a prop gun, it wasn't real? Could you have done that?
When I was speaking to the detective,
Yes.
I could have told him, but I didn't have any details of what was going on, sir. It wasn't at that time. I
Most
didn't
is
know.
right, everything after yes. Did you tell him it was a prop gun?
Did I tell him it was a prop gun on that day?
Yes.
No.
Now, you were also aware, on that day, you were aware that they collected evidence, correct? You were there supporting your friend, is that right?
I was aware they collected evidence.
By the way, you said you got called when they were serving the search warrant. Who called you?
It was somebody that was on the plane with him. I can't remember exactly who it was that day.
Well, so
It was like 7 in the morning. I was just waking up to just, hey, you have to go over to Rocky's house. They're going to search the house. And I just jumped in my car. I didn't ask questions. I just went.
why would you have to go over to Rocky's house when you're serving a search warrant at Rocky's for something that doesn't involve you?
Well, I've worked with him for a long time, and I actually sometimes manage his property, so I'm able to get access to the house. I have keys, so I could have opened the door instead of them busting the gate open and running the door down. I mean, and if they needed anything in there, I was just there. You know, we have nothing to hide, so I was there if they needed anything. Even at one point, they needed to get into a safe, and I'm so sorry.
What's that?
I'm so sorry.
Slow it down.
I'll slow it down. I
Slow
apologize.
it down.
So you go over to the house and you are there when they are collecting guns, correct?
I was outside the whole time, so I didn't see exactly what they were collecting.
You became aware on that day or shortly thereafter that detectives did not find a prop gun, correct?
Well, yeah, there was no prop gun in the house
So how did you know there was no prop gun in the house?
because on January of that year, I brought it back to New York, like I testified.
How did you know there was no other prop gun in the house?
They could have been in the prop gun in the house. I didn't know, but I know that that prop gun was back in New York.
Okay, so you also know that the detectives recovered that Glock 43 9mm magazine, correct?
Yes, I know now they did, correct.
And it's your testimony that that was actually your magazine, am I correct?
That's correct.
And it's your testimony that even though you do not own a Glock 43, that you bought a 380, correct?
I bought a Glock 42, yes.
Which is a 380.
380 caliber,
correct?
that's correct.
380 cannot fire 9mm rounds, correct?
That's correct.
And your testimony is that when you bought it, you somehow inadvertently got the wrong magazine. Is that right?
I mistakenly bought the wrong magazine.
And you
Correct.
didn't realize it was the wrong magazine until literally the day you went over to Rocky's house to end up in preparation for going to the shooting range, correct?
That's correct.
And because you did not know that it was anything other than a 380, right, a Glock 42 magazine that fired 380 caliber ammunition, correct? You didn't find that out until you go to the house and you're like, oh my God, this is the wrong gun, is that right?
Yes.
Did you actually try to put it inside of your Glock 42 to 380?
No, what I was trying to do is I was trying to load it, and I noticed when I put the 380 ammunition in, it was a little too small. It wasn't fitting correctly.
So, Mr. Levin, if you were only using 380 ammunition, and if you're trying to put 380 ammunition, how is it that that magazine was full of 9mm ammunition?
I also own a Smith & Wesson MP9, which is 9mm. I brought both of my handguns that day, so I was loading up my Smith & Wesson magazines with 9mm, and I'm so sorry, I'm going too fast. I was loading up my Smith & Wesson magazines with 9mm, and my Glock 42 magazines with 380. So I had both ammunitions on that day.
Now, you're well aware that a Glock magazine looks nothing like a Smith & Wesson magazine, correct?
Yeah,
They
correct.
look nothing alike, correct?
That's correct.
So my question is, how is it that that Glock magazine, which you thought was to hold 380 ammunition, ended up being loaded with 9mm ammunition? How did that happen?
When I realized the 380 didn't fit, I tried the 9mm in there, and it fit, and then I further inspected it and realized it was a 43 magazine.
So, by the way, so you're telling me you then needed to figure out what kind of magazine it was. And so you decided to put a 9mm round inside the magazine, correct?
Yes.
So, sir, as soon as you put one 9mm round in the magazine, you know it's not for a 380. Why is it fully loaded with approximately 6 rounds of ammunition? A full Glock 43 magazine, full of 9mm ammo.
Because after we realized we weren't going to the gun range, and I packed everything up, I was just fidgeting with it. At that time, I had just first got guns, and sometimes I would sit there and I would load it and unload magazines just fidgeting around.
So, you loaded a magazine for a gun you didn't have, with ammunition you didn't know went into it, and then when it fit, you fully loaded it all the way. Is that your testimony?
Yes,
Because you were, quote, fidgeting. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Does that sound reasonable to you?
Objection, argument. Sustained.
Isn't it true, sir, that this information about the Glock 43 magazine is what is called a lie? That it never happened, that you never took over a Glock 43 magazine there, that you never tried to load it with 380 ammunition, and then in fact...
Compound. It's really compound.
Wait, the objection was?
Well, he's in the middle of arguing that it's argumentative. There are a number of questions that you're asking. So you're asking question after question after question. So why don't you limit it to one question at a time?
I'm trying to, in totally wrong, because I believe it would go to the witness, but I'll take it one at a time, and I'll do the total. So, your testimony. let me back up for a second. When you bought a Glock before, you bought a Glock 42, correct?
That's correct.
You agree that when you buy a new Glock, it always comes with 2 magazines, correct?
I didn't buy it new, I bought it used. I bought it secondhand from somebody.
You ever bought a new weapon?
Brand new, no. All of my firearms were bought like through secondhand.
When you buy them secondhand, sir, wouldn't you agree? I assume when you bought your 380 secondhand, it came with 2 magazines, correct?
I don't believe so, it just came with one.
You said you know a lot about firearms, correct?
Yeah, I'm knowledgeable.
Is it your testimony that in your experience, that when you buy a new firearm, that generally speaking, that firearm only comes with 1 magazine?
Objection relevant. System.
Sir, isn't it true that the reason that that 9mm magazine was at the defendant's house was because he had a 9mm firearm, a Glock 43, that he used in this shooting of Relli, and that was simply the second magazine that he forgot to get rid of? Isn't that what happened, sir?
No.
As a firearms owner in California, you would agree that it is very difficult, and it has been difficult, to get ammunition in California since 2019. Would you agree?
Yeah, well, in 2020, I know it was a shortage and prices were going up, but it was difficult at some points, correct?
Not only a shortage, but you would agree that you have to actually, that at the time of this offense in 2021, you would agree you needed approval from the Department of Justice, as well as a California ID and a local address to purchase ammunition in California, correct?
I don't know about approval, but whenever I bought ammunition, all I had to do is show my driver's license. So that was a California driver's license with an address, yes.
So would you agree that if you don't have, in your experience, if you don't have a California driver's license or a California address, you're just going in to a gun shop to try to get ammunition, that in your experience, you can't do it in California?
I believe so, yeah, that's what I understand, or
Yeah.
at least that, yes.
Do you know a place to buy ammunition near Hollywood on a Saturday evening after 10 p.m.?
No, I don't know any places.
Who is ASAP Bills?
ASAP Hills is a member of the ASAP group collective.
When's the last time you saw him?
Last year at some point, I want to say maybe November, September. I can't remember the exact date.
When's the last time you had any contact with him? Person, text, you tried to reach him? When's the last time?
Probably around the time I saw him.
Did he travel with you guys on tour in Bangkok?
No, he did not.
You guys were all friends at the time of the incident in November 2021. You, the defendant, 12 Heat and Hills, right?
Yes, correct.
And you would say close friends, correct?
Yeah.
You went to Complex Con on November 7th, correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice any injuries on Hills?
Not that I can see.
What do you think? You know Relli, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe Relli in terms of his physical strength as, kind of a weakling, medium, or pretty strong dude?
No, I would say I'm pretty strong.
And I want you to assume that he had punched somebody with a fist in their face area 3 times. Knowing Relli as you do, would you expect that an individual will receive injuries from that, since you know Relli?
Not necessarily. I can't say that. I've seen boxers before get punched in the face multiple times and look fine. Like, I guess it just depends on the person.
You didn't see Ills with any injuries, though, the night of November 7th, did you?
I wasn't studying his face, but I didn't see any physical injuries. Injuries.
If you would have been bleeding, do you think you would have seen that?
Bleeding that day? Or bleeding that day?
Bleeding.
Objection.
Yes. If you would have been bleeding on November 7th,
He's going to clarify it.
if you would have been bleeding on November 7th, do you think you would have seen it?
Not necessarily.
You were with Ills, the defendant, and 12E on November 7th, correct?
Correct.
You spoke to the defendant on November 6th after the incident, correct?
I don't know if it was after the incident or the next day, but it was shortly after, yeah, around that time.
When you spoke to him, did he tell you that Relli beat the hell out of Ills?
I don't know if he used those exact words, but they got into an altercation, yes.
What did he tell you specifically about the altercation with Ills?
This is 4 years ago. I can't remember specific word for word, but I was told that he was beating up Ills.
Did you reveal that in any statement you gave?
I wasn't there that night, so I wasn't really asked about what happened that night.
So you're telling me the defense didn't ask you, what did Rocky tell you about what happened that night? They never asked you that?
To be honest, in August, they didn't ask me that. Like I said, I wasn't there that night, so it's really not, I can't really accurately speak on what happened.
As you sit here right now, I want you to tell me, as best you can, everything that the defendant has ever told you about this incident. I'm not asking you when, I'll get to that, but I want to know everything that he has told you about this incident.
He mentioned after the rehearsal, on the 6th in Long Beach, he went to go meet up with Rel. They got into an altercation. Well, he got into an altercation with Ills. Rel was being the aggressor, and he had used the prop gun to kind of stop it, to calm it down.
Did he tell you that he was upset with Relli beforehand and was trying to meet up with him?
No.
Did you become aware at any point in time that he had been texting Relli, meaning the defendant, trying to meet up with him?
No.
Did you become aware that he had brought his prop gun, allegedly, to this meeting with Relli?
Well, yeah.
Did he ever tell you, you ever ask him, hey, why are you bringing a prop gun with you when you're meeting with another ASAP?
I don't think he brought it just
Motion to strike is not responsive.
Stop yelling.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Stop yelling.
Motion to
You
strike.
can just make the motion and state the reason. You don't have to yell. Now, what was the objection?
It's not responsive. He's given an answer I didn't ask for. Listen to my question.
Yes.
I didn't ask you why the defendant told you something. I asked you what he told you. So on my questions going forward, I'm not going to ask you why the defendant told you something, because you wouldn't know. I'm asking you, what did he tell you? So I want to know, what did he specifically tell you about why he brought a prop gun to meet with his friend Relli?
He didn't specifically say he brought it to meet with Relli. Whenever he would leave the house without security, he would bring it with him.
And you're aware of that because you had counseled him to do that, is that correct?
I didn't counsel him to do that. It was just something that he did. It was common knowledge.
I thought you told me that you and the security guy sat down with him and said, hey,
Yeah, we thought it would be a good idea, yes. So I don't know if that's counseling him to do it. I mean, maybe I just misunderstanding the word, but yes, me and security at the time, we had thought it was a good idea for him to carry it, and that's what, to my knowledge, that's why he was carrying it. When he would leave the house and he didn't have the security with him, he would carry that.
And so you said, that's what he's told you. What else has he said about the incident?
I told you everything that he told me.
So, in the 3+ years that this has happened, the only thing that he has told you is what you just related?
Yes.
You never asked any other details?
No, I didn't ask any other details.
Do you ever call Relli and ask him what happened?
I don't have at that time, me and Relli weren't really on speaking terms.
Did you ever ask Twelby what happened?
No.
You ever ask Ills what happened?
No.
So you're telling me that 4 guys that you at one point were very close to, including Rocky, who you worked for and was responsible for a lot of your incoming success, get into an altercation where at the very least a prop gun is pulled, and you're telling me you never asked 2 of the participants, Ills and Twelby, anything about it ever? Is that your testimony?
I honestly, yes, I never asked them about it. When the defendant told me.
Motion to strike everything after the yes.
Sorry.
your testimony that you were unable to get the gun back from the individual in New York, or is your testimony that you never tried?
I was unable to get it.
What efforts did you make to try to get the gun back from the individual in New York?
I asked him if he still had it.
And when he told you that he didn't, did you make any further effort to track down where it was?
I don't know what other further effort I could have made.
But did you ask him what did he do with it?
I asked him where it was, and he said it's gone.
Did he give you a name of who he gave it to?
He didn't. He doesn't know where it went. When he, to my understanding, is he has a studio right in New York that him and his other creatives they all use. It's like a studio where they keep camera equipment, they keep lighting equipment, they keep prop equipment. It's kind of like a common space, so someone can come in and borrow a camera, borrow a prop for different shoots, and it got misplaced, it got stolen. He said stuff gets missing all the time.
You are aware, sir, that this morning we were finally given the name of the individual that you are saying that you gave the gun to in New York, correct?
Correct.
Objection around the time.
The court has made a ruling on this previously, Your Honor.
Objection over.
Are you aware that we called that individual this morning and spoke to him?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that that individual, if asked what happened to the gun, his response would have been, I have no idea.
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant. Statute of
I can play it, Your
statute.
Honor, if you like. The court made certain rulings.
The objection is sustained. Do you recall the other day I talked about speaking objections, arguing?
I do.
Remember that? Do you remember that?
I do.
All right, I'm keeping track of every speaking objection that is made, every argument with the witness, argument with me. I'm keeping track of all that. He made an objection. I sustained it. Come on, give me the next question.
Have you asked this individual directly for the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
Like I said, I don't know what happened to the gun after the prop
The
gun.
motion to strike is non-responsive.
He's already answered the question. He doesn't know.
No, that's not what I asked, Your Honor.
Read it back.
Have you asked this individual directly for the name of the person that he gave the gun
Oh, all right.
to?
No, that's fair.
Objection, Your Honor. This states the testimony. He didn't say he gave it.
Over.
Have you asked him for the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
That, wait, that is not what he has testified to.
Your Honor, he testified.
He said he didn't give it to, he gave it to the person who he got it from.
And I've asked him if he asked the person that he gave it to.
Oh, I see, okay, all right, I got the question, all right.
Have you asked the person that you gave it to the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
I don't. I asked him if he still had it, and he said no. I didn't ask him. He didn't. When I spoke to him about it, he didn't know where it went. So I don't. I know I didn't ask him who he gave it to because I wasn't aware he gave it to anybody.
But, so when he said no, you didn't ask any further question or make any further effort to find out where the gun was. Is that
I
correct?
asked him if we could get it back, and he said no, it was gone.
Did you ask him any further questions? Yes or no?
No.
I want to go to my last area. I want to talk about prop gun. You're aware that when a prop gun is fired, a semi-automatic prop gun, that although nothing comes out of the barrel, that it has a prop load, correct?
Can you? What is a problem?
So when you load a prop gun, a semi-automatic prop gun, you're putting prop rounds in a magazine.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
And the gun that you're talking about that you gave the defendant was a Glock semi-automatic prop gun, correct?
Correct.
And the way that gun works is the gun is fired. When it is fired, a cartridge ejects out of the side and the next round cycles. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Did you actually load the prop gun?
Yes.
What kind of ammunition did you use to load the prop gun?
It was the blank ammunition that came with it. I don't remember exactly what brand it was.
But you would agree it's a 9mm prop ammo, so it's a round, but instead of being, let me use what we got here. May I approach, Your Honor?
You don't have to ask.
This is a 9mm hollow point, correct?
Yes, correct.
You know what a hollow point is, right?
Yes.
Hollow point at the tip, it's not fully jacketed. It doesn't come to a complete surface. It's got a hole in it. Is that correct?
Yeah, the point is hollow. Yes, correct.
And when this round is fired, the casing, which is in the back, ejects out the side and the bullet goes forward, right?
In a live gun, yes.
Yes. And the difference between this round, which is a real 9mm round, and what you loaded, is that instead of having a bullet, a projectile at the tip that fires, it actually has what is in essence a paper bullet, and it doesn't go anywhere, and nothing comes out of the barrel. Is that correct?
It's like crimped at the end, so it can't actually fire anything. Yeah.
But it makes the sound, correct?
It does.
And it ends up putting out a muzzle flash, correct?
Yeah.
And it ejects the expended casing out of the side, correct?
That's correct.
So when you fire it, no bullet comes out, cartridge gets ejected, the gun automatically, semi-automatic, cycles the next round into the chamber, and you repeat for as many live rounds as you have. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding of how a prop gun works. Correct.
One moment, Your Honor. Did you only communicate with the defendant by his cell phone number? I'm not going to give it, but you know the cell phone number that's been involved in this case, correct?
Yeah, it's all
I'm not going to name his cell phone number. Is that the only number that you communicated with?
with the defendant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you ever communicate with him on other apps, such as Signal or WhatsApp or WeChat?
With the defendant?
Yes.
No, the only other thing I might have communicated with him is through like, you know how you could iMessage, you could like send iMessages with your email sometimes? I might have used his email to message him before, but never Signal or WhatsApp or WeChat.
Let me approach. This is People's 21. Is this the iMessage that you're talking about addressed?
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
And when we say Luigi, that's another name for the defendant, is that right?
No one calls him Luigi, it's just an email address he made.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. How long before the search warrant was executed at the house in April of 2022 at the defendant's house was it that you had brought over your guns and where you had left the Glock 43 magazine?
That was in, like I said, we went to the shooting range, but we were gonna go to the shooting range in summer of 2021. So July, August, I don't remember the exact date, but it was in that vicinity.
And you brought a number of guns there, is that right?
That day, I brought my 2 handguns.
And which handgun did you bring?
Smith & Wesson M&P 9, which is a 9mm, and Glock 42, which is a 380.
Okay. Do you know how it was that you ended up only leaving a Glock 43 magazine that didn't fit any of those guns there? How do you manage to leave it there?
Well, because when we realized we couldn't go to the shooting range, I packed up my bag and I left the Glock 43 magazine out while we were drinking and just hanging out. That's when I was fidgeting around with it. The next day when I went to go pick up my stuff, I just grabbed the bag and I didn't grab the magazine because it was separate from my bag.
So it's your testimony that you have to be just fidgeting with this magazine that you had, that didn't fit any gun that you had with you, that you thought was a different magazine. Is that your testimony?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, I'm nothing further.
Siegel, thank you.
So listen, you were asked if you found out that immediately after the incident, Relli demanded money from Rocky. If you were, let me withdraw that. You were asked if you found out immediately after the incident that Relli demanded money from Rocky. If you were coming in here just to help Rocky instead of telling the truth, would you have just come in here and said, yes, Rocky, let me withdraw that. Let me ask it this way. Mr. Lewin asked you if Rocky told you immediately after the incident that he was being extorted by Relli, and you said, no, you didn't know immediately after. If you were coming in here just to help Rocky, wouldn't you have said, yeah, he told me immediately after?
And speculation both.
He gets to finish the question.
You didn't leave?
He gets to finish the question. Finish the question.
Thank you. If you were coming in here just to help Rocky, would you have answered his question that yes, Rocky told you immediately after the incident that Relli was trying to extort him?
Leading and speculation, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, you were asked about why you didn't come forward and tell the prosecutors and the detectives and the prop gun. Are you aware that Rocky told his lawyers from the outset that it was a
Objection,
prop
that's
gun
been called for
and his lawyers
speculation.
were dealing
It's
with
an
the
improper
prosecution?
question.
Stop. It is. It calls for hearsay and it's irrelevant. The objection is sustained. Ask another question.
Do you know what conversations Rocky's had with his lawyers? about
Objection,
prop gun?
relevance, also is a call for hearsay.
Okay.
Motion to direct the counsel not to ask any questions in this line.
You feel a question is objectionable, lodge an objection. I'm not going to tell any lawyer how to ask questions. I want to show you
People's 41 in evidence. What is that?
That is the Glock 43 magazine that I left at his house that day.
Do you see any scratches on that at all?
Can I touch it?
Evidence there? Yeah, please.
No, it looks brand new.
Has it ever been used?
That's been called for speculation.
Sustained.
How's it look to you?
It looks unused and brand new.
Now, you were asked about the ASAP ills on cross-examination. Do you know the condition of ills today?
From my knowledge, he's unwell.
Objection, that's been called for speculation and hearsay.
I'm sorry, I'm excuse me.
Brown and Black Foundation.
Now, you were asked about what Rocky told you about the incident repeatedly. Did Rocky tell you about it immediately after it happened?
Yes.
And was this an everyday topic of discussion in your life?
The incident?
Yeah.
No.
And do you know whether Rocky was told by his lawyers after his arrest
Objection.
not to discuss the
Objection.
incident?
Sustained.
Your Honor, can the jury be instructed to ignore that question has been asked 3
Questions
times?
are not evidence. All right. Mr. Siegel, I don't want you to ask any more questions about conversations that you or Mr. Tacopina had with your client. No more questions about that.
I have no more questions about anything else. Thank you
All right.
very much. Okay. Thank you very much.
Good, thanks.
Mr. Lewin? Wait, whoa,
I apologize.
hold on,
I'm sorry.
hold
So
on.
sorry, so sorry.
You have anything?
No, I do not. Subject to
Sorry.
recall.
All right, you can leave for now, but if you're notified to return, you must do so.
Understood. All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Next witness.
But
How much time? We still have it 55 minutes. You tell me how much time.
We'll just issue that.
Oh, no, I understand. All right. All right, we'll recess till 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Your Honor, in the approach.
I'll listen to what you have to say after the jury's gone.
Well, we need to approach before the jury's released, Your Honor. This has to do with delaying. This
All
has
right,
to do with
come on up, let me hear what you got to say.
Is this going to be on the record?
Yes.
Okay, hang on.
Yes.
10 o'clock tomorrow, please be outside the courtroom doors. Please don't discuss the case among yourselves or anybody else. Remember to keep an open mind. You have not heard everything and you are not yet deliberating. Don't review anything or don't look at anything on the electronic media or the print media, and we'll see you tomorrow, 10 o'clock.
Yes, sir. I'm briefly, I just following on what we've discussed. If hypothetically, or hypothetically, if you choose not to testify tomorrow, let you know that. The one witness we have should be a minute long. Is that if we could get the instructions done tonight or email us tonight, is there a reason we wouldn't do the first summation tomorrow? Because that means we're then going to do next week. I mean, no, till Friday, it's summation.
Thursday.
Yeah. Not if you do all three of them in one day. It's not gonna be all
Thursday
three.
and Friday.
Right, so that means it's the next Monday.
You know, and here's the problem, Joe, we don't, the problem for us is we have to pretend tonight or prepare tonight as if he is testifying tomorrow. That is a ton of work. You want time to be able to discuss with him about him being able to testify. We're in a position, we got to do instructions, do his cross-examination, and then do our argument.
I'm not going to force anybody to argue when they don't feel that they are. Mr. Tacopina, Mr. Kozlovic feels that he's in a position to make his opening argument tomorrow, then he's welcome to do it. However, if he feels that he needs some time to do it, to get his thoughts together, then you can have that time and the arguments will be on Thursday. But I need the jury instructions, and I want you to send them to defense counsel, and when you come in tomorrow morning, I'd like to get a copy, and also full self-defense.
Yes, I did all that. I'm almost done with the first draft of it, so I will email everyone tonight.
Very good.
And then,
Okay, anything else?
How long your charge take?
How long what?
The instructions, charge.
How long does it take you to read them?
Yeah.
No, less than an hour. With this case, probably 40 minutes.
If he does not, that's probably done by 11.
Well, we're starting at 10.
Yeah.
You're going to call one. It's possible, but I highly doubt it.
All right.
But if worst scenario, we should be done early in the afternoon with jury instructions.
I'll bet you money we'll get past 11. Obviously, it's all different. If we're going to have a discussion right now, but.
All right.
Be quiet.
Mr. Lewin, anything for the record? Mr. Kozlovic, anything for the record? All right, we'll see everybody at 10 o'clock. We're off.
one. They just stole the Fight Club shtick, is what they did. Remember the movie Fight Club?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
With Brad Pitt and Ed Norton Jr.
Yeah, Ed Norton.
I think it was
right.
Brad Pitt in there, right? Ed Norton Jr.
It was definitely Ed Norton.
Yeah,
I know
the
that.
thing is, there's no such thing as Fight Club, and that's the Fight Club bit. So here's Ills. This is ASAP Ills. This is only slightly less grainy than what the jury has seen, but there's a kind of a better shot of ASAP Ills on the OG website, and I think he's listed as a producer and I think an artist. And then the other one I highlighted was Rocky. The one you won't see on here is A$AP Relli, no longer on the website.
Well, go back to that. Never rebuttal. Go back to that, because then it seems to me, if Rocky said when Relli is being questioned about OG and he says he doesn't know, and then Rocky says words to the effect of what? Don't say. He says those words, right? No, don't answer the question or something like that. That's what the website says. So Rocky is now answering. Yeah. Rocky is now answering the question that the witness says he doesn't know what the answer is. Right? So now it makes perfect sense to me.
Yes, it is. See there. Let me go to right there. There we go. Never reveal what OG means. When in doubt, always refer to rule number 1. Never, Yeah. What's Fight Club? There is no Fight Club. Okay.
And then when Mr. Phillips said, I know what the brand is, I just don't know what the acronym stands for.
Yeah. Well, nobody does. So it's kind of a funny moment, because I don't think Lewin knows what the word game is.
Right. But people interpret on the internet. Some people interpret, oh, that was not a good look for the defendant. Okay. Hey, the problem is now, this is kind of like he's like, you don't reveal what it is. I'm sitting here, I'm watching hours of cross-examination on something that's irrelevant. There was a funny moment though yes. With the jury that kind of shows you the jury likes Mr. Phillips, right?
Just the LA reference.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll set this up. So Lewin is going into here's Lewin's overall picture is you're bought off. You're bought and paid for by Rocky, by the defendant. Didn't he fly you here in a private jet? Well, no, I just flew in on a normal jet.
Oh,
wasn't first class or anything. Well, you're in a nice hotel, right? And don't give the name. Well, it's okay. It's nice. I'm in downtown LA. And then there begins this little mini discussion on hold on a second here, on LA. And it's a little bit hard to hear some of it, but we can flesh it out for you. Those of us who know downtown LA will certainly agree.
Right.
Saturday.
And where you stand right now?
Downtown at a hotel.
And I don't want you to give me the name, but it's a nice hotel, I assume?
It's a cool hotel.
And
it's downtown LA. You know the area of downtown LA is crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer your question.
What did he say? What did he say there?
And then the judge chimes in at the end. So what he says is, and I'll play it one more time just so that we can follow along. He says, the hotel's cool, but downtown LA is crazy. And the
jury laughs.
Lewin, everybody laughs because they know, and it's honest. And Lewin basically says, well, I can't really comment about that. And then 12, he says, but you understand. And everybody laughs again. And then the judge says, yes, we do. So it's just kind of a slam on LA. Let's see if we can run it back and you can pick that up.
Okay.
No, hold on a sec.
Downtown at a hotel.
And I don't want you to give me the name, but it's a nice hotel, I assume?
It's a cool hotel.
And
it's downtown LA. You know the area of downtown LA is crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer your question.
You understand?
What was that?
You understand? We all do.
You understand?
Yeah, and he asked him again. he says, Lewin says, what was that? The jury is laughing.
Yeah.
The jury is laughing along with Mr. Phillips. He's laughing along with 12E. They're not laughing at him. They're laughing along with him.
No, they're laughing like you would when a friend says something you all understand and relate to.
Right. So I to me, that was a very important moment there, that it told you like kind of where the jury's at. Now, I think that Lewin's decided that this case rises or falls because it can't rise or fall on his victim. It rises or fall on whether or not this is a made up, and we know it because that's where there was agita between Tacopina and Lewin earlier in the week. Remember, on whether or not this is a prop or starter pistol. In other words, some kind of non-real gun versus a real gun, and they're lying about it. That's where I think Lewin's decided it rises or falls, and therefore that's where he's going to stay for the next 12 hours.
That and who was the aggressor, because he's really trying to focus on, the fact that despite Relli being larger, that it's truly Rocky that was the aggressor here. See, he has his hand around him, and you see that freeze frame where it looks like he has a gun in his hand, although it's pretty bad. It's very hard to see, but it looks like maybe his hand and maybe a gun is maybe somewhere near Relli's midsection. That's as far as I would go.
Put it down. I actually
and it's also moving. But that freeze.
He's moving.
Everybody is moving, and Ills is trying to step in and break it up. Now the question becomes: is he pulling Relli away because Relli's the aggressor, or is he trying to pull Relli away from Rocky because Rocky's the aggressor? And it's so hard to tell from the video. Either could be true. So that means the jury's left with Mr. Phillips' version of what happened that night, because Relli, they can't believe anything from that dude. So will they believe Mr. Phillips when he says that it was Ills trying to step in and just separate them, and Relli was the aggressor? If they believe him, then bye-bye prosecution.
Yeah, but also you do see, and I'm wearing, I know you wore this hoodie because of this thing. I wore this hoodie specifically because if we went back and played that, Relli has Rocky grabbing the two portions of the hood. You see it, okay? And that's why he said that Relli was the aggressor, because he reached up and grabbed Rocky with this, and he almost lifted him off the ground. Just like you're much stronger than I am.
He actually said that he did. He actually said that he did lift him off the ground.
Right. And so, somebody I'm out there walking to be the poodle, and somebody grabs me by this and lifts me off the ground, I'm going to try to fight back, right? I'm going to, with whatever I have, so there was a reason for the hoodie with the skulls today, so that we could do a little demonstration on it. So Jenny has a question, Michael.
Yeah, worrying about whether 12V is being impeached in any way. 12V is solid. How do you think he impeached himself, according to Lewin? I didn't pick up anything he impeached him on. I think he made some of his testimony less certain, but I don't see any impeachment per se.
Yeah. And I didn't. I thought 12V did a great job, actually. I think.
Yeah, I'll take 12. I'll take 12V any day. As a witness, and I don't mean even in comparison to not to Relli. I mean just in general. I just think he's a solid witness. He and Wally both, I think, were solid witnesses, and what a surprise, they're both defense witnesses.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I think it was an issue. He's going to bring him back on Monday. He's going to let this poor guy stay all weekend. And what is he going to do on Monday? Well, let me see. Let me do. What do you want to make a guess he's going to do on Monday? The same thing?
Yeah. Well, he's going to. The judge hopefully will make him move along into another topic. But let's. Maybe he's got another hour. Who knows? And then we'll see if Joey T has. I don't know that he's got a lot of fixing to do. I
don't think he's got any fixing. And I get up and say, and read it right. None needed, Your Honor.
Yeah, that would be amazing, because attorneys. It's better, you, me, him. Yeah, there's always, it's so hard not to ask a question. It's just so hard. But he wouldn't hurt himself by. Hey, I think we interrupted ourselves.
Hi, hey, how you doing? I know it's not
quite. How are you?
I know we were scheduled for 7 p.m. But there is so much happening. We have so many people in the chat right now. We thought we'd get on just a little bit early, right?
So who's going to be the new mystery witness? What's the deal there?
Working on that. Working on that.
Working on it.
I'm
You're working your sources.
working on
Yeah.
it. Working on it.
So it sounds like self-defense might be raising its ugly head here.
Did you hear those 2 words? I've been saying
did.
it to you, Michael. We've been asking that question, right? I heard those 2 words because, look, if no one has to testify to it, because Relli has it right in that same tape that the gun was pulled, whether you call it prop gun or whatever, for self-defense. There you are. I think I would take it. I think I gotta have it in there. You know?
Yeah. You know, we did talk about the what if, and well, now the what if is, and so we're, I guess, assuming it could be an expert to talk about self-defense.
Now, the question I have is that last witness the person who received the gun?
Mr. Lewin.
And he's going to come to, into California and say, no one told me to get rid of the gun. That was it. It's been years, and and they called to get me back. It was already gone.
Do you think they're going to call him? I know they know who it is now. Do you think they're going to call this person?
It is. Well, they interviewed him, and quite frankly, I don't see why you need to call him because they got his testimony in.
I think it's ridiculous because is it so hard to conceive, Mr. Lewin, that this is kind of a collective of small film rap video makers who just interchange props here and there, and when you're done with one, you just give it back to, in this case, I guess, the assistant director.
Right.
He turns it into this loosely organized prop, department, and then who knows where it goes from there. So the jury is going to have to believe that that is just a concocted story, totally unrealistic, and that this witness, Mr. Lewin, I don't know, former manager, former DJ, kind of a fluid relationship, that he just made this up because that helps explain why they don't have the prop gun. I don't know. I think he was credible, even though annoyed at the Lewin cross at the end. But what do you think about?
Everybody was annoyed at the Lewin cross at the end. You have a couple clips we're going to play about the Lewin cross at the end.
I think I might. Is that a cue? Is that a cue for me to find these?
That's a cue, everyone.
Okay, let me see if I can find it. Which one did you want first?
Surprise me.
Okay, let's go with the every possible objection that was granted or not granted. Here we go.
Does what you're saying sound reasonable?
Objection or?
Nothing further.
No, we're done with Mr. Phillips.
We're done.
He's asked every question that he could possibly ask on both sides. All right. I can't fathom another question.
It's a good one.
Excuse.
What?
It's a good one, but all right.
Excuse subject to recall, Your Honor. That's foundational as according to the.
All right, yeah, if you're notified to come back, you must come back, but if either side wants him back, I'm gonna wanna know what the offer of proof is.
Your Honor, just so it's clear, that's foundational under the evidence code for.
Right, I understand that.
I do not anticipate that he would be called back.
Evidence code section 1235?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if it happens that you're notified to return, you must return, so you are not excused, you understand? Well, you don't have to stay in California, but if you're notified to return, you must be here the very next day. All right, but for now, you can go.
Get the hell out of here while you can.
Let's play the next one too. Let's play the next one because I think these kind of things go together about how the judge.
What is you're so demanding? What is the next one here? Which one did you want?
I'm not so demanding.
You want? Let's see. I think you want not the no speaking objection one. That's an old one, I think. You want the sanctions. You want the stop yelling. I think that's what you like.
Stop yelling.
I think you want that one. Okay, let's see if we can give you that one here.
Did he ever tell you? You ever ask him, hey, why are you bringing a prop gun with you when you're meeting with another ASAP?
I don't think he brought it just
Motion to strike is not responsible.
Stop yelling.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Stop yelling.
Motion to
You
strike.
can just make the motion and state the reason. You don't have to yell. Now, what was the objection?
Now, it's believed that Mr. Lewin has kind of a hearing impediment or deficit?
He said he said that at even at Durst. He does
It
that.
could be because he yells so much, he's given himself a hearing problem. Is that possible?
Also, sometimes people that have hearing deficits.
I know. I get that. Of course. But he doesn't have a normal speaking voice, it doesn't seem.
But everything is at you, at you, at you. I don't think the defense needs to call another witness because what Mr. and I'm going to say Levin, it's really hard because, we're just transposing. There's a Levin and a Lewin here.
Yeah.
Right?
I just keep thinking of 11 witnesses. Everybody thinking it said 11 witnesses. Yeah, that Levin. Yeah.
By the way, before I go on with what I was going to say, thank you, Rice Street.
Oh, thank you so much, Rice Street.
Membership. So we really appreciate it. But what Levin got in was that he called and he tried to ask for the gun back. If you were gonna, if the prosecution is going to say you were trying to dispose of it, why would you ask the gun to come back to California? You want the gun back to exactly this is saying you get the gun back. No, the gun's gone. It's in the people take things back and forth.
And Lewin kept bullying that point, asking, "Did you do anything else except ask the guy you gave it to if he still has it?" No. I mean, who am I, Columbo? This guy doesn't have any obligation to do more than that.
And I was trying to say, do you know what the conversation with the attorney objection? There was a way around that question. Are you representing him in any way? Did you take on the role of an attorney? Did you take on the role of a private investigator? You know that he's got attorneys and private investigators. Why would you in any way want to try to take on that? Except to find out that the gun was, you try to get it back and it's gone.
Yeah, I asked if he still had it. He said no. I know how these things get kind of tossed in this communal prop area, and that was the end of it. And, if you, Mr. Lewin, had reached out and suggested it was very important, or anybody in your office, I would have given you all the information you need to pursue it. But I don't see a badge. I'm not deputized here.
And they didn't hide it. This morning, there was no way the defense didn't hide. We just discovered it. Here it is. The judge says, okay, if Levin's going to testify as to the fact he tried to get the gun back, right? Prosecution has the ability to interview on tape the person in New York. And that's exactly what they did. And obviously, they didn't find out anything that was different than Levin was saying, that it was a prop gun. I think they've done a great job of that, Michael. Also answering your question, because you thought that was the one deficit.
I really did. And I think they did a reasonable job. It's not as satisfying as, here's the gun. We've traced it to all these locations and now we have it. But still, if you're looking for a reasonable explanation, I think the jury now has that.
Right. I think the jury absolutely has it right now. But we'll see. I mean, there's another witness that the defense may call, as what I expected. The defense wanted to sum up tomorrow, right? As I expected, right?
Yeah, they're working on it. Yep.
Wanted to sum up tomorrow. The judge said it wasn't Lewin who was going to do the first summation. The judge said he's not going to force the prosecution to sum up because what I think I heard Judge Tacopina say, look, if we put the witness on and then you're finished, Your Honor, it takes about an hour to charge the juries. Can we do this some early afternoon? Can we sum up tomorrow? Because if not, we're talking about next week. And then Lewin said something like, well, really, here in California, well, maybe Friday, do it because then we've got a rebuttal summation, and then the jury wouldn't come back to what? Is it Monday a holiday, or are they taking the court holiday on Wednesday that we take in the East Coast?
I know it seems like they have Wednesdays almost as a dark day for cleaning up other cases. So Monday is President's Day, is that right?
Well, they're taking Lincoln's birthday off tomorrow. It's a court holiday.
Oh, okay.
Oh, not tomorrow, Wednesday. So President's Day is here in the East Coast, but do they work instead on President's Day there?
I don't know, because that's a federal holiday now.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
Well, it does have like George Washington. Who knows anymore?
Well, all I know is that anybody could take those extra days. They take them. States, federal, schools.
The jury back and to deliberate on Tuesday. It's ridiculous. Push it. But that's clearly what the prosecution wants. They want the defense. I think if the defense could have closed today, they wanted to close today.
Oh, yeah. Another interesting point. I made a couple of notes here about Mr. Levin. Hey, Mr. Levin. He was talking about the Glock 43 magazine that they found at Rocky's house.
Right.
And Lewin kept circling back because there was some confusion over the guy has a couple of guns, but he somehow got that magazine by mistake when he was at the gun store and they're $20, so he never bothered to take it back because Lewin was trying to make a big deal out of it. If you don't have that gun, why didn't you take that magazine back? Well, it's $20, you know, just gas and a pain in the butt. I kept it.
Right.
But he keeps circling back to that to make it sound like Levin has purposely planted this Glock 43 magazine, to which he has no matching gun, at Rocky's house to explain why it's there.
Yeah, yeah. And at one point, I thought really the judge should intervene because it was like Lewin was saying, maybe trying to make him say that for some reason he had to have the permit to have this weapon, and he didn't have the permit. Almost like he was trying to get him to admit to a crime. I was like, well, yeah, no, everything's registered. I mean, it was insane, Michael. It was insane.
It's just a bad look, and I understand he did make a couple of points. He did with Levin, who on repeated questioning was getting a little soft, getting a little wishy-washy on, you know, the series of events and why he had the prop gun, and then there's the magazine that doesn't match, and when did you go to the gun range, and how often have you been there? And so, you know, he made a little bit of hay out of that. But again, on balance, it was at worst, it was a push for the defense. And I think it was probably more like 70-30 favoring the defense.
And because Lewin was getting so frustrated, he again gave away what he's going to do in closing. Well, I don't know if he gave it away in closing argument, that Rocky had a Glock 43 and that he had 2 magazines come with it when you buy it. And that this one magazine, they got rid of the other, but they accidentally didn't get rid of this. Well, if you're going to be a mastermind and get rid of the gun and the magazine, you think you're going to forget the one next to your bed?
That's what, you know, gets me back to the big picture in this particular case. Nobody involved, except for Relli, gave this a lot of attention. The prosecution didn't, the key witnesses didn't, and Relli was all over it, but he was the only one. Everybody else kind of, and so the investigation was horrible. The recollection and the actions of these different witnesses, not so good, because to them, it wasn't the big deal that Relli was making it out to be, either for his, you know, financial gain or just to get back at Rocky because he wasn't being treated properly, so he's going to stick it to him with a criminal case. It's just really a poorly put together case.
You know, but it all comes down to the jurors. You
Yes.
and I are done. I think certainly our viewers are done. Our chatters are done. I think that if the jury hasn't found in their mind that the state has proven their case now, there's nothing that's going to change them at this point.
No. I do not think people are sitting there going, "Oh, closing arguments! I can't wait to hear them so I can figure out what I'm thinking." Oh, I have. Dizzy tells me that we have another speaking objection here. One that I have 2 of them in the folder.
Well, before you go, Rice Street, thank you, became a YouTube member. We appreciate
Oh, very
it.
nice.
And before you get to that, just one other point. If the jury, however, is on the fence, I want to talk to our viewers about that. You think they're on the fence? Are they going to stay on the fence or what?
What do they need to hear to push them over one way or the other?
Yeah. What do they need to be pushed over? What do they need to commit an assault and battery? Okay.
They need to be shoved off the fence. So am I waiting, or do you want to see this one?
No, I want to see it.
Okay, I think this is the right one. I have 2 that have the same title. Is this the right one?
What happened to the gun?
Yeah.
His response would have been, I have no idea.
Objection, Your Honor.
I can play it, Your Honor, if you like. The court made certain rulings.
The objection is sustained. Do you recall the other day I talked about speaking objections, arguing? Remember that? Do you remember that?
I do.
All right, I'm keeping track of every speaking objection that is made, every argument with the witness, argument with me. I'm keeping track of all that. He made an objection. I sustained it. Go on. Give me the next question.
All righty. This is where, as I say, let's go to the tote board. Judge, let's go to the tote board. You know, he's keeping track. So when we have been suggesting that, you know, the judge maybe been hesitant to rule solely against Lewin, where he did the very first day after he said, I'm going to impose these 1074 sanctions up to a maximum of $1,500 per day or per incident. He nailed both of them at the same time. That's one for each of you. And then we saw Lewin acting up, not so much Tacopina, but never an outward admonishment by the judge. So I kind of thought, well, I guess he's letting him off the hook. Well, apparently not. Apparently the tote board has been continuing to roll forward, and we won't know till the hearing after the trial exactly how many instances this judge is tacking onto the tote board. They could have quite a bit of money.
There's another stop yelling. Let's see, and then we have a special guest. We have Dave Aronberg waiting in the wings. There's another stop yelling, Michael.
Do you have a stop yelling one? Let's see. I thought I did a stop yelling one already. No? Or is there another one? Let's see. This is a different stop yelling one. I can't keep it straight. Yeah, this is the stop yelling. We did this one, I think.
All right.
Why are you bringing a prop gun with you when you're meeting with another ASAP?
I don't think he brought it just like this.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
Stop yelling. Stop yelling.
Motion to
You
strike.
can just make the motion and state the reason. You don't have to yell.
Yeah, don't have to yell. Yeah. So anyway, so yeah. So what's happening then tomorrow is we're going to have a new witness,
Maybe.
perhaps, and they're starting at 10 tomorrow, 1 o'clock East Coast time.
Probably the defense is going to review whether or not they need the witness, whether or not they can push forward with getting the prosecutor to close earlier. And get this case to the jury. I think it depends. We're not in the courtroom, all right, and you always have to see what the jury is doing. But I know our viewers are like done. I mean, they're done. They want to get this to a jury and get their verdict out. You know, I mean, if our viewers are any,
and that's where the fun begins, because we all have our thoughts and observations and opinions, but we don't mean squat. You know, it's what the jury does that matters. So
okay. So let's get on to what happened today with Dave Aronberg. Dave.
Yes. Are you going to give him a big build up, a little intro, anything?
Yes.
Come on.
Also teaches with us at Harvard Law School Trial Advocacy Workshop. Joe Tacopina was in the first week with us, although all of us were in different units. It's broken down into 6 groups, and we were all in different units of the first week, teaching young students how to try a case and how to ask a question, not to ask a question.
Was Joe? Was Lewin in there as a student or not? I guess he missed that class.
Former state's attorney for West Palm Beach County, or was it Palm Beach County?
Palm Beach County, right?
Palm Beach County. Palm Beach County for many years. He looks like Dave looks like he's like 10, and he really is. He's got, he really is. He just doesn't age ever. He's got great experience. He's got great morals. He has great ethics. And now he has his own private law firm. So why don't you tell us about that first? And then we can go into your thoughts about today and the ethics of prosecution, given when I first called you, given that tape out there from Relli about needing a lawyer for a bag, or else it's called extortion.
Well, at first, it's great to be with you, Linda and Michael. I really enjoyed teaching with you, Linda. We were actually in the same section at Harvard Law School teaching. And Joe Tacopina, who I had never met before, he's kind of a bull in a china shop. You know, he was someone who, when I was involved with the Robert Kraft case, remember prosecuting that case?
That was your
he was representing Robert Kraft, and he went on TV and was just reading me the riot act. He was chewing me out, and I was like, who is this guy? And then I never met him until then. I went up to him. I said, hey, I hope you're not going to continue your broadside against me here. He's like, oh my gosh, I didn't know that was you. And we became instant friends. He's actually a really, really nice guy, a charming guy, and a really good trial lawyer. So I'm not surprised that it looks like he's winning here. Of course, you don't have to win by 51% to 49. You just have to get reasonable doubt. Get one juror and it's a hung jury. Get more than one. Get an entire jury with reasonable doubt and you win. And I think there's plenty of reasonable doubt here. I thought this case was weak to begin with. I mean, they never found the gun. They never found the bullets. The only one who found the bullet casings was the victim, who came later after the police were done searching the place. And although at the same time, I got to say the fact that the defendant says that he carries a starter gun with him, and that's what he was using. I don't know if I believe that, quite frankly.
Yeah, there was some confusion over prop gun, starter gun, and I don't know that I disagree with the theory that, hey, I've experienced some violent episodes of home invasion, and I want to scare people off. If you think it all the way through, as Linda and I have talked about, you may be asking for more trouble than you want, because brandishing a gun that won't stop somebody who might have a gun, that's a losing proposition. And that is, I think, and that was reasonable to me, Dave. Tell me what you think. First of all, congratulations on you're going over to the dark side now.
Well,
You've left the state.
Law firm.
Oh yeah,
well,
what's the name of the firm?
So my firm is Dave Aronberg Law, and we do civil and criminal litigation, some land use. And so, 561-765-5555. Also, I have a YouTube channel, Court Authorities. I'd love to have you guys on where we talk about law, politics, and true crime. But I love being on with you guys because you cut right to it. First off, I think there should be a rule in court, a local rule that says that you can't have a Lewin and a Levin in the courtroom at the same time. That should be a no-no. I mean, how confusing is that, right? I was just reading their names in the documents, like, oh man, is that Lewin or Levin? And so this case is a mess. And I can say that now that I'm a former prosecutor. When I was a prosecutor, you have to tread gingerly when you talk about other prosecutors, but this case is a mess.
Yeah, I think you've got some latitude here. So I was about to ask a second question, which I kind of lost track of, but it had to do with the gun or lack of a gun. But let me go back to Relli, because he's really the central figure in this case, even though the jury may have sort of lost track of him at this point. How do you recover from a witness like that who so clearly has lied on a number of levels, and he has been far from helpful in telling his own story, but very little time do we have a surviving victim, because we do mostly some murder cases we have to follow. So here you have the guy, and he's a disaster. How do you recover from that if you're the prosecution?
I've had cases, and I'm thinking of one right now, the Travis Rudolph case. I know that you guys
I'm
covered
very familiar with that one.
Right? Well, there was a case where you have a likable NFL player who was essentially jumped at night. The group went to his house to do him some harm, and then he responded by going into his house, getting an AR-15 style weapon or an AK-47, a semi-automatic rifle, and then chasing them and shooting at them from behind 39 times. And in the car, as they're driving away, he keeps shooting and actually shoots and kills one of the guys. And we put him on trial, Travis Rudolph. We put him on trial. Said, you don't get 39 free shots. You can't run down the street when these people are trying to flee and shoot in a neighborhood and kill someone. You can't do that. And the jury heard testimony from Travis Rudolph, liked him. They heard testimony from the victims, the surviving victims. They didn't like them.
And the ex-girlfriend.
They hated all the people.
Hateable.
Right. They didn't like any of them except for Travis Rudolph. So all it takes is for Relli not to be likable, which he's really not. I mean, or to give a story that people don't believe. I mean, one of the small details here is that he had this hand injury, and as Joe Tacopina said, waited to fly all the way across the country before seeking medical attention. And his response was, well, I had my hand wrapped that night, and I wanted to fly across the country because I don't trust LA. I didn't trust anyone in LA. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense. So that's just one of many.
By the way, thank you, LTOUXER became a YouTube member. We obviously appreciate everybody joining here tonight. Yeah, he didn't trust everybody, but I was more concerned as the ethics here and I wonder what would be the procedures in a DA's office this time of, the year we're in the year 2020. Well, this was taken earlier, 2022, 2023. You have somebody who's now on a tape. I don't know when they got the tape that says, look, I'm looking for 30 million. Then there's a second conversation. I'm looking for 30 million. And if I get it in cash, they'll never find me again. I'll be on some beach. They won't be able to prosecute without a victim. But I needed to get a lawyer because I needed to get the bag, meaning the money, you usually carry in the bag when you're paying somebody off. I had to have a lawyer, or else it's called extortion. I think he spelled it, he said it wrong, extortion or something like that. But it was extortion. To me, that was clear. That's what came over. What's the ethics of prosecuting something like that? How do you choose to take the guy who says, hey, I'm going through legal extortion here?
Well, the Lewin, not Levin, made a good point on cross that says that even if he was motivated by money to try to get as much money out of this rich rapper, A$AP Rocky, it didn't mean the event didn't happen. Both things can be true at the same time, that this actually happened, and yet the victim really wanted money. But when you're a prosecutor, you're very careful not to let yourself be used as leverage for a civil lawsuit. And that's why I tell people to this day, and when I was talking to people before, I said, if you wanted to do a civil lawsuit, if you want prosecutors and police to get involved, you may want to wait on that, because prosecutors and police don't like to be used. We don't want to be used as leverage. And here it looks like the prosecutor was used as leverage. And that's not a good look, even though ethically the prosecutor can pursue the case, because both things can be true at the same time.
Don't you have to give something maybe to an attorney general to evaluate? Doesn't somebody have to evaluate, though, whether or not they made a decision that this did happen? They made their decision it did happen, even with this tape. How do they make that decision or not give it to another office to at least evaluate it? Here, you decide whether this is extortion, and we'll decide whether we believe the witness, or is that not possible?
Well, when you're a prosecutor, you have to evaluate every case to make sure that you can get a conviction beyond a reasonable doubt in good faith. You have to believe you can get a conviction beyond a reasonable doubt. This is different than probable cause. So police, they can just arrest on probable cause, but prosecutors should not take the case unless you think you can get a conviction beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you have this stuff on tape, if you knew about that in advance, that's got to put doubt in your mind whether you can get that conviction, and thus you shouldn't move ahead with the case. So I don't know exactly how much they knew and what kind of evidence they were privy to, but they decided to file this case, and it doesn't look good for them at this point.
That's why, Dave, I say they never even talked to Relli ahead of time.
Right.
Regardless of the audio tapes, which are damning, Relli is damning. If you are the prosecutor and you're doing your due diligence, you're interviewing, if you spent 5 minutes with Relli, what would you think?
Yeah, well, it's like the victims in the Travis Rudolph case. Sometimes you just do it because, well, should we allow someone to shoot 39 times in the back? And here, should we allow a high-profile man of privilege to shoot someone, even though the victim is unlikable and wants money? And so that's what prosecutors are thinking. They're convinced that there was a gunshot here. And, if you think about it, it probably was. But the fact that, see what I said probably was, that's not good enough to get you beyond a reasonable doubt, right? That's reasonable doubt right there. Yeah. But I do think if you said what really happened, I do think there was an encounter. I do think there was a gunshot. I don't believe the starter pistol is shot in the air and everyone else was shooting. But do I believe that with beyond a reasonable doubt? No. And that's the problem in this case.
Hey, Linda, let me interrupt here just a second. I know you're poised with a very sharp question. And some of our chatters have asked about this Travis case too, so this is a shameless plug for both Dave and I. I did an episode for Taking the Stand, which was the Travis Rudolph case, and it's on the show Taking the Stand. It's on A&E. I'm sure you can find this episode. Dave was an expert on there from the prosecution standpoint, and it's a crazy case. This former NFL player, Dave laid out the details there. I won't tell you some of the finer points because it's worth watching. But Dave did a great job on it, defending the prosecution's point. And if you hear the story, like Dave suggests, here's a guy that takes an AR out of his house and shoots 39 times, including at a vehicle that's driving away from you. You're going to have something in your mind that may not play out in trial. And we see that in this case, too. If you hear just the raw facts about this case, this guy, Rocky, allegedly with a gun, perhaps a prop gun, perhaps a real gun, brandishes that weapon and then shoots at or in the direction of somebody, that's not proper conduct. That should be investigated and perhaps prosecuted. So I think both of those cases at the starting gate sounded like they could be legit.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. And that's why it's not unethical for the prosecutor to pursue this case. They've got grounds, but you need to look at everything and the chance that your victim is really unlikable and has some holes in the story. There's a money motive, all that combined. And I think you're right, Michael. I'm not sure how much they knew of Relli, the victim in this case, before they decided to move forward with the prosecution.
But here you have the cops came to the scene right away, based on the 911 call, right?
18 minutes, but okay, we'll give them right away.
Well, right away, that no one picked up in the area where incident one, because Lewin kept trying to say incident one, incident two, and incident one was pretty far away from incident, not pretty far, but far away from incident one. They go exactly. They look around. There are no shells to be found. They're nowhere, and they conclude that there was nobody. There were no evidence that real gunshots had been fired, even though it could sound like it. And then no one, we get the shells several days later when Relli supposedly calls his lawyer says, you go back to the scene and you go collect the shell. So he goes back supposedly with his girlfriend, who doesn't testify now for the prosecution after they opened with her. The defense now says, after cross-examination, the prosecution may even say that Relli never went back to the scene. So if he never went back to the scene, there was no evidence of it. Where did he get the shells that he brings in? And thank you, Rice Street, by the way, for gifting 5 Justice Serve TV memberships. Where does he get the shells?
You know, I don't know, and I didn't know that detail before, because I thought that he went back to the scene and he scoured it where the police missed it
It's
and found the
questionable.
shells.
Yeah,
so
it's
he
questionable.
said, right. So where did he get the shells if he didn't go back to the scene? That is a huge gap in the
Yeah,
process.
and we know that he went to a gun range after denying that he ever did, but he went to a gun range just prior to the incident. Could have pocketed some shells there, thinking, hey, someday I might need these. Or he may have had just random access to them. He found them, in theory, within an hour or so of the incident, turned them in the next day, or about, I don't even know if it was 12, 14 hours later. He had some time to get them. Yeah. Do you remember exactly when they were turned into the cops, Linda?
Yeah, he was 2 days, because the next
2
day,
days.
he says, I called my lawyer. First, he says, I called my lawyer that night.
Yeah, like 3 a.m.
There's no call to the lawyer. So the next day he says, I called, well, it wasn't that night. I called him the next day. He told me to go to the scene. So I go to the scene, and then he brings the shells back 2 days later, right?
Yeah, so he's had plenty of time to come up with some shells, And it would have been, if he had done a little investigation himself, he would have found out exactly what guns Rocky had in his possession, and he would have gotten shells to match that. Right. But that's a whole different problem.
Yeah, that's the problem, right?
It's a huge problem, and that's why I don't see this going to a conviction. I mean, can you imagine a unanimous jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt that ASAP Rocky did it? No, I cannot. I think at the best, a prosecution can get a hung jury here, but that's not good.
And we were talking about that, Linda. Remember, it's like normally, if you're the defense, hung jury is, that's a victory. This is a weird case where hung jury may be as close as it gets to a win for the prosecution.
Right. And what do you do? You're going to try it again? Or
Yeah.
what do you do? I mean, that tape really bothers me, Dave. The tape really, really bothers me.
And it should. Also, what should bother you when the judge attacks the prosecutor, saying, hey, stop yelling. And when you start admonishing the prosecutor in front of the jury, that is a terrible look. It's okay for the defense lawyers. In fact, if you're not getting admonished as a defense lawyer, you're not doing your job right. But as a prosecutor, that's a bad look.
That last little clip, Linda, that was in front of the jury, where the judge reminds them of the 1054 issue. I'm sorry, 1074 issue, and says, I'm keeping track. The jury doesn't know exactly what that is, but it doesn't sound like he's setting them up for an award of some sort. It sounds like it's a problem.
Yeah, and he said a couple of times, keeping track about the yelling or the stop it. It's become very loose, Dave, that all this is now happening in front of the jury. It started out very tight, and now it's becoming like, just get it over with,
Yeah, it really is. And the fighting with Relli and Tacopina, it takes a lot to make Joe Tacopina look sympathetic, but Relli did it somehow. He did it.
Okay, so let me ask you this serious question, Dave. As we look at the pending charges, assault, battery.
Michael has a question.
Oh, okay.
How can the prosecution demand a defense witness to be recalled when they already rested their case?
Well, did the prosecution demand that the defense witness testify? I'm not sure how that played out.
Right.
The prosecution could have a rebuttal witness.
Right. And I think that's what we're talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that routinely would play out after the prosecution rests. And we'll see. We'll see if that actually happens. So, Dave, assault and battery. Can you find assault in the best set of circumstances here? We know that Rocky brandished something, gun, real gun. If that indeed was used to cause apprehension on the part of Mr. Relli, that could be enough, right?
Yes, but that's not exactly a capital crime. It's not a big deal. He'll probably get a slap on the wrist and go home if that's all they're going to convict him on. Assault, battery is different. Battery, did you actually physically hit someone, shoot someone? I mean, that's just the least of his issues. If they find out that he shot him, he's going to get hit with more than that. But the assault, sure. I think the assault, when he gets in his face and starts yelling at him and brandishes a prop gun or whatever, that's the easy assault. But again, it's not necessarily going to be anything that incarcerates him at this point.
Here's another muddy part of this, Linda.
Yeah.
If Relli knew it was a prop gun, because there's some talk that everybody knew.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then you can't really be apprehensive, right? Because it's a prop gun.
Well, also you have the crime of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which is serious. That's not a misdemeanor assault. That's a serious felony. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon is a prop gun that the victim knows a prop gun, a deadly weapon.
I guess if you bash him over the head with it, but I think it's hard to feel apprehensive when he's like, dude, that's a toy.
And he's running after him. I think that the point that he was running after them all the time. If he's scared of them and he thinks they have a real gun, why is he chasing them? Why is he chasing them down the street? You know, after all this chaos. But let's see what some of our viewers think. And here's Wrestler's Mom. All the yelling is too chaos or too chaotic. It has given me a massive headache. Lewin is petty. I'm not a fan. And I'm just following right down the list. Raynette. Some of Lewin's questioning seemed to go in favor of the defense. Survivor speaks. The case is crazy. Prosecutors.
So how do you really feel there, Survivor? Yeah.
And then there's also the view he didn't pull out, it fell out. Rocky was putting it away. I mean, I guess the question also is who was the aggressor? And that little tidbit in the tape, Dave, that this we started talking about this. I know you were on listening. Relli says to Wally that he pulled the gun out, whether it be proper, whatever, for self-defense. So he gives Rocky a self-defense argument in that tape.
I mean, the prosecutor must have been just cringing inside because as if things weren't bad enough. Now he's given Rocky an affirmative defense of self-defense. So yeah, it just keeps going downhill from here. You see the comments. If your viewers, your listeners are actually feeling this way about the prosecution, I mean, this is clear, at the very least reasonable doubt. If they don't like the prosecutor, then that's terrible. Normally you just don't like the defendant, right? But here they don't like the victim and they don't like the prosecutor. Bad.
Yeah. And I thought Joe Tacopina did, and I would say this to his face, a wonderful job. They're holding back. I thought he did what we teach at Harvard. Take those building blocks, right, David, and knock them down and rebuild your own wall with them. And I thought he actually showed great, shall we say,
restraint?
Restraint it's kind of restraint. I was looking for a different word, but he wasn't strident in how he went after Relli. He was restrained and kind of built back up to the point where you hated Relli. And then, of course, you have this crazy rule, talk to us, where the prosecutor who doesn't present the witness can object.
Have you seen that, Dave, what they did in this case? It was something they established from day one because Lewin wanted it. The judge was clear, and this happens in almost every case. I don't want 3 attorneys on a team objecting. One person will object. And normally it would be the person who did the direct of that witness would then object on the cross. No. Lewin said, is it all right, Judge, if a different person objects rather than the person that did the original examination? There won't be 2 of us, but there might be a different person objecting. Well, who's the objector? Lewin. So he's objecting to witnesses he did not directly examine. How do you like that?
Well, that's like the designated hitter rule, right? You know, you don't hit the field. You're just all you do is object. You're the objection expert. But I wouldn't want that as a prosecutor because you study your own witness and the witness you're going to cross, and that's the one you know everything about. You're ready to object. You're listening to every word. Why would you do that for witnesses you don't call? That's not your witness. You have people to help you. Why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. It makes it much harder for you. It raises the level of difficulty. So I don't agree with that. It's
so arrogant, I think. And it also, it cuts Pauly P's testicles off. Pauly P's supposed to be the lead attorney. Just not literally. He's supposed to be the lead attorney, and Lewin, parachutes in. He's second chair, but clearly he's calling the shots. And to take that step just undermines his own teammate.
Well, Lewin could have come in and said, "You know who I am? You ever heard of Robert Durst? Ever heard of Durst? No. Okay, so you're supposed to be first chair, but I'm doing the objections, okay? And you're getting the coffee." So yeah.
Poor Pauly P, who we like. We like Pauly P.
Yeah, no, we thought that he did he was very normal. Not normal.
Yes. Yeah, earnest,
Earnest.
straightforward.
Right. At least he was trying to say, "Oh, Mary, I'm going to give this to you. I'm not even taking a side. I'm giving it to you." You know, I got on this morning and I had to go to a meeting, and then I got on and I heard John Lewin again, and I know he's a very good prosecutor. I know he's very committed. I know he believes what he's doing. But this constant objected, and when the witness would say no and try to explain what he meant by no, or maybe he would, move to strike. And I don't think juries want to hear what the witness is saying. Not every question is a move to strike.
That's a great point. That's something that really should be taught in trial advocacy, because although he's right, technically, the witness needs to just stop. But it makes you look bad in front of the jury when, here's the jury that wants to hear this. And you're like, not only do you say strike, but you do it in a very loud way that gets you admonished from the court. It makes you look unsympathetic in front of the jury.
Very unsympathetic in front of the jury and all the people watching, right?
Yeah. Unlikable. Likability matters. It matters in politics. It matters in court.
Someone once said, never underestimate the power of likability.
Yeah,
Somebody once said that.
You know what they say? The most important thing is authenticity. And if you can fake that, you got it made.
See what you did there?
Thank you, Michael.
You
Thank you. Linda was ready to move on.
You're ready to move on, but I'm just pull back right now. I just pulled back. Raynette said that she felt that Lewin was trying, and I think she meant Lewin was attempting to try to hide something every time he did this kind of move to strike. And on top of that, with this comment again from Wrestler's Mom, and these are chatters who've been following this case. If Lewin played less of a role in the prosecution team, they may have this in the bag. And she doesn't mean the extortion bag. Thoughts.
That's a bad sign. Yeah. What do you think of that, Dave?
Well, it's bad when all your comments are negative to the prosecution. That hurts me as a former prosecutor. We like to be on the, wearing the white hat, the good guys. And when you're losing the Baden and Bryant audience, that's bad.
Yeah,
right?
And that's something that we've been talking about, because it just seems like we've seen a string of these cases in which the prosecution was a little shaky, and they've resulted in defense decisions in one way or another. I don't know. We don't know if it's a sea change or if it's just coincidence that some of the high-profile cases have ended up this way, from YSL to this current trial in Florida, the Ty Tucker case. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Is there some sort of swing that prosecution teams are getting, I don't know, more desperate to bring about a case that may not warrant it?
No, I think that these are just high-profile cases. I've seen conviction rates pretty steady where I am. So I saw you're using a couple of cases as good examples, but generally these cases end up in guilty verdicts because most of the people who go on trial as criminal defendants are guilty. Wouldn't that be terrible if most of them are innocent? That would be a massive fail in the system. So, in fact, I'd say an overwhelming number are guilty, and that's me now on the other side. But the ones I represent, they're all squeaky clean, innocent. But most of the people on trial are.
But they may not be guilty of the crime for which the prosecution charged. I always make that distinction to people. Look, people can get charged with murder. Maybe it's manslaughter. Yeah, you know what I mean?
True.
Maybe it's so that it's not just always so clear, black and white. You're doing a job because maybe there's an overcharge, and we've seen overcharges. I'm sure you've seen other offices overcharged, right?
Yes. In fact, I have, in retrospect, on some of the cases that we've lost, we've said, hey, maybe we overcharged. Sometimes the problem is in the statute also.
Right.
The person did it. And when I say they're guilty, it doesn't necessarily, you're right, mean that they're guilty of this specific statute. We know this person did something wrong, and we know this person shot and committed an assault, but can we prove that this was a real gun and not a prop gun? And there's certain issues. Then you have the Alec Baldwin situation, not to bring up another case where, you had the whole case thrown out because of procedural misconduct. That's a whole nother level. So, and
that we've seen. And then the Karen Reed case, of course, the ongoing ball of mess, prosecutorial issues there too. I know you would never do this, but sometimes it seems like overcharging is used as a weapon so that the defendant will cave into something lesser, whether guilty of it or not.
I've come on your shows in the past and talk about the danger of overcharging. You lose credibility in front of the jury. I would rather get what you can get and not try to go for the home run when the home run is not available because you're playing in a cavernous ballpark. So I'm with you. Be careful not to overcharge.
Okay, here's a good question. Can Rocky still get an assault charge, convicted, I guess, of an assault charge, if Relli was the aggressor?
It depends. So the whole thing of self-defense means if Relli retreats. So Relli's the initial aggressor and then retreats, then Rocky cannot go and be the initial aggressor. You don't get like a get out of jail free card. Once someone's the initial aggressor, after they retreat and turn away, you get to go chase them down and shoot 39 times from behind. Or, well, I guess in one case you're allowed to do that, but
in California, it's a little more liberal than that. You know, they if there is a true self-defense that's legit, you can actually pursue until the threat is neutralized, whatever that means. It's pretty aggressive in California.
Well, if the person retreats, right? If the person retreats and ends the threat, you're limited as to what you can do. I use the Travis Rudolph example again, where you just can't, even in California, chase someone down the street who did threaten you after that person has turned tail and left and tried to run away and end the threat.
Well, that's just it. It has to be some reasonable perception that the threat exists, continues, even if they're running away from you. You know, like maybe they're running away and shooting over their shoulder, whatever the scenario might be.
Yeah.
But as long as it's reasonable for the person pursuing to think they still have something to defend against, then they can neutralize that person. It's pretty aggressive. Didn't get there in this case, but I saw a question that came and went. I think it's Ashley. Let me see if I can get that up here. Ashley, when do you use an affirmative defense? And then referencing Travis Rudolph again, he used self-defense. And we're starting to learn, Linda, that even though it wasn't really part of the story of the defense, that affirmative defense may come into play now, right?
Right, because Relli said he pulled the gun out in self-defense, meaning that he was the aggressor, and Relli and Rocky was trying to defend himself. So whether it be a prop gun or a regular gun, but I don't see. The other thing I think there's a problem. I don't see those. Remember he hit the wall or the person 3 times. Relli did. That's the testimony, and that looks to me like. Dave,
that's how it might happen. Yeah.
Have you boxed or whatever?
I've done kickboxing.
Okay.
But not like the real stuff, MMA or anything. I'm talking about in the gym, in a controlled environment. So no, there were no major injuries.
Yeah,
no bar fights, nothing like that.
Not yet.
That's not a graze. The bullet just happened to go. Let me just graze 3 perfect knuckles. Around, and it looked like it was from a hit. That's what it looked like. I mean, I'm sure the jury, and no one's really, there's no medical testimony addressing it. And it's interesting because the testimony is that Relli went to Metropolitan Hospital in New York when he got back, but no one from Metropolitan Hospital is coming in. There's no records coming in.
That's because the injury is a joke. I mean, I'm not saying it couldn't have happened, Dave. I mean, a lot's going on. Things are moving. Who knows? Maybe a president-to-be is going to get nicked in the ear. Who knows what's going to happen when a bullet's fired and all of these actions are taking place. So maybe that is how it happened. Maybe.
But there's no medical evidence to come say it. No one. Metropolitan's here in New York. We get a lot of gunshots in New York. Usually the Bellevue is the place, obviously, they get treated. But don't you think that Joe's going to say when he closes, did you hear anybody?
There's no proof. Yeah.
Come and say this was he wanted to get treated. This is a bullet wound. And by the way, thank you, Rice Street, again for gifting 5 more Justice Serve TV memberships. So I think if I'm the defense, I'm going to finish up with another witness that shows Relli as a liar. And there was one area, obviously, there was a number of areas, but remember, and I only say this because I just ordered my.
Oh gosh, here we go.
Here we go. I mean, I'm color coordinated today with orange, but
it's a double shot of extra caffeine.
Dunkin' Donuts, my mango green tea, the cartridges, and I don't know if we saw the envelope, but remember he said the cartridges. Relli said the cartridges he picked up, he bought into the police in a bag. Dunkin' Donuts, and now I just got my Dunkin' Donuts order, and they delivered it in a white bag. If you get like the egg wraps or something, it comes in like a
the brown, recycled bag kind of color.
Recycled bag. And I don't know, did we see a picture of the bag that he brought them in? because I'd want to track down everyone that can show that if I were doing this, that
You bring a Duncan rep in.
I bring a Duncan.
Yeah.
I bring a Duncan wrap in, right? Here's to my Duncan every single day. I have it, right? Yes, I bring. And by the way, along with that, the hospital. I mean, the hospital. He didn't go till he was 2 days. 2 days later, 3 days later.
But he had it wrapped up, Linda. He had it wrapped up. Sorry, I can't do that with a straight face. That's what he said. He said he had it wrapped up.
Maybe with the Duncan wrap bag.
No,
He had it.
Yeah.
He had it wrapped up, flew
Yeah.
across the country, and he met with his lawyer, and then he went to a hospital because he doesn't trust hospitals in Los Angeles.
Right.
Well, yeah. They're not very good at treating gunshot wounds, right? Because they don't see very many of them.
And
That's
that's so
just
near a high
bad.
school in Los
That's
Angeles.
just bad.
Yeah.
So I don't. I'd want to. I mean, I think the prosecution ended the cross-examination of Lou Levin on a whimper today. I thought Lou Levin did a wonderful job for him. He looked like he was trying to answer the questions if he wasn't getting objected to by the person doing the cross-examination all the time when he was trying to say no, yes, explain what happened. And if I'm the defense, Levin was great. We don't need to bring anyone back from New York, but I want to reinforce him. I'd pick out one spot, maybe two spots, but we want to know it's one witness, one spot where you could show that possibly Relli lied and bring that witness that lied and then rest. I mean, that's would be my game plan.
Okay, I'm calling a late witness from Duncan. I'm calling a Duncan expert.
If there's a Duncan, oh yes, what is that? A delivery checkout bag?
Yeah, it's some sort of black Duncan's bag.
Where'd that come from? Because
From my phone. I don't know. It says Munchkin Run, so it's some sort of delivery bag or maybe a big.
Well, let's see. Let's see what happens. I don't.
So what do you think of that?
Caught.
Aha.
Here on the East Coast, we have DoorDash and we have Dunkin' Runs I mean, the Dunkin' Run queen. Okay.
Just trying to plant some, seeds of doubt. Who knows? Who knows?
Oh my goodness gracious. So there we go. I mean, I don't know. How about you, Dave? How would you try to end it if you're the defense?
I like ending it on all the inconsistencies in Relli's story. Relli wasn't likable on the stand. Focus on him.
Yep.
Don't put the focus on ASAP Rocky. Put the focus on the guy they didn't like and show how much of a liar he is. And really all it takes is one lie, and that should be reasonable doubt for this jury. But if you can show 10 lies, that's it. Then I think Tacopina is going to win this case.
That'd be really interesting. And really, by the way, I think he's been a very good client in the courthouse there in the trial. There was some issue with this AUG about whether or not he was telling 12E not to answer, but I think it's just kind of blurted out,
Well, yeah, because it's a Fight Club ripoff, and
right.
Probably a little inside joke between them, right? And I think he might have been signaling kind of like wink, wink. That's the joke for AUG. And that's kind of what was repeated on the stand. At the close, I would do, as I've said before, play the testimony about I definitely didn't go to the range, and then bang, bang, he's at the range. You mix that up with your phone call and the reference to the extortion LKB, and
And Sergeant Logan to the front desk sergeant said he bought the cartridges in a black plastic bag.
Oh, plastic. That one was not. I don't think it was plastic. That's going to take further research.
That's not plastic coming there. I think California's a little woke when it comes to
You think?
New Jersey and New York. We don't use like plastic anymore. As a matter of fact, in New Jersey, we don't even use bags. You can't give a bag.
Yeah, it's funny. That was all happening, and then COVID hit, and all of those rules kind of went out the door. And now, of course, I hear we're getting plastic straws back. So
yeah, you're getting plastic straws back. Although Duncan never, I have to dime them out. They never got rid of the plastic straws. They
good
always
for them.
Plastic straw.
Those are like oversized plastic straws, even.
Yeah, they always had a plastic straw. Everybody else here in the city was setting the paper straws, but then Duncan never wavered, because the rule was that you could use the stash you already have. And so I assume that Duncan worldwide had like millions of plastic.
And who's gonna try and enforce that? Dave, as the former state attorney for Florida, did you do any straw checks when you were out and about? Make sure people didn't have plastic straws?
That's the last thing I was going to do to eschew our violent crime task force and go after plastic straws. But hey, at least now we're in a free society where you don't have to worry about the plastic straws or the environment or the price of eggs, right? Because
Really?
yeah.
What is? I
That's
don't understand the egg
show
thing.
for
I don't
another matter.
understand. Yeah.
That's a whole other show. That we'll do on your show. We'll
Yeah,
come
we'll do it
on.
on court authorities. We do talk about those types of things.
Okay.
All right, we'll do that on your show.
Yeah.
So, any of our viewers, because we have 354 still watching, not just viewers. We have a lot more viewers watching, but chatters. This case is really taken over. Anyone have a final question to ask Dave before we say goodnight to you and see you tomorrow at lunchtime, because we're going to be back.
Do it again. Yeah, I think somebody just asked for your phone number again, Dave.
Sure, 561-765-5555. Because we're a new firm, the website goes live any day now, and so in the meantime, it may be tough to find us. So save that number, or just find me online. Easy to find. And thank you for having me on, Linda, Michael. You guys are awesome. Love your show.
Cool, man. Always appreciate it, Dave.
All right.
See you next time, bud.
Take care. See you next time.
All right. I know it's time to run, so we shall.
Yeah.
Tomorrow they're starting at 10 again, which is 1 o'clock for us. Then we'll. Could be a very interesting day. Did you say they're leaving early tomorrow? One of the jurors have something.
One of the jurors said something that they have to.
3
I think
o'clock.
one of the jurors, unless it was somebody who's a court officer, but I assume it was one of the jurors, said they have to be somewhere at 6 o'clock, and the judge asked if it could be pushed back, and she said no, and I think it was she said no because she was had to give a lecture, so they're leaving early. So then it looks like if that happens, then it looks like summations is going to start Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
3 summations and a charge. Oh, I'm so sorry.
There you go. Get the hell out of here. That's what that's telling you. So we'll do that tomorrow. Yeah, at some point.
We will see you all tomorrow. Thank you. You can stay on the channel here and chat. Missy's gonna. Are you gonna run anything, or run anything? Or
you're just driving Missy into the ground, just working her to death.
Wait, we shout out to Missy and Dizzy. They just are fabulous and just wonderful, and know that you love this. You love chatting. You love your community that you're building, and we love the community you're building. And we will see you tomorrow at the lunchtime hour. Although
that's right.
Streaming from 10 o'clock California time, 1 p.m.
Yeah, and if something happens, before the normal break, who knows? We'll jump on and chat. Okay, well, until then, try to do the right thing. I'm Michael Bryant, and you are
Linda Kenney Baden. Together, we are Justice Served TV. And if you like us, please subscribe, share, hit the like button, and you'll get that notify rings.
Oh, I just cut her off. She never likes that.